Alright, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sauron, the Dark Lord of Mordor, and welcome to episode 22 of the BlackGate podcast. Today, we're going to be ranking some Marvel movies, not just MCU movies, but all Marvel movies, at least all the ones on this list, because I'm pretty sure there's some ones that are missing.
I think there are some things missing on here when I skimmed it.
Yeah, there's stuff missing from old school Marvel because there's some old movies that no one really
I don't think the Roger Corman Fantastic Four movie's on here.
Neither is
the really bad one. Well, the other really bad one.
Yeah, I don't think Lou Ferrigno Hulk is on here. Yeah, it's on here.
Okay.
Lou Ferrigno Hulk isn't on here either. But to be fair, it's that's one show I've seen it, just it's been a long time since.
I think that really old Captain America one isn't on here either. You know, where they had the rubber ears on the costume for some
there's
reason.
a lot of stuff on this. I didn't make this list. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah, disclaimer: this was not made by us.
And so,
hello, YouTube.
I would have made it myself, but it was it was just one of those cases of there's too much on here, and this was already had most stuff, and it's to be fair, no hate against those older ones, but these are the relevant ones, if we're being honest here.
The ones that most people have seen.
And Gumby's here.
Gumby's here? Wait, where is he?
Yeah, he posted in the private chat.
I'll leave him there. Kidding.
You
There he is.
motherfucker.
Gumby!
Hey
It's
guys.
my stream.
Yummy.
I will do as I please.
You
And
invited me here.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I like you.
You know what? You keep saying that, and you've been saying that for months. And you know what? Despite how that makes me cry on the inside, I do know that we are friends.
So he thinks.
So I think, yes, and I choose to believe this,
Can you
despite...
feel the love in the air tonight?
Love.
I'm just saying, when we can...
And that was a hell of a drug.
Did not help the hell of a drug. You know what?
I
Yes,
thought
that's...
copium was a hell of a drug.
Copium is too.
Well, that's like asking what the difference between weed and marijuana is. It's
See, I get high on good stuff like life
screw you, ethereal.
and blood.
Finish me to the shadow realm.
Hey, I saw
We're going to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo.
Yes.
Are you monetized?
What do you mean?
Nah, he's
not monetized.
You
No.
have to have 1,000 subs and I think 10,000 hours of watch time for that.
Let's be
Okay.
honest though, with the way that our streams go, he's never getting monetized.
Nah, he probably all
Oh,
of them
God,
would
no.
be yellow.
We've
I
screwed
get
him.
high because I was
If
gonna make
someone-
a joke.
If someone offered to pay me for this, I'd be like, why?
I wanted to make a joke about cocaine, but I was like, I don't want to.
I mean, I kind of did.
I don't want to get demonetized by. I don't want Sauron's stream to get monetized because of me.
We don't want Susan attacking the stream like she did to Slim for that Lola thumbnail that one time.
So I'm gonna be honest. I think out of all of us, Emily, you're probably the least likely to get us demonetized. And I say
I'm probably
this,
more likely to get you demonetized. Than
Man, you know what?
Emily.
Actually, let me start with this little rant, just to start things off. Now,
Okay.
as you know, I like to make unique thumbnails for the streams.
Oh yeah,
At least I try my best to.
Mm-hmm.
Now, last night,
To make what now?
unique
thumbnails.
thumbnails.
Oh, thumbnail.
What I like to do is I try to make it somewhat unique, and if I can, I'll put everyone's profile picture in the thumbnail if possible. If not, at least like to just have something that fits the theme. This last one, I had an image. It was going to be the Avengers from the first movie, and everyone was a different character, but I let everyone pick their own characters.
Yes.
So, instead of me putting myself as a hero, I was gonna use another image of Sauron in the background and make it look like the Avengers were getting ready to fight Sauron.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
That's
yeah, and-
cool.
I was pretty much done with it. I was just touching it up. I was fixing Megatron's head because his was slightly off shapen. I was like, oh, let me fix that. And my computer crashed while I was doing that.
You
So I
didn't
think
say,
we
did you?
can sort of say that it's Megatron's fault.
Yeah, we
Sort
can
Of
blame
course,
him.
of course. Blame the Decepticon here. It's always the bad one's fault.
Yeah, it is. It's literally
Legitimately
Oh.
is.
legit.
Because it's like it was without fail. Because it was like, oh, I'm almost done. Should I save it? And then right before I saved, I was like, no, let me finish this last little touch up, and it just stopped working. I was like, no. And then I like tried to like fix it, and it was all gone, and I was just like, I'm done.
Also, I love how there's a tier underneath bad that's just no. Like,
So let me kind of go. So we'll change some of these tiers because these aren't the original tiers. Like, have not seen. We're gonna try to be fair. If you haven't seen it, if the majority of us haven't seen it, we're not gonna really rag on it or praise it because obviously we haven't seen it. So it's just
Except
gonna
Captain Marvel.
no, because I've seen Captain Marvel, so
Yeah, same here.
I'm pretty sure like some others have. So, but
I have actively avoided watching it,
Same.
but I'm gonna be honest. I'm probably gonna end up watching it just because I am sort of interested in the Marvels, and that is 100% because of Monica Rambeau.
right. So, but no, the no tier. That's another one I added. Now, this is me, despite trying to be fair about the haven't seen one. No is simply like I'm
2015
not,
Fantastic Four.
no, it's gonna be like I don't care what your argument is. No,
It's a no from me, dog.
yeah.
So,
In fact,
I
we can start with this, right? Just with this one.
yeah, 2015 Fantastic Four is a no.
Yeah,
No.
put it on there.
I actually have not seen this one.
I
So,
watched that with my family and I kind of moderately enjoyed it.
well, okay. So here's my perspective on this, and as always, I'm here to offer my absolute dog shit takes. Is that I think it had like a really promising concept of having them all be like teenagers / young adults, and having them basically go into like turning the negative zone into like an alternate dimension. And I thought that was like really interesting.
I think they did that in the Ultimates continuity. That was like what they did with
I
them.
choose not
That should have
to
been the
know-
first indication that something was wrong.
I choose not to know as much as I can about the Ultimates because everything I know about the Ultimates is one, absolutely fucking hilarious, but two, absolutely fucking atrocious.
Oh god,
Um,
Ultimates.
The early like Spider-Man Ultimates stuff was
that is
fine.
that is the one exception.
That is, like, the
Ultimate
exception
Spider-Man
from what I
is,
know.
is fine up to a point. Basically, like I think the Ultimates is something we can look at and be like, that's freaking hilarious, but nobody should ever take this seriously. Like you think the A on my forehead stands for France comment is like the greatest thing to
Or
ever come out
the
of my mouth.
Quicksilver Scarlet Witch romance where
Oh
No,
yeah,
we don't
well,
talk
and
about that.
Wolverine
That
is
was something that
watching
need
too.
to happen.
Oh yeah, Wolverine,
Cap
and
is
also
like-
they might be Wolverine's kids as he's watching.
yeah, and Cap is,
I didn't know that
I love how
part.
Captain America's like, this is weird, and everyone tries to gaslight him. It's like, oh, you're just an old man, you don't get it. It's like, no,
No, that's
No.
fucking weird.
No.
You're watching-
He's the adult in the room.
The thing you said about your takes, you're talking to somebody who probably had her humor shaped by Charlie the Unicorn. You don't got to worry about that.
Oh, by the way, Emily had me watch Charlie the Unicorn last night.
1 and 2.
1 and 2, and I haven't been suicidal in like almost 2 years. But this
Until
made me
now.
think about it. Yeah.
Oh shit.
It was beautiful. It was just
Yeah, Dragon actually what he said, like Blob freaking ate.
Yeah,
the
that did
wasp,
happen.
and then
Giant Man
Hank
bit off
Pym
his
gets
head.
revenge by eating Blob
Yeah,
or biting his head off at least.
yeah. Also, didn't Cap cuck Hank?
Probably.
Yeah,
Like
makes sense.
the Ultimate universe can be summarized by edgy,
Yeah,
like
but not
almost
our edgy.
our
Not the
edge
good
is
edge,
actually
not the
kinda
good edge.
cool.
It's more like think of Shadow the
Aw.
Hedgehog but bad.
That's actually a pretty good
Impossible.
description.
All right, so but back to the
Yeah,
stream
sorry.
at hand here.
Okay.
First of all, spoilers for every single movie and show, potentially, because like I said, the ones we haven't seen, obviously we can't really spoil, but everything else, is up for grabs.
You've been
Um,
burned.
I know this one's on here. Like, I'm pretty sure this is Doctor Strange 2 right here.
Yes.
Like,
I have not seen that one.
I haven't seen it.
I
I haven't-
think am I the only one that's watched it?
You might be.
I've seen
The biggest issue with me and seeing that is I know if I want to see Doctor Strange,
I'll be back
I'm
in a
going to need
second.
to watch all of WandaVision.
No, well, you don't need to. WandaVision isn't awful. It's weaker than it could have been, but it's
The
not
ending
awful.
was
Yeah, but ultimately, like, there are some things that are gonna be spoiled, especially like
Yeah,
Mordor and stuff.
I don't
so.
mind. if
Before I
it's
start
spoiled,
talking about like the various things that we're going to be talking about, we
Well,
should
actually,
probably
let me
get
actually
into it
establish
another.
this. Let me actually establish this right now. Gumby, you're the only one who's seen Doctor Strange 2, right?
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah, let's just put it in have not seen. I will say
let me
It's
actually
not
let me do
good,
this.
but it's
Let me
not
do
bad.
let
It's
me do
fine.
this first real quick. That way I don't lose track of it. Has anyone seen Morbius?
no.
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 No,
But obviously, you know,
You're
it's
not
the
in on
I
this
think that needs to go in the
movie.
no tier, honestly.
Wait a
It's-
minute. Wait a minute. You're not part of the Summer of Morbius.
So
Nah, nah,
I'm
nah, I'm
going-
not
Oh,
watching
here's
Jared
fuck
Leto's
off with that
vampire
shite.
movie.
Here's the thing.
So
I am going to say it should not be no, just because my dad went and saw it.
I mean,
My dad.
it's going
said
to have
it
not
was
seen because none
good.
of us have seen it.
Yeah,
Again,
no.
To be fair,
Well,
here.
well, yeah, I know. But like,
I
even,
still think no based on everything I've seen about it. It just
What
looks like
movie?
ass.
Morbius.
Morbius.
The only thing
I believe
is that my dad said it was good, and my dad hates like everything that's modern Hollywood now, and
So-
so that alone makes me.
I mean,
actually
that
wanna
means
see it.
nothing to me because
Yeah, I'm about to say that doesn't mean.
Doesn't mean anything to me.
I like
Basically, think of that as if I said the Struggler said it was good.
that means
Who?
nothing to me because I don't know who that is.
Oh, that's.
Yeah, but I don't know who that is either.
I was assuming that was like he was part of the same circle, but you know what? I just realized he's not.
Struggler.
So
That sounds.
See, now you got me thinking who that is.
He's a Twitter mutual of mine.
Oh, Struggler.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean,
The
that's
Berserk.
still okay. I know you're talking about now. Yeah, that still doesn't mean much to me. No offense.
No, it's all
Um,
good. I mean, it's not me.
All right,
Mhm.
so I'm trying to get through the newer ones real quick. Hawkeye. Who's seen Hawkeye?
I have
Nope.
not seen it.
I have not seen it.
So that sounds like majority no. So
Yeah, I've not. I want to see it, but I understand I probably should watch Black Widow first, and I really don't want to.
what if?
I've
Nah,
seen the
I haven't
first
seen that
episode.
one.
I haven't seen it.
Okay, I've seen. Some
If it's
of it, but
Disney
not
Plus,
enough
I
to
have not seen it because I don't have Disney Plus and
Oh,
I don't
same
want to get
here.
it.
Loki.
I
Again,
have,
have not seen.
Nope.
Haven't seen
Nope.
I
Loki
have.
died in Endgame.
All right. What was? I think those are no.
my brother, he's seen
Uh,
Marvel movies with me, so I was gonna.
Wait, what was the other one that we put in there? What was
That's
the other one?
WandaVision.
Go ahead.
Oh, WandaVision. Okay.
Come on.
I
All
did
right, so,
unfortunately see
Eternals.
Falcon and Winter Soldier, and I
Nope.
wish I did.
Never saw it.
I've actually seen
Let me-
part of Eternals. It was bad. I got like
I've
halfway
not-
through
Why
it.
would
I've
you
not
watch
seen
Eternals?
Eternals.
Okay,
Alright,
for
so-
context, I wasn't the one who started watching it. Someone else I know did, and I was in the room.
Okay.
It is so bad.
All right, now Black Widow.
Nope.
Haven't seen it.
So is that majority?
I haven't seen
Pretty
it.
much.
Yeah, that's
Alright,
four of us.
I'm just making sure.
Yeah, the moment they showed Taskmaster, I'm like, and I'm out.
Well, you know why Taskmaster looked that way, right?
Because they can't show skulls in China.
Yeah, because China has this weird rule
Wait,
about
what?
skulls.
Trust me, that was
Yeah,
the
it's-
last. That was
Wait.
the least of
Yeah, you're not allowed to show
Taskmaster's
skulls
problem.
in China, which is why Taskmaster's face isn't a skull.
Because
Oh my
it's a
God.
bad omen. It's a
That
bad
was-
omen.
One of my coworkers told me about this sinkhole that apparently appeared in China that has like a whole forest in it that they discovered.
That's kind of cool.
No. For a second there, I thought you were going to say the sinkhole had skulls.
Oh, I saw the
probably has
the
skulls,
post
doesn't
about
it?
that.
Kingdom of Crystal Skull.
Eh.
Probably, I don't know.
Okay, so I'm trying to think of what else on here that's like kind of obvious. Oh yeah, Falcon
Falcon
Winter
and the Winter
Soldier.
Soldier.
Please put that in the no.
No.
Yeah,
that
just
in
put that in
no.
no. Put that in no.
Put that
Well,
in no.
I'm actually gonna say this right now. I'm putting this one a no. Not even just from what you guys say. I'm putting a no under principle.
Under
Thank
principle, we'll just put it in no.
Yep.
Here's the thing.
Because I saw
wanted
that and I
it
wish
to
I
be
did.
good.
That
Before
made me-
anyone says, I'm just gonna preface this:
What was
that
that?
Falcon becoming Captain America is a fucking downgrade,
It
as
is.
far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, no, it
Actually,
absolutely is.
Actually,
I
what was
really
worse
wanted
than
it to
that
be
is
good.
the fact that he got the shield and he gave it back, and then he got upset when they gave it to someone else. What, did they think they were going to put it in a museum?
Yeah.
How was that crap?
What?
So okay, so basically what happened is they gave, Steve gave Sam the shield. Sam ended up saying, I don't feel like I'm worthy of it, and so he gave it to the government for them to put it in a museum. And then like a week later, they got John Walker, this really good soldier, and they're like, hey, we want you to be Captain America. So they gave him the shield, and he became the new Captain America. And he's like, yeah, I want to try as hard as I can. So he got in contact with Sam and Bucky and was like trying to work with them, and they were just dicks to him for no reason.
They might as well call it entitlement the show.
Yeah, also, like, literally every other sentence was somehow, like, even if it wasn't blatantly said, which it was blatantly said a lot, but even if it was just subtextual, half the dialogue in this series was just, black people suffer, and black people should hate America. And
I hate that fucking shit.
There's one thing that pisses me off the most is that it somehow has the one single greatest costume in the entire MCU, and that is Sam Wilson's Captain America costume.
I'll be honest, I don't like that suit.
He looks goofy as hell.
It looks stupid. Even in the comics, I don't like it.
Like, I don't even mind him having the shield. Like, actually, no, I've always said it's like what he should have been is simply he just becomes the new leader of the Avengers. Like,
even if he switches his identity, like
becoming Captain, like.
He doesn't even need to become Captain America. He could do the red, white, and blue. He could have the shield, but like give him his own name.
Yeah,
like
Falcon. He had his own name. He had his own name.
Yeah, he had his own name.
Not on you, but I'm saying like just in general, where it's like people. Like, it's like he could have just had his own title. He had his own title.
He could have been
It was perfectly fine ahead of time.
He could have been the eagle.
Again, why even bother changing his name? He already has one.
All right, we're going on a rant about.
Anyway, no, that's not what this is about. So, Falcon and Winter Soldier is a no. We're moving on.
All right, I'm pretty sure that's enough of the like we haven't seen. We'll probably get to some more. As we go.
I think we can reasonably start.
We're gonna go in order. Mm-hmm. We're gonna try our best not to linger too long on specific ones, just because we have a lot to get through. And I'm sure a lot of these are gonna simply be like bad. Yeah. So we got masterpiece, great, good, meh, bad, no, and have not seen.
Let the games begin.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory what each thing is gonna stand for. All right, so first things off, I didn't put this here first. It was here first already. It's Spider-Man 2.
Masterpiece.
Yeah, this is absolutely a masterpiece.
Yeah.
Still has one of the best superhero fights ever.
Literally,
and it has the greatest opening theme to a superhero movie.
Literally did a whole stream talking about the Raimi trilogy. So
yeah,
biased here, but it's good biased.
Mm-hmm.
It's not biased if it's correct.
I'm gonna be honest, like I don't know like if I've said this in the server or not, but like after coming out of Doctor Strange, I'd say the movie itself was a 5 out of 10, but with Raimi at the helm and like all of the Raimi-isms that he put in there, it was like an 8 out of 10 at the end of that, like just based on.
It sounded like they had no idea what the hell was going on, because I think Raimi even said it. We didn't know what the ending was going to be till like the last second.
Yeah, that's true. But the way it ended, like me and my buddy Foggy, we went and watched it together. We both looked at each other. We're like, yeah, that was definitely not in the original script. Raimi just kind of took over and did that, because like it was one of those things that was so like the MCU would never do that, because it was very, very Raimi.
All right, so let's just keep moving on, because like again, we're not. We got a lot
What's that next one down there?
Next is Blade 1, which I'm kind of hesitant. Not hesitant.
I'd put in good. Like, it's not the greatest, but it's entertaining.
Yeah, same here.
And it kind of laid the groundwork, so you got to give it respect for that. And also, it's Wesley Snipes. I mean,
you don't got it. It's a good movie, but it's like
it's 90s cheese in like the best way possible.
Yeah.
And also, vampires were able to be evil.
Yeah, true. Vampires were straight up evil.
Vampires.
Yeah, like one thing I always find funny about Blade is that like it's like when you really think about it, he's straight up racist against vampires.
He is.
He refuses to give them.
Would that be more like speciesist?
He is straight up calling them slurs throughout the trilogy.
Yeah, he does not like them.
Yo.
Yeah,
which I always funny.
I
My
personally put Blade at great.
Yeah, I was
but-
gonna say. I think
It's between good and great.
Yes.
actually,
And
you know what?
I'd
Let me
say-
do this because we're on the topic. I'll put Blade 1 at good, and I'll put Blade 2 at great.
Really?
That's fair enough.
Because,
That's fair.
because to me, it's like Blade 2 took. I have to find Blade 2. To me, Blade 2 it took what made Blade 1 great, good, and improved on it.
Yeah,
But
it
it
did.
didn't have the incomprehensible badass one-liner.
Yeah. It
Oh,
did.
what? Some motherfuckers
Some
always
motherfuckers
gotta.
always trying to ice skate
Ice
uphill.
skate
Yeah.
uphill.
My favorite line in that movie is when the cop shoots his armor plane because motherfucker, are you crazy? He just drops.
Motherfucker,
He
you
completely
talking
dips out of the
camera?
Blade voice too, which made it even funnier.
Yeah. It
Like
was
he
good.
went, his voice got like several octaves higher, and it made it way funnier.
That's one thing I really like about the Blade movies is that like he's so stoic, but you still get hints of his personality throughout.
Yeah.
Like one of my favorite moments is like when it's in Blade 2 when he meets like the wolf pack. Like the guys who were like training to hunt him specifically.
He just mocks the shit
Like
out of
the
them.
entire time he's talking to him, he's just egging them on. Like, come on, do it. Kill me. Come on, you're right here. Do it. And then like the minute the guy takes a step, he shoves a bomb on the back of his head. Like he was already planning to do it. He just wanted an excuse to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, and then for the sake of that, for Blade Trinity is going to go into bad.
That one was bad.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah, that's bad.
I enjoyed it, but yeah, it was objectively
I mean,
worse.
There's moments.
I have
of
a
it
funny
enjoy.
story about that one. So the first time I saw that, it was on Sci-Fi Channel, where instead of him calling Dracula motherfucker, they changed the line to bloodsucker, which made no sense to me because Dracula's like, I like that. That line is like, why? Why? That's literally what you are.
One thing I always found funny is that like they make Dracula look like a goddamn like demon, which I kind of get what they were going for, but
I liked his
Like-
armor. I will say that the armor he wore was cool.
oh yeah,
I went into it and I didn't actually see Blade 2 and Blade Trinity until like last year. And so I when he came out, I was like, oh shit, that's just fucking Heatwave. And I hated myself for it.
I mean, like Blade Trinity's like, even like I remember. I'm sure you guys heard the story where even Wesley Snipes didn't want to do it, and so like there are moments where he just like didn't speak, even though it was like his turn to speak, which is why he has so little dialogue in that movie supposedly.
Yeah,
Alright.
and it always felt off.
Makes sense. It also kind of why Whistler died so soon.
Yeah, because it's like in the first movie he's like a main character and then he dies, and then the second movie opens with him being essentially brought back to life, and then the third movie he dies off screen.
Yeah,
Wait,
that was-
Yeah, he dies in an explosion
That
when
was
the
so
the SWAT police try to kill Blade or whatever.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, so next we have Elektra.
I have not seen this one.
I have not seen it either.
I remember
Okay.
people talked about it, but I haven't seen it.
I
okay,
saw
so-
Daredevil and I was like, I've seen enough. I don't want to see an Elektra movie.
All right, so that sounds like enough people who haven't seen it, so I'm just gonna
Yeah,
put
fair
it.
enough.
Now, to be fair, I've seen it, and it's if I had to rank it, I would put it as a meh. Like
Same here. I've seen it, and I think it goes meh as well.
it's one of those like it's got the '90s cheese, but it's like
Did it have her
she's
training to an Evanescence song again?
yes.
It does.
Actually,
Oh shit!
no, wait. I'm getting it confused with Daredevil. That's another.
Because
thing.
Daredevil had "Bring Me to Life" when she's training, which was so fucking funny.
Yeah, like
I like
can't
that
remember.
song, but it was kind of funny.
From what I remember of it, I would put it as a meh. But
Mm.
since not enough people have seen it, we're gonna put it. Have not seen
I
it.
know the actress apparently didn't even want to do it, but she was
Oh,
like
wow.
contractually obligated to do it or something.
Jennifer Garner.
Yeah,
Honestly,
That was
why
a
would you
shame.
cast Jennifer Garner as Elektra Nachos?
I don't
Like,
know.
I mean, this is back in the '90s, so it's like back then it was like you picked actors based on like
Star power.
bankability, yeah, bankability and star power.
And I love how
Yeah,
we've
I mean-
gone back to that now, and it sucks.
I mean, they got the dude from
sort of-
Green
we
Mile
s-
to do what do you call it, Kingpin in
Yeah, he
Daredevil.
was good though. To be fair, Michael
Yeah.
Clark
He
Duncan
was actually quite
legitimately
good.
good.
Mhm.
All right, Fantastic Four. I think this was the first one. I don't.
The first one was, I would say, good.
I would actually say good. My
I
only
enjoyed it.
complaint about it is I wish there was more like superhero action in it or them saving people.
And they kind of did Doctor Doom a little bit dirty, but
Yeah,
I'll
they
let it
did.
slide.
They did.
We've not yet gotten a good live action.
We have.
Doctor.
I'll
We
put it
have
in the
not.
bottom of good. How about that?
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, I mean, the best
fair
Doctor
enough.
Doom we got was the animated version of World's Mightiest Heroes. That Doom was awesome.
Excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
I will say the live action Doom we've gotten is better than anything they've done so far in this the 2004 one, the live action.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
this one.
that was the best live action. Doom,
That was the-
but, like that's such a low bar that I'm.
It is a kind of a low bar.
it's like saying we had the best like Iron Man when there's only the one. Not saying anything bad about Robert Downey Jr.
I will
but
give them
there's only the
credit
one.
though. The actor they got to play Doom, like he did the pettiness of Doom pretty well.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Even with the
Oh, yeah.
backstory changes, he got the pettiness down.
And I do gotta say that, like, I mean, me personally, Doctor Doom is one of my favorite Marvel characters, just period. And I personally believe that he has never done anything wrong ever.
I mean, whatever.
I think he gets the title for pettiest villain ever, though. I think
This
he
is true. Yeah.
gets the
Right.
title of just pettiest villain.
Next we have, I think this is X-Men Last Stand, which
I put the
Bad. It's not quite no, but it's
I put it in meh. At the
Meh.
highest
Meh.
rated is meh.
yeah, because I remember it's like a couple like weird things. I know they like introduced Angel, but he's not even really a character. He's kind of just
yeah. He's just sort of
fan
like
service.
he was there for fan service. Beast was actually a character. I'll give him that. And then they freaking killed off Cyclops in the first like 10 minutes. which
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I always forget that because they pretty much try to shoehorn like the Dark Phoenix saga in like the most butcherous way possible, where it's just
Yeah, they did fuck that up.
she's just evil for no reason, really.
Yeah.
He's just gotta. To be fair, okay, I can see what they were. I guess they were like, she's got like a mental condition, but she's psychic, so that's a problem. And to
Dr.
be fair,
Xavier, or Professor Xavier just be like, hey,
let's just put a limit. Let's just put a psychic block on like that bad part of your personality.
she just came to him as a little girl. He's like, oh yeah, by the way, this chick has like an otherworldly entity living inside her that's for, and we're not going to elaborate on that at all, but it just kind of is there.
Yeah, because the Phoenix Force is literally like an space alien entity.
Yeah, like you can't do that without like the cosmic stuff and like.
Well, it was like it's like one of those where it's like they really wanted that story.
But they didn't
none
want
of
to
the
set that
build-up.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If anything else,
To be fair, they
it
did
doesn't
start.
deserve to be
They
bad.
did kind of try to build it up in 2 with Jean's powers acting weird.
Yeah.
Getting like that fire effect around her.
Mhm.
But it just wasn't there. Like I felt like they needed.
I mean, they kind of did that even in, ironically enough, they did an X-Men Apocalypse where
Oh,
she
yeah.
kills
Oh, yeah.
Apocalypse with the Phoenix Force.
so
And
I'm
even
a-
he's kind of like, yeah, they're gonna die to that.
But if anything else, I think one of the best parts of that movie was like, "Are you for real? I'm the Juggernaut, bitch."
Yeah.
Do you know who I am? I'm the Juggernaut.
Juggernaut,
bitch.
bitch.
That was an
Ellen Page,
atrocious,
bitch.
an atrocious
Juggernaut.
Juggernaut adaptation. But
Yeah, but that was pretty
I
funny.
actually really
That
enjoyed.
line
I actually really
alone-
enjoyed that.
That line alone, that to me, that's like the kind of thing where it's like, it's still not a good movie, but it makes it fun to watch.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like
But
it-
it still
and that-
reminds you that comics are meant to be cheesy, not to be super dark and serious like
wouldn't
that.
say cheesy.
They
Frank
can be
Miller's
super dark
Batman.
and serious, but
I wouldn't say they're not.
They
meant
can
to
also be
cheesy, but they're meant to
cheesy.
be fun. And
Yeah.
sometimes
Yeah.
cheesy is if your story's bad, at least make it cheesy.
yeah,
Mhm.
if
Yeah.
it's bad, at
Mhm.
least make it fun.
exactly.
Alright,
And that
Next
is
we
one
have
thing
Ghost Rider. The
I
first-
will legitimately
the
say
first
that
Ghost
the first,
Rider?
first
Yes.
Ghost Rider is good.
I liked
think
it.
it's good.
I would go.
I
I
like
thoroughly
it.
enjoyed it.
I like it.
I
The
liked
only
it up
thing I
until,
will
like,
give
the
it
finale
shit
of
for is I wish there was more action in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very
Mm-hmm.
boring when it's not Ghost Rider. But I
I
think
think
that we're trying
honestly,
to save on that
with-
CGI.
With
But
the
everything
exception
when
of,
Ghost
like,
Rider's on
Blade and
screen is good. I
Spider-Man,
just
a
wish there
lot
was
of
more
these
of it.
early Marvel like superhero movies have like kind of a lack of action in there.
What year was Ghost Rider, actually?
Ghost
Ghost
Rider
Rider
was
was
I
like
think it
early
was 2000
2000s, I
something.
think.
Hold on, let me look it up.
Okay, so I'll look it up because I'm actually
I
I
want to
got
say
it.
it was 2005.
No,
I want to say it was
2007.
2005.
2007.
Okay.
2007.
2007.
I remember the story
Yeah.
being.
I thought it was
solid
late. I
enough
thought it
for
was
what
earlier
was,
than that.
Yeah, me
Huh.
too.
but one thing that always bothered me was like at the ending when he's fighting that guy Legion. And like at first when he fights him, he's like, because he keeps using the penance stare.
Mhm.
And
Well, no, he
Legion's
doesn't use the penance stare until the end.
Well, no,
Like,
he tries it
beats him.
at first, and Legion's. Well, his name's not Legion at the
It's
Blackheart.
Blackheart at first.
Blackheart
and then
was
he
like, I
And
don't
he's
have a
like,
soul,
I don't have a
dude.
soul. And then he collects 1,000 souls into his body, and I was like, well, that's the end of the movie, right? Because now all he has to do is use the penance there. And sure enough, he gets his hands on him, and his
Yeah,
like,
he realizes, oh right, you have
souls
1,000
begin to burn.
souls now.
Yeah, and it's like that to me. That like as much like any enjoyment I had, just kind of killed it right there. It's like, well, that just.
I
mean,
love the look on his face when he realizes he fucked up and played himself. Gets
Yeah.
a Ghost Rider. He goes, no. He's like, oh shit, I fucked up.
All right,
And the
so-
other part that kind of hurts the film is that Carter Slade doesn't get to do any action. He just hands Nick Cage a shotgun and is like, adios. It's like, come on.
Yeah, he turns into like the Ghost Rider once.
To be
And
fair
rides
though, it
with
was
him.
pretty awesome, no, to see him
Yeah,
there.
that's a cool scene where they're just riding through the desert, where he's got like his flaming bike
And the song too. The
Carter's
song
got
really
his,
sells
the
it.
flaming horse and everything. And
All right, so we said good or what?
yeah, good.
I'd put it in good.
Good.
It's good.
I'm gonna put it. Is it above Fantastic Four or below it?
I would say probably
In
if
between.
not- I'd say either in between or on the
It's-
same level.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
on the same level.
All right, in between
That's,
then.
that means
I
the
do
same.
like one last thing I will say about though. I do like they actually tried to put some horror elements into it,
Yeah.
like with all the scenes with like with the devil's face changing in the dark and stuff was really creepy.
I love
Mhm.
Gumby's just yeah.
Yeah.
All right, now we have a controversial one. Spider-Man
Uh-oh.
3, which
I-
like
I will still say that Spider-Man 3 was great. It
I'll
had,
put
or
it
not,
in
no,
good.
not great. I will say it's good
I'll
because
put it in
it had
good.
its problems, but it owned what it was, and it was just unapologetically fun.
I think
I
what
put
is
it
is,
at
like,
meh.
the problems it has, it's like are obvious, but without like what it does, what it wants to do right, it does right, and then the bad stuff is just like so jarring and obvious.
I think seeing it now compared to how it was back when it came out, plus seeing everything out today, I would say good at the very
Yeah.
least.
I would say good because like the first half of the movie up until the I want to say up until like up
Venom.
until the part where Peter does the whole dance routine thing. Even though it's
Like,
funny, I
the
think that's where
greatest
the
That's just
musical
so bad
scene
it's
in
good.
cinematic
I think that's where the
history.
movie went downhill in terms like everything up to that point I was fine with.
Yeah, because it's like
I
that's
think-
the scene. I get what he was trying to go for, but you know, it didn't necessarily need to be that.
I'm not even talking about the scene itself. I'm saying like that's like the point of the movie where to me it
Yeah.
started to go downhill.
I think
Okay.
the one line in the movie that always makes me laugh over how atrociously bad it is just. I
You
like
want
being
forgiveness? Ask for
makes-
Jesus.
bad. No,
I do like that line.
I like being bad. It makes
I
me
like
feel
being bad. It makes me feel good. Like
yeah,
that's just-
Topher Grace's
Also, can we just
Venom
talk
was
about how
not-
like freaking Eddie Brock, like any we've seen the comics, Eddie Brock is a massive man.
yeah, Eddie Brock is
Like,
swole.
literally
he got-
Tom Hardy was my dream cast for him.
Like
for
even
years, and
even
then
Tom Hardy,
it
no
got
offense to Tom
announced.
Hardy, even Tom Hardy was kind of small in comparison to
Oh yeah.
Eddie.
Yeah,
Brock
Venom was
looked like.
roided up in the comics.
Well, Eddie
And-
Brock
but-
himself was like Dwayne Johnson size,
Yeah, that
I
dude
know,
was
and then
that dude
it's
was
like-
juicing.
And
and then
they're like
Venom
hey,
just made him bigger.
Who should we get to play him?
Oh,
Topher
You know
that
what? Get
right.
Steve
Queen
Austin
from
to
that
play
70s
Venom.
show.
All right, I'm gonna put it like I'm gonna put it in good, but I wouldn't put it above Blade
Okay.
That's fair.
because for me, like
That's a
Blade,
good place
it's
to
like
put it.
the highs of Spider-Man 3 are there, but the lows are just like really low.
Yeah.
Now this one is kind of like this
Oh, is this Silver
Fantastic Four.
Surfer?
Yeah, Silver Surfer.
Yeah.
I actually really like this.
I actually like
I
it.
never saw that one. That's the one I wanted to see, but I never got to see it.
It's
I think it's
Basically,
low
Silver
good.
Surfer makes the movie.
He does,
Yeah.
and he's voiced by Lawrence Fishburne. So that's a
Yeah.
plus.
yeah,
Yeah.
like I will. So, Rise of the Silver Surfer, I remember really liking it when it came out because I had no idea who any of these characters were.
Same. I didn't know about
And-
Galactus.
Then, like, I did some basic, literally just the most basic research into these characters, and I was like, holy shit, this was a tragedy of a movie.
Yeah, like the at the end with Galactus, and this is something that actually makes me laugh, is that like first of all, throughout the movie, Galactus is like this giant cloud. He's just
Yeah.
a giant space cloud. Which I get what they were trying to go for, because it's like, oh, no one's gonna take a giant purple man in space seriously. It's like, listen, the movie's already a comic book movie. like the cloud looks even goofier when you really think about it.
The only
Like-
way I could justify it is the cloud is like how he travels around like
Well,
inside
actually,
is
so
the real
that-
Galactus.
That's the other thing I was going to mention is that at
You
the
see
end,
some
where
flashing of his silhouette.
Yeah,
when
you do.
Silver Surfer is flying into Galactus, the cloud, you see like a brief silhouette of like the classic Galactus helmet, and it's like implied. Oh, that's just the outside, the inside, but it's like that's still such a cop out.
Yeah, it would have
just
been cool if he flew in there and then we saw like Galactus sitting on like a chair or something.
Like honestly,
Even if it was just for a
Okay,
split
so
second.
here's a good compromise that I sort of thought of is I would accept the cloud if the cloud like sort of took the shape of him.
Yeah, that could have been.
Well, I was just gonna say like what they should have done is simply not shown him like at all. Like the entire
Yeah.
movie is building up to him, and then you only get teases of his image.
Maybe
Like,
only
most
like
of the
his
climax-
shadow like coming over the planet or something, and that's
Yeah,
it.
like the climax is essentially stopping him from coming to Earth altogether. Because it's like once he gets here, it's over.
Or
Mhm.
like you see a glimpse of his face or something, like his eyes glow or something, like the dark
Yeah.
or something. I don't know.
And it's funny because it's like fast forward to like what do you call it? Doctor Strange 1 where
With
they have
Dormammu.
Dormammu.
I kind of don't like how Dormammu looked in that. I wish he was.
Oh
just,
no,
you
but
know,
it's
the
essentially
skull
the same
face
thing.
thing with the fire.
Well, he never had a skull face. Like he actually had like the face with the lines there, but it was like more of like the outline of a face, and I think
Why-
they did it really.
why
really
I
can't
thought he had a
Why
skull
can't
for a
media
face in like
just
the
be
comics.
fun anymore? It has to have a message. Whatever happened to media, just people is having fun with it.
Oh, Emily, you
because
don't
people
understand.
decided that ideology meant
Being-
more
Yeah,
than-
ideology is more important than being entertained.
They
you
need to
understand
deliver the message.
Art
The,
has
the
to-
Who
message.
needs a
It's
message?
not about the money.
If it's not, if
Emily.
you don't have anybody who's gonna watch your crap,
Emily, it's
Because
not
they-
about money. It's about sending a
The
message.
Yeah,
message.
no,
I know we're in the
Send
wrong
a
continuity for that
message
No,
and
joke.
it's like
nobody's-
this. It's like this, Emily. It's not always about the money, Spider-Man.
It's not always about the money.
It's one of my favorite quotes in all of
Listen,
superhero movies.
it's not even the money.
Always
It's
about
like
the money, Spider-Man.
if people are gonna watch your crap, how is sending a message gonna help? If
They
there's
don't
nobody
care
to
because
watch
it's
it.
for
Not to
it's
go
for
into a
their
whole
people.
rant, but they don't. Yeah, they don't care.
It's for
not-
their people. They don't give a shit about
And
the common
also,
person.
like,
Alright, so
there's
wait,
the
wait.
normies that
Wait,
are
wait,
just
wait,
going.
So not because I want to keep it focused on because we
This
still
is
got a
fair.
lot more to go.
Yeah, we do.
So Rise of the Silver Surfer.
I would put it as like the same
Meh.
level as the
I put it good.
the first one, because I will say this: the second one had more action in it and more like scenes of them actually saving people, which is the thing I didn't like. I wish there was
Yeah.
more of in the first one.
I would say meh, but
I'm going.
I would
to-
say, yeah, I can argue meh because of the Galactus thing does bring it down. That was the
the Galactus thing to me is like the precursor to Trevor. It's not as bad, but it's like it gave me the same vibes as the Trevor twist in Iron Man 3.
oh
Ooh.
god. I don't know if I'd say it's that
I said
level of
no.
bad.
It's not that
You
bad.
had
It is
you
not,
had to start mentioning Iron Man 3. You had to start mentioning it.
it's
because
not that
like
I mean, we're gonna
We're
get,
gonna
to
get there
Iron Man
eventually.
Yeah.
because Galactus
I know.
is more like a cop out. Trevor's more like a middle finger.
This is
Yeah.
true. Okay, you know what?
Because
Yeah,
at least
you're right.
Galactus, they kept the he eats planets.
How
thing.
about this question? Would you rather watch Fantastic Four 1 or Fantastic Four 2?
One.
One.
Genuinely one.
one.
All right, so I'll put it behind. one.
That's fair. I would.
You know what? I have the DVD for one. I kind of.
I have the DVD for both of these somewhere in my house. I gotta go. I have to go find them.
All
I
right,
have like the
Iron Man
weirdest
1.
collection of DVDs.
Good.
in
That's
that,
good.
like,
I would
That's
say
good.
masterpiece.
Iron Man
Iron Man 1,
is-
I would put in
I would
either
put it in
great or
great.
masterpiece.
I would
I'll
put
put
it
it
in
in
great. I don't think it's quite a masterpiece, but I think it was great.
It's
My
great
only-
because the only one part that's kind of an issue is the whole cave sequence for when Tony gets captured and the bad guys could clearly see, hey, he's not building the Jericho missile. It's like, that's the one part that breaks it down for me.
I
I mean-
can kind of play devil's advocate for them because they didn't think he was gonna have whatever he was building done in a day. Because they
Yeah.
were like, you have till tomorrow to assemble the missile. So they're thinking, yeah, there's no way in hell whatever he's actually building, he's gonna have it done. And they don't want to kill him because he's the only one who knows how to build the missile.
Yeah. And
So,
also,
I kinda
again,
can
you have to
justify that.
sort of suspension of disbelief there. It's
Mhm.
like
They had
There-
no idea what
there-
he was building.
there's certain things in a movie where you don't want to become cinema sins. You don't want to like look at that and be like, oh, they'd never do that because that's obvious. Well, like bad guys have bad guy aim. all right, stormtroopers miss every shot, and Voldemort gets killed by dandruff. All right, no villain is going to win in the end unless you're a fucking cynic, and so I mean,
that would be reality sometimes.
Yeah,
so.
Screw reality. Reality sucks. And
the thing about Iron Man though is that
suspension of disbelief.
It's not even a suspension of disbelief. It's like they don't know what the fuck he was building.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
they had no idea
they're
what he was making.
freaking Middle Eastern terrorists who,
And
what he's made hasn't ever been invented. So why
think
would
of
they
this?
have
Think
no
of this.
idea?
Think of this. Oh, he's not building a missile. Go kill him. All right, you still haven't gotten your missile.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, oh shit, we don't have a missile, so we're kind of
And
back
not
to
to mention,
one.
the whole Iron Man 1, to me, it's more akin to, those superhero movies that came before it, as opposed to, what would come after it, where it's, it takes itself just seriously enough to set the tone, but it still has fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
I like
that I agree.
Yeah.
Honestly, Iron Man 1 is, just from an objective standpoint, it's probably one of, if not the best movie in the MCU, and that is solely because it didn't feel like what we normally attribute to being an MCU movie, where every other line is some sort of quip. They can't have any sort of actual emotional impact for anything because everything's got to be undercut with a joke.
Well, because one of the best moments in that whole movie is so first of all, that whole opening with him in the cave with Jensen, I think it's one of the best things the movie has, where you literally understand where he's coming from the rest of the movie. And second, the best scene is when he finally puts on the actual classic Iron Man suit, and he's watching the news, seeing a bunch of people get terrorized by those terrorists, and he literally just puts on the suit and just goes kills them.
Yeah.
And to me, that is the realest scene, because it's the entire time you get exactly what he's feeling. And he even mentioned that's Jensen's old village.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
He mentioned at least
and he just found out the guy he trusted pretty much his whole life has been doing this shit.
Oh yeah.
So I would like to change my vote to masterpiece for this, actually, because thinking about this is
sorry, go ahead. I didn't cut you off.
It was.
I'm gonna put it in masterpiece.
It kind of gave me the same vibes as the Spider-Man trilogy did.
It's one of those movies because I've heard people say it's kind of boring.
To be what it is.
I've heard people say it's kind of boring, but to me, it's it's one of those movies where it's the few action scenes you get have a purpose. They're not just there for action's sake, and I think that's why a lot of people find it boring, because it's not constant. It does build up to the action. The build up to his escaping, the entire cave scene is the build up to that. Mm-hmm. And then the scene of him going to fight the terrorists, he's back home, he's finding out the different secrets, and then he goes fights the terrorists. And then at the end, where it builds up to the whole Stain stealing the armor, trying to build it.
Yeah. My only, that's the one thing that I would docket points for, is that okay, I get they didn't have a lot of action. I just wish that the actions they did have, that some of them, especially at the end with Obadiah Stane's whole suit thing, I wish there was more to that fight than what we got.
I think it's good.
It's fine, but it's just kind of things in the back of my head. I was like, man, I wish we got more of that though.
I think that's more to do with what would come later.
When you're looking at something and your reaction is, this is great, I wish we could have more of it, I don't think that's really a mark against it.
It's not necessarily horrible or a super huge negative, but it's
I can't see.
It's it's like if you go to a restaurant and they have a sauce with your food, and the sauce is is really fucking good, but they only give you a very small amount, and you're like, yeah, this is great, I just wish there was a little more of it.
This is true.
Because the sauce is because let's say the sauce is the best part, just for the sake of argument. It's you want more of it.
Yeah.
And when you don't
I still think
it's still not bad though. Like I said, I still would argue at the very least good, but
because even a masterpiece can have
flaws. Yeah.
So it's perfect.
And even then, I don't even know if I call that a major flaw. It's just a minor thing.
Yeah, okay, so now we have the Incredible Hulk, which is the MCU Hulk.
I'm actually gonna put this in great.
The Incredible Hulk,
it's great.
Great.
It is one of my. I put it in like top tier as far as the MCU goes.
Yeah, I think it's underrated, especially.
It is.
I will put it in great. Like Tim Roth's a fantastic actor, and him as the Abomination was fucking inspired.
Mhm.
I actually liked Edward Norton, even though I know he had some issues with them, like behind the scenes shit. But his actual performance was good.
Here's the thing: like every time I'm ranking like an actor who like the way they play a role, I do not care about how they were behind the scenes because
I
purely focused.
I can a little bit.
It depends on how awful they were. Like Jared
Yeah, it
Leto,
really depends.
Like Jared
Suicide
Leto
Squad,
sending dead
I'm
rats
like,
to
no.
coworkers.
Yes, I
that
can
was
recognize
really
that that's horrible, but
His
for
method
me,
acting.
I mean, he was bad
me,
in the movie too.
If I'm analyzing the movie itself, I'm purely going based off of how well the actor did in the role, not like their behind the scenes behavior. Because I for Jared Leto, like I've been pretty open about the fact that I actually really like Jared Leto's Joker. I think he's an atrocious human being and should probably be blacklisted from everything ever. But I still like him as Joker.
I'm not going record
I
saying
mean,
I
his
fucking
Joker
hate
was probably
Joker.
the
It is
worst thing
atrocious.
about that movie.
I know everybody hates his Joker, and that's why I have dog shit opinions. But it's okay.
All right, so Howard the Duck.
But dude, dude.
You showed me Charlie the Unicorn, Emily. You can't talk.
Meh.
All right, Howard
It's
the
meh.
At least Charlie the Unicorn was just a product of its time.
Yeah.
It was
Howard the
Product
Duck
of
I have
its
not
time.
seen.
That was a masterpiece.
All right, so like I was saying, Howard the Duck.
Howard the Duck I have not seen.
Meh.
I've not
Okay.
seen this one either.
It's
I
meh.
kind of
The
want.
story
I kind of
is
want to say that Howard the Duck should be a masterpiece, not because it's good, but because it's so bad that it's hilarious.
Didn't
Okay, I have a question.
Marty McFly's mom get the corkscrew?
What is
Oh,
Howard the Duck exactly? Is he an alien? Is he a duck?
he's an alien, I think. I think he's an alien.
I think he is an
Okay,
alien.
So here's
He's
so
like
here's
an
how Howard
alien.
the Duck is.
He's the same
He
thing that Rocket
basically gets
Raccoon is.
teleported from an other world because of this weird ray, and teleported right in the middle of a U.S. city because, of course, that's where it usually happens.
America.
And then he's discovered by this like science team that says, "Oh yeah, we're the guys who basically teleported you here." And then instead of teleporting it back home, which they were planning, let's just say shit hits the fan and they accidentally teleport something even worse than Howard.
It's weird because, well, okay, I'm just gonna preface this. Like, it's weird because I can't.
I haven't seen this one, so I can't
I can't
say
see
anything.
the chat, so.
I saw a clip of
Anyone
it when I was like
curious?
really,
I can't
really
see it.
little. But my parents.
All right, it sounds like most of us haven't seen it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's.
I'm gonna
Didn't-
put it-
Didn't like ILM work on this too?
They did. In fact, I think
Probably.
what do you call it?
I am worked on a
Lucas
lot of
worked on
stuff
this.
even before it was like. I am worked on a lot of stuff, and
Because I remember seeing like somebody like reviewing it, and they were talking about how ILM did the effects of me, and I was like, wait, what the fuck?
Well, yeah, because there's a lot of movies where it's like it's just bad, but they have like great effects.
I'm gonna make it
Oh,
bad.
the effects were fantastic for its time. For its
Yeah,
time.
the effects on Howard actually weren't like terrible looking. That's the weird thing.
All right, now, oh god, now this is gonna be weird because it's like I don't know which Punisher
Punisher?
this is.
This is Punisher Warzone starring Ray Stevenson. And
Okay, I haven't
not
seen
seen it.
Newman.
Yeah,
That's great.
It
That's
was
a great
actually
one.
really freaking great because, so the thing, like I compared the three.
Wait. How many people have seen it though?
Me.
Dayton, me.
It's two.
Yeah.
Did you-
I haven't seen it.
All right, so
right.
just to keep things moving, if we haven't seen it, we're gonna have to put it.
Okay, yeah. I had
What
to
a shame.
recommend you watching it though because it's not as good, but I actually think I like it as much, if not better, than the Thomas Jane one.
All right.
Exactly.
X-Men Origin. Now I'm just gonna do this out of principle.
Yep.
Really?
That's just no.
Like,
Because for
I
me,
can't read. Sorry.
X-Men Origins Wolverine was like a really good movie.
All right,
that
let me
just
all right,
was
let me
sort
just
of
let me just say
brought
this.
down. It was
Gumby,
brought,
Gumby, you saying you should put it in good is enough for me to say it shouldn't be put in good.
Yeah, that's a no. That's a
valid.
no.
You know what? That's valid.
That is
That's
100%
I can
no.
I can
Gumby
agree
has
with you
great
there.
opinions.
No, I don't, Emily. No, I don't.
I think
Like,
she was trying to be nice.
Let me put it this way. You remember how like you said you looked up stuff for Fantastic Four and was like, this is atrocious.
That was me with this movie.
That was me with this one because when I was a kid,
Because I didn't know shit about Deadpool.
I was like Deadpool as a kid. I was like, oh, that looks like I thought it was a cool design, right? And then I
Lost your train of thought?
Oh, did he disconnect?
Uh-oh.
Well, this is my stream now.
Uh-oh.
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
no.
don't blame the robot. Don't blame the robot. I had nothing to do with it.
Now we are going to
So,
talk.
what-
Ultron heard we were talking shit.
While he's gone, I just want to like say like my perspective on Wolverine is that overall it's a good movie that is significantly brought down by two things. One being that it sort of breaks the lore of the existing X-Men movies, and two being that
Hello?
the
Oh, he's
Deadpool
back.
Oh, there he is.
That was
at the
weird.
very end was just bad.
Okay.
Yeah,
My thing
Sauron.
is, like, my thing is with Wolverine, it's like it has like cool moments where it's like the opening with them fighting like just the constant war.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Like that's great. That is a great scene. That is a great moment, and it does a really good job of just showing like their life without going into deep detail. Like you get exactly what they were going through. I liked Sabretooth. Like I can't think of his name on top of my head, but
Luke
I
Skywalker.
liked. Yeah, I loved him as Sabretooth. I thought it was really
Yeah,
good.
he was great.
I liked. Oh, okay.
Taylor Kitsch,
No,
He's zoning out.
Stryker.
no. Yeah, I like the strike. I can't think of his name.
I don't know
Stryker
the
was
actor's
good.
name.
Danny
Yeah, I don't know.
Houston or Danny Hudson, one of the two.
I've seen him in a lot of stuff. He was a good villain. He was a good striker.
Mhm.
Oh god, excuse me. But ultimately, it's just like it's to me, it's like the opposite of Spider-Man 3, where it's like the good outweighs the bad for me. To me, it's the opposite, where it's like the bad far outweighs the good. In this
Yeah.
I
say
can
maybe-
I can understand and respect that. I don't fully agree, but I do.
Also, the
understand.
CGI on his claws looked fucking
Oh
awful.
yeah, they look worse than what they were in the previous movie.
Which is amazing because I thought they looked fine in the originals. It was like,
Oh,
how
yeah.
did you get worse?
Magic.
And that one scene where he's fighting Gambit with the ladder and the ladder's just deleting. Every time he touches it, it's like, this is like some video game shit right here.
Which is funny because the video game for this movie is actually
Yeah, the video game was actually
The video game's a
solid.
lot more better than the actual film itself.
Oh yeah.
For one, it was gory as fuck, which surprised me.
Only the
I'll never forget
PS3
that.
version, by the
I
way.
never
Like
forget that
the
execution where
current
like
gen.
he takes a pilot out of a helicopter and shoves his head into the propellers.
Yeah. And I like the
Yeah.
damage system where it's like Wolverine's skin gets torn off and stuff.
Oh yeah. Like
I was like,
honestly,
yo, they
so
went
the,
hardcore with this.
the PS3 and the I can't speak for Xbox because I don't know how it went there, but the like modern consoles, because at the time PS3 was modern, had it like M rated, but like the like PS2 and original Xbox, it was all like T rated, which I always thought was hilarious.
Huh.
Like it was two completely different games almost.
All right, let's see who's next. What's next? Iron Man.
Iron Man 2.
Nah.
Now,
You know what? A lot of people really hated Iron Man 2, and
Gumby, don't you dare.
I actually didn't hate this
Zombie,
movie.
dog.
didn't Gendy like?
He directed the one scene
He
with like
directed that
War
one
Machine
fighting
and
scene,
Iron
yeah.
Man.
All right,
I
because if I'm about to say if he directed that scene where it's him and War Machine fighting side by side and like literal cherry blossoms are falling down.
Yeah,
Like
he did.
that is
Yeah.
like okay. I'm gonna put it real with you. That entire sequence alone is better than some MCU movies.
Oh,
It
yeah.
is.
That
Yeah.
entire
yeah.
scene, like it's literally straight out of a samurai movie, and they're in they're 2-minute mech suits fighting robot drones.
Yeah.
Like that shit is epic. Which
Yeah.
again, like if it was just that, I put it in masterpiece. But
The problem
It's
is the rest of the
not that.
movie is just
I'd
say
boring, slow.
I'd say maybe low good.
Yeah,
Like
that's
the lowest
Iron Man
good?
2. I legitimately thought it was good. Like it wasn't great. It was definitely a downgrade, but it felt good. War Machine. I freaking loved War Machine when I was a kid, and so like having him in the movie was just fantastic to me. I had no idea who Whiplash was, but he seemed cool.
The scene where he's on the track and fighting Iron Man, where he like chops the damn car, that
Uh-huh.
part was good. But it's just like everything after that with him, he was just so underutilized. I was like, what was the point of putting him in this movie?
one problem I
Yeah.
have with this movie is that like, and at the time when I watched it, I didn't really realize it, but it's like, in retrospect, it feels like too much of a setup for the next movie leading to Avengers.
Yeah.
Because you have like Black Widow, who like she kind of just appears out of nowhere. they don't really explain anything about her, which it's like, I get it because it's like, you know, comic
She
book
was
fan
planted
thing.
there by Nick Fury.
Yeah.
No. I
Although-
get that. I'm talking about like,
Oh, her who she is and where she came from.
yeah, because it's like, think of the other Shield agents you see at the time. It's like Coulson and other just dudes in suits. Then here's his super spy, which it's like, yeah, from a comic book perspective, I get that aspect. But from like watching the movie, it's like, who is this chick? And it's like, you want to know? We gotta wait till Avengers.
You know what? That would have been cool if she had just appeared like as just a regular Shield agent in a suit, just continued to go by Natalie Rushman the entire movie, and everybody just sort of like looks at her and be like, I wonder if that's Natasha, and just not confirm it until Avengers. Yeah, that would have been a good idea. I would have liked to see that.
And then like,
I'm
also,
going to
like,
say something potentially controversial. I think that Black Widow in Iron Man 2 is way better than Black Widow in her own damn movie.
I don't even think that's controversial.
To be fair, I never cared for the character.
she's all right. I like.
She's alright. Yeah, she's kind of. I'm
gonna say that Black
I could
Widow
tell
has-
you, I was cheering for when she died in Air Game. I could tell
Well, I
you that.
wasn't that far. I just
Wow.
didn't care that
Bro,
much.
Jeez, dude.
dang.
I will
That's
say
awful.
for me, there's just like two big old reasons for me to care about Black Widow as a character, but that's mostly in the comics anyway.
the ass.
I mean,
can say
that ass is.
You can say it.
the reason,
This is ready for adults.
Those
I
two
just said
big
make
old
it
titties.
I hope I put this for.
I
Sorry,
have to
kids.
really hope that like I had like a brief moment of panic because like I heard a noise and I thought that my mom was walking into my room as I said that.
I'll put. How about this? I'll put Iron Man 2 in like. I don't know because it's like
In between Ghost Rider and Spider-Man 3, I think is a
honestly,
good
you know what? I'm gonna.
Put it in Matt. Put it
I
in
think
Matt.
Meh is actually better because it's
Wait,
like
is that Iron Man 3?
Iron Man
Iron
2.
Too.
I
Iron
still
Man
think
3 's
that there's some really good stuff in Iron Man.
Yeah,
2.
I
My
think it's
biggest
good.
problem
so
with
good.
Iron Man 2 is, you know how I said the only thing I didn't like about the first, I wish the first one was more action. 2 felt like it had even less.
You know, I feel like with Iron Man 2,
That was my only problem.
I feel like my problem with Iron Man 2 is like the cherry blossom fight scene is so high, and the rest of the movie is so low. It's hard for me to like put the rest of it as like anything higher than that.
It feels like all the budget went to like one really good scene, so that the rest of the
Which, to be fair,
Which was the one they used in the
Paid
trailers, which was War Machine and Iron Man fighting, which
I mean,
lasts
paid
like
off.
30 seconds.
I'll put it in low good. How about that? I'll put it like above.
Low good. I will accept
No
that.
good. Yeah, that's probably.
I hate it when movies do that though. They put the coolest scenes in the trailer.
Well,
and
yeah,
then the
because
rest
they want
of
you to
the
go
movie
see
sucks.
it. They want you
Yeah,
to go see
they
it.
want you to see it.
Yeah.
Where should I put it in good?
Probably.
I mean, like I said, below Spider-Man 3, but above Ghost Rider.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would
I
say
would
it was
agree.
better than Ghost Rider, but I can't honestly
Yeah.
say it was.
I mean,
better
I
than
loved Ghost Rider, but like,
All right. Now we have the first Thor.
I'm gonna put that in meh.
Meh.
first Thor I thought was meh. Yeah.
It was meh. It felt like, you know what it felt like? It felt like an early 2000s, like to take X-Men, the first X-Men movie, but make it Thor. That's kind of what it felt like.
Yeah.
There was a whole lot of meandering. It didn't really do all that much stuff till the beginning and end,
Yeah,
and it just didn't have enough to carry
Also,
it.
anybody notice that we're just straight up missing Spider-Man 2 in like the first 2 X-Men movies?
No, we already did.
Oh.
We already did Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
No,
That
we
was
did
the first one we
Spider-Man
did.
1.
No, look at
But
the.
that was
look at-
Spider-Man
no,
2.
That was Spider-Man 2. That was
Is
Spider-Man
Venom
2.
counted as part of the MCU?
No.
No, these. Okay, so these aren't
Technically
just,
now,
these are just Marvel
kind of.
movies in general.
Yeah.
These are just Marvel shows and movies in general. And
Oh, no,
this isn't.
Spider-Man
It's
1
not
is
in order.
way
It's
down
not
there.
in order. There's a bunch of stuff that's like.
Okay,
They're,
yeah.
like,
I was
out of order,
I was
like
questioning, 'cause,
crazy.
Like a lot of this seemed like
All right.
really out of order. Anyway.
So
yeah.
I think the first Thor can go in meh because it's like.
Yeah.
It's not a bad movie. It's just
Had potential. It was fun, but
It's just
Yeah.
serviceable.
Okay,
It's-
that's respectable.
It's definitely the most boring of those first.
Yeah,
And I don't mean boring as in like there isn't constant action. No, it's like there's barely anything that happens for a good middle chunk of that movie.
yeah. Middle talking that
Also-
movie is just him, just kind of sitting there.
Mm.
Which, to
Yeah.
be fair, like that story is decent enough, but it's like
it's a good
It's
story.
not-
It's just not told in a
it's
way
like yeah,
that
it's not
really
even all that
grabs you.
interesting. And I don't mean like oh he had to be fighting someone every second, but it's like that middle story is good, but it's not told in the most exciting way.
Yeah, I just
do like
kind
the
of. I just wish
I do
it
like
was
the
just
scene
him.
where he
and-
like I like the scene when he tries to lift the hammer.
And just
And,
starts, like breaking down.
Yeah, when he that's a good scene, but it's like
Yeah.
there was
Actually-
too much boring in between that.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Though I
one
will
part
say
of the-
Hawkeye in that movie was funny though. He's just watching watching Thor beat the shit out of everything. Like, I'm gonna start rooting for this guy in a minute. Coulson. He's just, I'm gonna start rooting for this dude in a sec.
Like, to me, that was the better introduction of like the Shield agent of like, because he's not really a character. He's more like you see
I
him there. and you're like,
legitimately
who's that guy?
forgot he was in there until like years after I saw the first of it. I think it was like 2015 that I remembered he was actually in there.
Yeah.
Well, there was
Alright,
one part that I thought that was pretty good in there, but I can go with the myth. But the part that I thought was pretty cool was the part with Odin and Thor at the very beginning where he strips him of his power.
Yeah, that was
Apparently, it
good.
was so convincing. The part where Loki kind of goes back, that wasn't acting. He was genuinely scared of
When
Odin.
Anthony Hopkins snapped.
Oh
Yeah.
no, he's gonna eat my liver.
I'm gonna say, yeah, it's Anthony Hopkins.
It's Anthony Hopkins. Like when that dude goes ape shit, like
Hannibal
just-
Lecter is gonna eat.
he's gonna go Hannibal
Liver.
Lecter on my ass.
He's gonna eat my liver with some fava beans.
Yep.
A
I'm
nice
going to
Chianti.
eat your liver.
Hello, Clarice.
Hello. I want to eat your liver.
I'm sorry,
sorry,
Emily.
don't-
Your voice is way too high pitched to be anything but adorable. Like,
I mean, it's almost annoying.
Oh, you think my voice is annoying? You think my voice
Dude.
is annoying?
Okay, that is annoying, Em.
I've
That
heard worse.
deliberately high pitch is annoying.
All right,
like, the
next
only way
we
that can
have
get worse is if you went Valley Girl with
X-Men
it.
First Class.
I legitimately think X-Men First Class was great.
I liked
I
it.
think it's
I actually would put
Was
it
it
in
the one
great.
with that one fairy chick that had like
Yeah.
that one
Yeah.
guy?
Angel. Zoe Kravitz, Angel.
Well,
I
she
love
was,
it.
what
That
she
makes
called
me laugh
Pixie.
about
She
this
was called
movie is,
Pixie, I
like,
think.
The minute that makes me laugh about this movie is
Alright,
that like
good night.
it's sort of a reboot of the X-Men movies. Like it's
Yeah.
not really one, but it's like you can kind
It's
of
like a
tell.
it's like
It's
a
a-
soft reboot.
Yeah, it's a soft reboot that tells itself it's a prequel, but it's not.
But it contradicted the other movies so fucking hard
Yeah.
that they had
I
to
don't-
make Days of Future Past to try and make that make sense.
Like I don't like how they just killed Darwin in like
that was
he's
yeah.
like he's
That was
basically an
stupid.
immortal mutant
That-
and it's like
Yeah.
dies. Like,
Yeah,
the
that
first
was
one.
dumb.
That was a
Um,
very boring scene.
Like at least give him a
Which-
fight scene first.
Yeah,
like, at least
but
have him
Shaw-
do some-
That was lame.
Shaw
I'm-
was like a great villain.
Oh yeah.
I really thought he was a great villain for that.
And you know, I'm sure this is something y'all know about Darwin already, but I just do want to share this for the stream. Is one of my favorite fun fact about Darwin is the fact
Yummy.
that
Or whoever.
what?
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 Huh?
Okay,
Oh.
never mind.
One of
I'm-
y'all
Sometimes
said.
why?
One of y'all said the one thing I thought about was blah blah blah, but then you cut was this, and then you cut off. So then I was like, what? What were you gonna say?
Did my voice get cut off?
I think
No.
you did.
Okay.
No, I don't think your voice got cut off. I think maybe M got cut off.
Maybe.
Like a connection,
Um,
maybe.
But anyway, yeah, my little bit of little fun fact about Darwin is so y'all know his superpower is to basically survive anything.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And at one point he was in a position where he was having to fight the Hulk, and his superpower just like teleported him to another country because that was the only way he was going to survive.
That's hilarious.
I know there's a part where like Hela tries to kill him and he just like, no, I won't die.
Oh,
Like Hela touches him to kill because if she touches you, you die. And Darwin's like, how about no? Darwin basically
where should
went,
I
how
put
about
it in
no?
great?
Um,
There's personal bias. I don't like it more than Blade 2, but that's just me.
yeah, like I think that's a good.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
this is
boy.
just personal bias. I'm not even gonna talk out of like it's better. It's not as good as Blade 2. It's just personal bias. I prefer.
Well,
Blade.
I don't think any of us are really being entirely objective in this.
No, this is completely objective. This is
Yeah,
the
we're
final
yeah, Mauler, if you're watching this,
other-
this is not objective, okay?
No
we're just a bunch
other,
of weirdos who
no
decide to
other
give our
Marvel
opinions
listing
on crap.
matters after this one. Once we're done with this,
Well, I'll agree there. And that's just because our opinions are better than everybody else's. Hi, Mom.
well, actually, my opinion is better than everyone
She
else's.
came
Y'all
in,
just
guys.
like
I knew
watching.
you would.
I got these, mom.
Emily says hi again. All right,
Hello.
good night.
Hello.
She said hi to all you guys. My mom is great and better than all of yours, everybody who's watching and everybody who's participating.
I will have my mom
Hey,
come
you see that?
over.
You see this
Fight
tier
your
right
mom.
here? You see that tier right here, Gumby?
I'm kidding.
Don't you
See that?
fucking dare.
Yeah, that's no. All right. Now we
I'm gonna
have
drop
this
this
one's kinda
ring I found
interesting.
in the volcano. What about that?
Do it. I got more.
About to say the fabricators of my ship. I can 3D print him more rings. He's good.
That's like
3D
the one.
printers-
That's the one
3D
problem
printers
Sauron
have been
has
a
with like the
lifesaver
Lord of the
for
Rings
me.
movies is they got that wrong. It's not one ring to rule them all. He printed like 3 dozen of those bitches.
All right. Next we have Captain America: The First Avenger.
I'm gonna put that in good.
I'm gonna put that in
I
meh,
good.
'cause I don't even remember this movie. I saw it once. And
I mean,
just,
it's fine, but
I
it
did
was
like
great.
Hugo Weaving as Red Skull, but I just don't remember this movie.
It was a
Just felt
good
like
introduction
filler.
to the character
It
for
was-
somebody
yeah.
who knew very little about the character. It was a really good introduction to him.
Mhm.
yeah, see, that's why it's
So,
pretty
I'm
much of
gonna
a
say
meh
good.
kind of a film.
I don't know. I think
I
it's high good,
I-
low great.
Yeah, but I think it's good, but
It's better than watching the first Thor film. I'll give it that.
I kind of
Oh,
actually
is
put
it?
them on the same level.
Really?
I don't know.
I'd say,
feel
yeah. I
like-
mean,
I would say Captain America is slightly better than Thor, but they both just kind of bored me.
I'd say
Here's
it's
the
better
thing
than
about
Rise
Captain
of the
America
Silver
is like
Surfer.
I'm a sucker for the purely good hero, and so I think that probably has to do with my judgment of it being really enjoyable because I just like
No,
characters
I
like that.
100% agree with you there.
We
Yeah.
need more
Like-
just like heroes that are just good.
Like,
They're not.
I love the purely good heroes and I love the purely evil villains. Like I love that shit. I eat that
Yeah.
shit up.
And you
Like,
really
I'm gonna go on record
you
saying Captain
really-
America is like one of my least favorite superheroes. Honestly,
Really?
Wait. Are you serious? Or are you joking?
I'm serious.
J or S.
Okay. There we go. I'm content with putting it under meh. I'm content with that.
All
Just for
right,
the sake
all right.
of,
You know what?
because
Yeah.
again, I'm speaking from my own personal bias in terms of like I like it.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
I like it
You
too.
muted me because I spoke the truth.
Okay, I know how we can solve this. We meet at Macy's later.
Uh-oh.
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 All right. So,
I don't like where this is going.
I mean,
I have
it's
too much power.
Sauron. Like, are you expecting
I have too
him
much
to
power.
be like?
I have too much
democratic?
power. What's his name from The Walking Dead? Rick. This isn't a democracy anymore.
It's
You
a
can't
dictatorship.
silence me.
Yep, it's a dictatorship.
It's a dictatorship.
I will not be silenced.
Here's the thing.
Apparently, just
Like-
barely.
I do want to get this across. I actually 100% agree with Sauron. Captain America: The First Avenger. If you look at it from the perspective of this is just a pure good hero, like that is what the movie is chock full of. I mean,
It is. I'll
the
give it credit.
scene at
I mean,
in the beginning where he jumps on the fake grenade,
Yeah.
that puts that movie into like at the very least good category for
I'm
me.
thinking the scene was, you know, what I'm thinking of. There's one scene where he's like performing for soldiers, and it's kind of like my dad said something about, you know, they're kind of because like never mind. I know a scene from it, but I can't. It was forever ago, and I can't remember.
They're kind of referencing like the stuff, you know, with him punching Hitler and stuff. They're kind
Yeah,
of
and
referencing that.
the soldiers were like, "Really, dude?"
Oh yeah, because they were actually on the front lines.
Oh, and
Yeah,
was
and he
supposed to be
wasn't.
like the
They're like a
publicity
few-
sort of guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like
the
it
morale
where
dude.
he's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna go save those prisoners. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck it.
I'm
I
literally
got
a one-man
superpowers and
army.
you
Let me
don't.
do it.
What are you guys gonna do about it?
One thing I wish they could have done is that like, and I get why the movie doesn't do it, but it's like, because technically he had a whole squad of people that like fought with him throughout like World War II. Like I would
It
have
is.
loved it.
The
if-
Howling
I
Commandos.
know
The movie had
Yeah,
that.
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like I wish it had more of that instead of just the montage.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's-
yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That would
Because to me that was like the coolest thing where it's just like I get it's like in a retrospect kind of way it's like the super diverse team that we really think about it, there's no fucking way these guys would actually be fighting during World War II. But
Yeah.
again, this isn't actually World War II.
Yeah.
Because he had a black guy who was French. He had like what was it? I think there was an
An Asian
guy on
dude.
the team too.
Yeah,
It's
there
like,
was.
Yeah, you know there wasn't
You
gonna be no
doing-
Asian dude on the team back then.
especially on the German
Considering
front.
if
like
they're Japanese, you know.
because I'm pretty sure they were like on the German front, right? Like they were.
Yeah, they
fighting
were.
the Germans.
Well,
Yeah.
that was an interesting thing about the comic because it was actually pretty close to what you were seeing there. And also, one of the things that was kind of interesting was they actually put a German dude in the squad as well. And one of the things that he kind of had to do was basically kind of feel that he felt he had to prove himself because he was the German.
Yeah,
Made everything. And that would have been cool to see. But anyway.
One thing I will say about early MCU, and this so we move on though, but it's like
I did like they actually let Captain America use guns though in that movie.
Yeah, but it's like one thing I like is that like those early MCU movies, for all their faults, they do a decent job of establishing the characters, like it straight up like as from the comics too. Like
Maybe
that was probably
sorry.
That was probably like it wasn't like obviously it wasn't like 100% comic accurate, but I feel like that was like kind of the best we got, especially going forward, where they kind of like slowly abandoned that kind of mantra.
Yeah, the movies became less comic accurate, and the comics became more movie accurate.
Oh yeah. All right.
Which
next is
it's an atrocity, is what
that's
it is.
a debate. That's a topic for another time.
Yeah, that's
that
a whole
goes
other
down.
can of
Manga
worms.
and anime are becoming more popular.
So should they be?
Yeah,
Despite
they
Ghost
actually
Rider 2
made
goes
good
down
shit.
in the know. Ghost Rider 2
Like
goes
the
down in the
fact
know.
that
Ghost Rider 2 is, I still say it's good, objectively.
I would put it in bad.
It's
Let me put
bad.
it this
Go
way.
bad,
Let me
too.
put it this way. It's a bad movie, but I like it.
It's so much fun.
Valid.
Like
You know, we
I
should have put
love
a
the
category
scene where he's
so
in like
bad
the
it's funny.
mining area fighting those like mercenaries.
And he like
And he's
takes
just
over
kinda,
the,
like,
the
going
mining
crazy.
machine as his ride.
Drill, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Plus,
I'll put it in bad.
yeah, it's bad, but there are moments that are at least entertaining.
I would put it in meh personally, because Sierra and Hines.
Oh no, it's not meh. It's not meh.
Nah.
It's like one of those where it's like, because to me, meh is like I'm not really enjoying myself that much, but bad I can still kind of enjoy some stuff, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, no,
Like,
I
the
can
bad can still be
I can
entertaining.
understand that. That's valid. Yeah, bad.
All right,
you
now-
can love something that's bad.
All right, so
Like-
now we have the first Avengers.
I still think that that's a good movie because
My
I
opinion has soured over this movie over time.
well,
Mhm.
here's the thing: is that because of the movie itself, or is that because of
The movie
every
itself.
other
No, the
MCU
movie itself.
movie following that formula?
No. The movie itself, because it's
Okay.
like I think the other MC movies actually, the other Avenger movies actually kind of abandon some of this, where it's like a lot of them aren't really characters; they're more like I don't know what I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it, but it's like
they're just
I don't
kind
know.
of there. Is that what you're trying to
They're
say?
kind of just there. It's like they don't really feel like the same characters they were in their previous movies. Especially considering how unwilling they are to like even attempt to work with each other at first. Like
It kind of, you know what it feels like,
what?
and this is kind of both a good thing and a bad thing. It feels like a crossover episode where the characters don't really act in character, but like what carries it is like, oh, we're seeing these two characters cross over thing. And it's like, yeah, they're fighting, even though it probably
Actually,
doesn't make
yeah.
any sense for them to do so.
I can
Actually,
understand that. Yeah, like a lot of the reason why I love this movie and think it's legitimately great is because this is the first time something of this scale had actually been done.
Bullshit.
That's
Bullshit.
Not-
Godzilla did this way before.
Okay.
yeah, I'm about to say Godzilla's done it before.
Not sleeping
that's
on my
true.
boy. Put some respect on my boy's name.
Godzilla
Let's be
did
honest,
this shit
like,
before.
hey, guys, come
Hell,
on,
you can even go further back with the
Godzilla
the old
though is
Universal
on
monsters.
its own whole level of good that any superhero movie can never hope to match.
Exactly, which means Avengers ain't shit. I'm kidding. No, but
That's,
I mean,
that's a
can you
valid.
really compare?
I will give you that credit because it is like one of the first. It's definitely like the first superhero movie that did that, but
Mhm.
I think
I
it's
still
a
think it could've been
spectacle
better.
movie. I think that's the best way to describe it. Is
it's a summer blockbuster.
It's
Can
a summer
we-
blockbuster, and it's a spectacle because no one thought they could pull this shit off.
Can we at the
Mhm.
very least put it in like the bottom of the good tier?
I could put I will say this: the best. I liked the part with the. My biggest problem. This is gonna sound weird. Is Loki as the villain to me? I did not. Loki to me just didn't seem like a villain. It's like, yeah, all these characters team up to fight him.
Especially since Thor had already beaten him.
Yeah, because Thor. I mean, even when they fight at the end,
You
Thor
gotta
was just
make
laying
the-
him out. And the only reason Loki got a hit in is because Thor tried to reason with them, and then Loki stabs him, and Thor is just like, "All right, then punch him through a wall." And then Hulk just turns him into a joke. And I think
Yeah.
it kind of started the trend of the annoying Marvel humor because Joss Whedon's humor.
No, that's
Everybody's
more
gotta
towards
quit.
to Guardians of the Galaxy for stopping them.
No, I think it started with
It was
Avengers
absolutely
first.
Joss
Well,
Whedon. Guardians
get
of the
to Guardians,
Galaxy. That's
When we
its
get
own
to
thing.
Guardians, we'll talk about it. But it's like, because I had this talk with somebody last night where, when it comes to like Guardians and like Avengers, where you have Joss Whedon and you have James Gunn. Now, I'm not saying these two guys are exactly the same because I know they have different styles when it comes to different stuff, yada yada yada. But I feel like when it comes to like humor, James Gunn knows when to put the humor and when to let the humor settle and let the emotions run.
Yeah, he
I
actually
feel
will
like-
pull back a little bit. He knows when to pull
'Cause-
back.
Like, in fact, you know what?
Whedon undercuts.
I'm just gonna do this real quick since I'm already talking about it. So Avengers, I'll put it below good.
Okay.
Now
I can
Guardians,
agree with
I'm jumping right to Guardians because since I'm already talking about it, it's like, yeah, it did kind of like set the Marvel formula going forward, but
I liked it.
but I
I
was
will
gonna
say
like,
I did
So
like
there's a-
Guardians.
Sauron makes
there's
a
a
really good
reason.
point in that James
There's
Gunn.
a reason for it because it's actually a good movie.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
James Gunn knows how to, and that's something that I noticed. Like, with the MCU, a lot of people think of it as the quippy characters are the MCU formula, and that's why it's bad. No, that's not why it's bad. The quippy characters can work. We've seen that it can work. The problem is they're not utilized in a good way, and we're not allowed to actually feel anything throughout these movies.
The
other
other problem is
Haha,
everybody's the quippy character.
You know
That
what's
too.
what's a good comparison?
What's that?
Guardians of the Galaxy 1 versus Thor Ragnarok.
Yes.
where-
Oh God!
I had a
Thor
conversation
Ragnarok.
with somebody the
I-
other day where
I
I said
love
that
Thor
Taika
Ragnarok.
Waititi is not a good director. He is everything that, like, he tries to be James Gunn, but fails in every way.
Like, think of the scene when when they in Guardians where they go to like nowhere and like
Yeah.
Drax is left for dead. All the shit happens. They basically have their first real loss. Like, they actually have the moment to kind of sit there and like.
Yeah, they
dwell on
don't undercut it with a joke.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but then when you cut to like Ragnarok, where his entire planet just blew up, and they're like lamenting over that, and the fucking rock dude's like,
Making a joke.
no. At
You can
first it's
still
like,
rebuild.
no.
You can still
At
rebuild.
first,
Oh, no,
yeah,
that's gone.
and at first it kind of sounds like he's gonna say something kind of poignant, right? Like, you can still rebuild. You're more than just a place, and then it blows up more, and he's like, oh, never mind. I was like, his entire world just got blown up.
There's no
Isn't
point.
that guy voiced by the director too?
He is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
I-
kind of
I-
makes that even
I like-
worse.
Fun
I like
fact, though,
Korg.
Korg's fun and all, but
He's a
Korg
funny
was actually
character,
he
but-
was only supposed to be in like one scene, and Taika Waititi, like, he was talking to like the writers, and he's like, "Oh yeah, there's this rock guy. He seems kind of cool." And they're like, "Yeah, we haven't actually cast him yet." He's like, "Oh, I can do that," and then he put him in like every other scene.
Oh Lord.
That would explain everything now.
Yeah, that
I will
explains a
put-
lot.
All right, so now this is gonna it might seem kind of like controversial, but I think Guardians should go under Masterpiece.
I will
I
100% agree
don't-
with that.
What?
I don't think it goes.
I
I
put
don't
it
think
as
it goes
great.
that high.
But again, I'm saying, like, this is me speaking.
I
But
will
I'm
agree
willing
with
to-
Sauron.
I'm willing.
I
to
I put it
settle
at
for
great in front of
maybe.
the Hulk film.
I would put it in great. I cannot honestly say that it's a masterpiece.
I will say it's a
Maybe.
masterpiece.
I would agree.
Alright.
Masterpiece.
I'll put great because, like,
No. Okay, we have 3 people saying it's a masterpiece. I think
I'm
if we're gonna
admitting
put
that
it-
it's my bias. I'm admitting.
Well, yeah, I know,
bias.
but then you have me and Jay who's agreeing with you, like, and it's not even a bias thing. Like, this is just me trying to be
All right,
objective here.
let's put
I
it.
think
Let's
if we're
put it
gonna
into
put
a
it,
vote.
if we're gonna put it great, I'm okay
Okay.
with putting it great, but put it at the top of great.
I don't know if I put it. That's weird. Okay.
How about this? We put it in the
Yeah,
middle of great.
I just realized how dumb this sounds, but I was like, I don't know if I want to put it over Blade 2, but I just realized if I put it under Masterpiece, that's putting it over Blade 2.
Yeah, I was about to say, dude, if you put it
Dude.
under masterpiece, it's gonna be over great. Blade 2.
I just thought about that.
All right, behind Blade 2. I think that's
Behind
a
Blade
good
2, fine.
compromise.
Is that good
Alright.
for everybody?
I can get
Yeah.
behind.
Fine. I can live with
Behind
that.
Blade 2.
Oh, Amazing Spider-Man 2 is next. Oh, is this the
Or
first one?
Amazing
Oh, it's the
Spider-Man
first
1.
one.
first
This is
one.
Amazing
Oh, it's the first
Spider-Man
one,
1.
Was
This is
this
a good
This
one.
this one, I like it.
It has a lot of problems.
It does.
yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't
And
like
I-
it anymore.
I rewatched it
I
earlier
like
this
it less
year.
than Spider-Man 3. but I don't
Yeah.
necessarily think it's.
Yeah, no, it's
Spider-Man.
it's
That
There's
makes
slightly-
something funny I noticed in this movie. So you know the part where he fights the people in the subway train? The guy
Yeah.
he's fighting changes ethnicities mid-cut.
Does he?
Like, in
actually?
between shots. Like he goes from a
what?
white dude to a black
That's
dude.
amazing. I had no idea they put Chameleon in the movie.
Yeah, apparently
No.
they did.
Maybe. Sorry.
Which is funny because Chameleon is Spider-Man's first villain.
That is true.
I thought
Yeah.
his first villain was the guy who was gonna wrestle.
Bonesaw.
Well, he's not technically a villain.
Yeah. Bonesaw.
Fucking
Macho Man Randy Savage.
The ultimate Spider-Man villain.
Randy Savage.
I
So-
got you for 3 minutes.
3 minutes of playtime.
Playtime.
Boom.
You're going
Oh my
nowhere.
gosh, I just thought of this. They should have had Arnold Schwarzenegger play Spider-Man villain. That would have been hilarious.
Who do you
Arnold
play
Schwarz-
though?
Oh, make up a new villain for him.
No. If Arnold Schwarzenegger was like, if we got like classic young Arnold Schwarzenegger, just paint him white and have him be Tombstone.
What did you just say?
Paint him white and have him be Tombstone.
Or just have him like just be Arnold Schwarzenegger. New Spider-Man villain.
Yeah,
Arnold
Spider-
Schwarzenegger.
Literally
I
just
will
Arnold
crush you.
Schwarzenegger.
I mean, like they used. I know they've done that for some superhero movies where it's like the villain is just original to the film. I think Blade
Batman
2,
Returns.
like Jarrett Nomak is original movie villain. I don't think he exists in the comics.
Batman Returns did it, didn't they? With
Did
they?
Christopher Walken.
Hey, man.
I
Wait a
don't remember
minute.
Batman Returns.
With Danny
Which one
DeVito
was
as
Batman
Penguin.
Returns?
Danny DeVito, Michelle Pfeiffer.
Oh,
I forgot Christopher Walken was in that one. Shit.
Christopher Walken. Yeah,
But
he
I
was,
think-
he was technically like the main villain.
I forgot he was
Oh
in that
yeah, he's
movie.
like. I had to look it up, but he might be. Well, because I know there's technically Batman villains who are like, they're just rich assholes, and they kind of
Yeah.
like Falcone, for example, where like he's technically
Yeah,
a Batman
Falcone
villain, but
or-
Falcone.
Is it
Anyway, yeah,
Falcone
no.
or Falcone? Because that
Falcone.
Falcone.
It's more traditionally Falcone. The Batman Begins movie said it was Falcone, which was really weird, but
Yeah, because it's like technically those are Batman villains as well, but it's like no one ever really cares.
no one
'cause they're
really
just
considers them that.
monsters.
I consider him that.
Um,
But anyway, yeah, the Amazing
They're like
Spider-Man.
stepping stones.
The Amazing
for
Spider-Man.
this one, I'll put it in good,
Yeah,
Yeah.
like a low good.
but I'll put it.
Mid good.
I think mid good is fine. I think mid good
Yeah.
is fair.
And what's funny about this movie is that like, this was also like, I know this is where Sony was really trying to like, they saw the success of
The
the
MCU.
Avengers and stuff, and was like, we gotta do
Well, actually,
that.
no.
And, like,
This came out before Avengers. This came out in 2011.
well, the MCU in general. I mean,
Yeah,
The
they
MCU
were
was
they were
already-
seeing what they were trying to do.
Yeah.
yeah.
So
And
I
it's
will
like-
say though,
this
this movie has my favorite. It's probably like my favorite like live action Spider-Man suit up next to
Yes.
besides the Sam Raimi one.
Oh, I hate
Yeah,
this
no,
one, but I don't
really?
hate it, but I don't hate it, but it is not my favorite at all.
I think the Sam
Like,
Raimi
there are
one is
worse
better,
Spider-Man
but I
suits.
do like. I like it better than the one they went with in the sequel.
I like.
I'll agree
with
you there.
I appreciate it being an original suit in the sense of like, hey, you know, this is our movie. We're gonna give him his own unique suit instead of just copying the Raimi suit, because you know that was already the well-established suit.
yeah.
But that doesn't mean I love it.
I
I
do
like
like
it.
the thing that I like about it is the fact they used like sunglass shades for the eyes
Oh yeah, I like how he
because it
actually
was
made
different and it made him. I don't know if it was intention to make him a little bit creepy, but it kind of did a little bit in certain shots. Which I mean, he's Spider-Man. Like spiders are creepy. I'm sorry.
Alright, so I think mid good is fair, right?
Yeah, that's probably fair.
All right. Now we have Iron Man 3, which I'm just gonna do this.
No,
Nope.
put it in the nope.
No tier.
Yeah.
No tier.
Iron Man 3.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, no.
You know
Yes.
It'd be kind of.
I would
feel
say it
like
would
it's
be-
kinda the perfect
It would
middle. I
almost
agree
be
that with your
great if
but-
the Trevor twist hadn't happened.
That's what torpedoes the entire
See,
movie.
that's the thing. To me, the Trevor twist is so bad it ruins the entire movie.
Also, the fact that War Machine does jack shit the entire movie.
Like Iron Patriot, you mean?
Iron Patriot. I'm sorry, Iron
Oh.
Patriot does jack shit the entire
No,
movie.
that annoys me that they call him Iron Patriot for no reason.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it
that
goes
was
right back
dumb.
to being War Machine afterwards.
Not to mention the
Like he
villain
wasn't
was
even really
so
an
lame.
Iron Patriot for a movie.
Yeah.
So see,
And the
here's
fact
something about
that
Iron Man 3.
you couldn't close the Iron Man trilogy with him actually fighting the Mandarin, who was like his villain.
Yeah, that's like one of his main villains.
Yeah, you
But here's
couldn't
the thing-
close
here's
the
the thing about
trilogy
Iron
out
Man.
with that.
Here's the thing about Iron Man 3 for me is that like I like the story. I like how it. Well, sort of. I kind of like the PTSD angle for
Yeah, that's
Tony Stark.
I do
They kinda-
like that, even though it's never
drop it.
brought up again.
Yeah, they kind of just drop it in the movie, and like I know someone I talked to, they were like, well, I think they were trying to set it up for like Age of Ultron, which is like that's fine, but you know that doesn't help this current movie.
Yeah,
And I like the story it tells up until Trevor.
yeah,
Like the thing with like Killian or whatever his name is with AIM, and like he basically like made himself into like some kind of super soldier thing.
yeah. With
himself.
the extremist thing.
Yeah, I like that story up until the Trevor twist. Like I would have liked it if it was like if it turns out the Mandarin was actually like the big bad behind everything, and he was just working with AIM as like as a middleman, I guess you could say. Or AIM was his middleman to Iron Man, and then at the end you get to like, if any, I wouldn't even mind if the Mandarin was just set up to the next story. But I mean more in the sense of like better than what we got with Trevor. Like, not only is even without the context of what the Mandarin is supposed to be, I still think that Trevor twist is just dumb.
Yeah, it's stupid. And it's a waste of Ben Kingsley too, because it's like Ben Kingsley would have been fantastic if he was actually the fucking Mandarin.
Yeah.
He even
Like
had
Ben
the
Kingsley
better-
as a
he could have
villain,
been,
that
like-
would have gotten me in
His entire attitude throughout the entire movie was perfect, and until the Trevor thing. Like again, I legitimately believe that Iron Man 3 is not only like great, but it is one of the best MCU movies. If the Trevor thing hadn't happened,
I don't even
yeah,
think it
that
would be
ruins the
that.
entire
I don't know if I
movie.
would call it
Took
one of the
Trevor
best,
thing
but
out.
like that Trevor,
Well-
like I said, that Trevor twist just ruins everything.
it ruins the entire
Yeah.
movie. Like that's what makes me so angry about it, is because like underneath that, it's a legitimately good movie.
Honestly,
At the
in
very-
retrospect, now this is just me getting my Predator quota in. Is that like I should have seen the Predator 2018 coming. Now that I think about it,
Yeah, that's right, because it was the same dude.
yeah, because
Yeah.
Shane Black also. Oh
Shane
God,
Black,
I should've
yeah,
seen-
it's the same.
Oh,
The minute I
wow.
heard Shane Black was on that movie, I should have been like, oh, he's gonna.
Yeah, we should have known it was gonna be
Trevor
bad.
shit. Oh God. First, turns out the Mandarin is actually like a drunk, always high British actor to weaponize autism. I should have seen it coming. The signs were there.
Yeah, the signs were there.
Oh God. All right. All right. We'll move on. Next is the Wolverine,
Meh.
which
That's
I
a
think
meh.
this movie is actually underrated.
I actually think that was pretty great.
I would say, okay,
Like it has its problems, but I think overall it's like a really solid solo Wolverine movie that doesn't try to. It doesn't suck. Yeah, no, it doesn't try to
I haven't,
like
but I like
connect it to
Wolverine.
the X-Men too much, and that's one thing that a lot of X-Men characters suffer from, is that they really can't carry their own stories, and even Wolverine struggles with that a lot of times because they always have to tie it back to the X-Men somehow, and this one has almost nothing to do with the X-Men.
Except towards to the end with that end credits with Magneto
I'm
and
not
Doll.
I'm not counting the end credits, because like end credits, that I don't even count that as
Yeah,
part of it.
yeah,
That
no,
is a
like-
teaser.
Okay, is it just
I would say at the very least it's
or-
good.
I'm sorry.
No, what are you saying?
I would at least say
Emily?
it's good.
No, I'm
As-
saying
as-
Emily.
I was
Oh,
gonna say,
sorry.
does anyone else feel like half the time Marvel movies are like carried by the end credit scenes? Like,
That's what it is
Yeah,
now.
That's
like
the thing
all
that
it
gets me
is.
with a lot of these movies. Is like a lot of
Nobody
them are
goes
like.
and sees these movies for the characters that are in the movies. They're like, "Ooh, what cameos and what references are going to be in the movie, and what
Yeah,
teases
basically,
towards the
what
next
does this-
movie
what
that
does
we're
this
not going to
lead
care
to?
just
about."
look it
It's
up on
not
YouTube,
good.
people. Why pay to go see a movie just for one scene when you can just look it up on YouTube and watch it for free?
Oh yeah, I'm always an advocate for piracy.
Ooh.
I like
And
My,
that's why
um,
you're never going to get monetized.
Here's
Yep.
my thing with the Wolverine. I like
Two
the
crimes,
stuff going
guys.
on with Wolverine's character, like the whole him
The
still not
evil
over
Wolverine.
Jean thing, kind of wanting to die, but then later on realizing, oh no, I actually don't want this.
Like,
I gotta
it's-
move on thing. It's fine.
like-
The problem is everything else around the movie, because the movie is just really boring to me. Even with the whole he lost his healing factor, I was like, okay, that's cool, but they don't put him in that bit. Like outside the bullet train scene, they don't put him in any interesting scenario.
I don't know. I kind of liked it, and I like the sword fight he has with like.
My only problem with the sword fight was it was kind of like, yeah, Wolverine's in zero danger right now.
Yeah. I like the choreography of it, but yeah,
The
once he
choreography
gets
is
his
fantastic,
healing
but
back-
Mhm.
yeah, once he gets his healing back, okay, yeah, this fight's over. But I think it's not
One
like
thing-
Iron Man 2 levels, but I think it's pretty cool. And I also kind of like the fight with the Silver Samurai.
that was the
Yeah.
worst part of the movie.
But granted, it's like I'm not a fan that they turn him into a mechanized warrior as opposed to like,
An actual samurai.
yeah. Also, what's up, Rainy? That's a guy I know from Discord. Also, I just want to put this quota. Yeah, Rainy, you suck.
Okay then.
He knows
Ouch.
what I mean. He knows what I mean.
Snowman. I'm sorry, I didn't notice you came. I haven't been looking at the chat. Hi, Snowman.
Yeah, I can't see the entire chat. It's really weird, and it's kind
Oh,
of annoying me.
Well, it's like it like brings up a whole another screen for me, so then it covers up the stream screen. So the way I look at chat usually is just I look at my phone. I have to have YouTube pulled up on my phone.
Well, because I have like the tier list open, so I'm not even like on this screen as much as
Yeah.
I probably usually.
I'm just on StreamYard, so
All right,
I can,
so
I can see
the
everything.
Wolverine, where are we kind of putting the rank this one?
High good or low grade?
I give.
I'd put it in.
Uh,
I'd put it in like
Grade.
mid good.
Wolverine's awesome.
Okay, so I heard 1 great, mid good. How about? I say mid good is fair.
I think
Yeah,
mid
that works.
good is where.
Mid
I
good
put it
is
above the
acceptable.
Amazing Spider-Man.
Also, just know this: like a lot of this stuff in between, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Like if I put something above one, that doesn't necessarily mean it's better. I'm just kind
It's
of
not like
there.
leagues better.
Yeah, that's why we're doing a tier list instead of a numerical like
Yeah,
ranking.
Oh god, we'd be here all day for that.
we would.
We would, yes.
Oh,
Alright,
Thor:
next.
The Dark World.
Now,
Ooh.
okay, so I
So,
just want to say something right now.
here's-
Like this movie is not great, but I do think it's overhated.
Here's my thing. I like Thor: The Dark Worlds more than most MCU movies.
I like it more than the first Thor.
I will say
Yeah,
that I
no,
liked it.
It's better than both. It's the best Thor movie.
It is. It is. Here's my only problem with Thor: The Dark World. You know how like Malekith, like he storms Asgard, and it's like, oh yeah, this is cool. He's got all his dark elves. They wreak.
Wait,
havoc.
Malekith.
That's his
I-
name, Malekith, isn't it? Malekith,
I just
something like that.
I just realized who's played Elden Ring.
Well, you know, I have
No.
Malekith.
I have
Is in
not
there.
yet.
Yeah, I just realized. I was like, that name sounds so familiar, and I know I haven't played this game before. Yeah, because there's a boss named Malekith as well.
Here's the
Not
problem though with Malekith. He gets owned by Thor's mom.
Yeah, he's not
Let's
really.
be honest, though,
well,
Thor's mom
he's
is
not
a
really a
badass.
threat. Well,
He's
yeah,
not a
like,
threat. That's the problem. Even when he powers up, he's never portrayed as a threat. Like Thor is just tanking hits from this dude and is barely flinching to him.
Yeah, like
even
his
when he's got the
henchmen-
ether shit,
his henchman who gets like that weird mutation is more of a
is
threat.
more powerful than him.
Yeah. So,
Even with
That to
the,
me, when,
so,
when
hey,
that
guys.
scene,
fun fact. This has nothing to do with anything, but like, fun fact: the actor that plays Curse, the bulkhead elf, he went on to play Killer Croc in the Suicide Squad movie that nobody liked.
yeah, I'm gonna be honest, Gumby, I don't care who played him.
Unfortunately,
This is
I
a
feel
random
sorry
fun
for him.
fact that it doesn't matter to anybody, but I will interject it because that is my job.
But the problem
Who
I have
pays
is the
who
moment.
pays you for this?
I
My
get
job.
paid.
Who pays you?
I get paid in the cringes.
Ah, I see. So the
That-
gift that keeps
You
on
know,
giving. No
that
wonder
reminds me
you
of
always
what my
use
little
Twitter.
sister did
I'm
earlier.
I'm an agent
So-
of chaos.
In my backyard, there's like a mud puddle. She started walking in it in socks.
Ah!
Did she walk inside with that?
No, I don't think
Okay.
so. But
Because if
I
that
was
was my
like-
little
You
sister,
should
if that was
beat
my
her
sibling,
on principle.
I was gonna beat them because it's like I
she's
like to keep my house
11,
clean.
Gumby.
That means
You can
nothing.
still
These
beat
hands
an
are,
Old enough.
11-year-old.
That's
these
old enough to
hands-
catch hands.
Emily, these hands are rated E for everyone.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
But okay,
Yeah.
going back to my problem with Thor: Dark World is
Speaking
moment-
speaking of beating children, Thor: The Dark World.
Thor: Dark World. The
Speaking
minute
of
Malekith
children.
gets definitively beaten by Thor's mom like that is what took me out of the movie because like I can't take this villain seriously. And then when he powered up, I was like, okay, he's powered up. Okay, maybe he actually threat for Thor. Thor tanks like 3 or 4 hits from this dude. It is
Like,
not
the
even
best thing about
phased.
Thor: The Dark World is like the dynamic between Loki and
That is
Thor.
the best part of the movie.
Yeah.
I also
It's
like the
been-
way the worlds they went to. I like the way they looked.
Yep.
I really like I know like the scene where like their mom died.
And Loki,
And
Loki like
Loki
drops
like you
the
can tell actually
illusion.
loses it. Like
Yeah, he
despite-
actually snaps.
despite the fact that he's like, oh, these aren't really my family, yada yada yada. It's like, no,
cool.
damn it, that was still my
Mhm.
mom.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That was still my mother. God damn it. Or Odin,
That
damn it.
that really is what I wanted to bring that up as well, as like the moment where he dropped, like he's sitting there all composed and everything, and Thor's just like dropped the illusion, and he does, and you can just see everything's wrecked, and he just looks
Well,
like
because even
shit, like-
beforehand, when he first gets told she's dead, he has that brief moment where he kind of just he just
Y'all
sends,
ever
like, a
see
wave of energy and throws his
Blade
broom
Runner
around
2049? It's
Yep.
that. It's his scream in that.
God.
The thing that adds
Yeah.
an extra bit of just like to twist the knife a little bit is remember he told the guy where to go.
Exactly.
So in his
yeah,
mind, he's
right.
like, I might have just helped him kill my mom.
Yeah, and he didn't. Did he? He didn't even realize that she was there, did he?
Yeah, he
I don't
yeah, he
believe
told
so.
him you want to take the left stairs, which helped out get what they needed.
Well, yeah, because at first they were like releasing the prisoners, and then they realized it was like an Asgardian, and they were like, "No, we're not releasing you." And he's like, "Hey, the left stairs."
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
oh man,
He
I
didn't know
even
she would be
remember
there.
that. Like, I would still put it in meh, but I put it above Thor 1.
Agreed.
I
Mhm.
personally put it in good for my own ranking, but yeah, I can
All right, so
understand.
we
that.
know where not to put it.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
Kidding me.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Thor: The Dark World's biggest crime is that it is largely forgettable, which is amazing to me because it's filled with so much good character development for the characters, which of course gets immediately undone in the next Thor
About to
movie.
say it gets
because-
undone. This is probably why
What
I
if we
forget
made
it.
Thor
Forgettable.
goofy?
Huh?
It's like what if we made Thor goofy?
Yeah, it's like honestly. So here, the thing about Thor: The Dark World to me is that is like perfection for what Thor should be in my mind. This is like a cross between high fantasy and sci-fi. It's not super like it could be super bright and colorful, yes, but it needs to have the tone that Thor: The Dark World said. Is like these are gods. He is a god, and he is
Even then,
fighting-
he didn't really feel like that in that movie to me either.
yeah, but it still needs to have like sort of that heavy tone. Is what I'm kind of saying.
Yeah, like because I actually? You guys keep chatting. I'm gonna look up who wrote Thor: The Dark World to confirm something for me. Don't look it up.
Hold
'cause
on,
need to
I got
confirm
it.
myself. No. I need to confirm this for myself first.
Too late. I already beat you.
Don't
wasn't
say
a
it though.
comp-
Let him.
It was
let him
not a
look it up.
competition, dude.
I just gotta know. Just gotta know for myself
Okay.
if it's what I think it is. Yeah, I think this is the guy I think it is. Christopher L. Yost. God,
What
wait
did
a
he
minute.
write? Aside from Thor.
I think he wrote. Let me see.
Mandalorian.
No. Well, I'm trying to think of beforehand. Oh, never mind. Because I could have sworn someone from like Game of Thrones wrote for this.
I think they did because I think I saw something about that.
I think Game of Thrones.
No, that was
only
for
started, like
for Wolverine Origins.
They had a Game of Thrones writer for Origins.
Yeah,
hmm.
one
He
of
probably
those
went-
writers.
he probably went on to write for Game of Thrones because Game of Thrones wasn't out at that time.
Game
about
of
to
Thrones
say, yeah, Game of
started
Thrones
in
is not.
what 2011, I think.
I think.
Yeah,
so.
but I'm saying no. One of those guys was doing the Wolverine origin film beforehand.
Oh, well, I mean, it's whatever.
All right.
I
Anyway,
could have sworn it was someone more specific, but oh well. All right, so now
Agents of Shield.
I've only seen a couple episodes, but not enough to really say.
I have
I've-
seen a couple episodes.
I have
It's-
seen the first 4 seasons.
Yeah, first season was fine.
The first 4 seasons were pretty solid. Season 4 introduced Gabriel Luna as the
Ghost
Robbie
Rider,
Reyes
right?
Ghost Rider. Yeah, the Robbie Reyes version, which
Mhm.
I had never.
So the director of Thor: The Dark World did Game of Thrones.
No. The director of Thor: The Dark World was Kenneth Branagh.
I'm about to look it up again. You keep
Did he
talking. I'm
dir-
just gonna look it up.
He might have directed some episodes of.
Yeah, he
Game
might
of
have done
Thrones,
an
though.
episode.
Maybe, but yeah, no, it's Anyway, yeah. So Agents of Shield to me, it was good.
Oh
I
wait,
heard-
no,
I
it's
heard the
directed by the
last
guy who
couple.
did Dog Soldiers. Okay.
I heard the last couple episodes, or not the last couple episodes, the last couple seasons, like 5 and 6, were kind of bad. But I still need to go back and watch those because I do want to rewatch the show because I had a lot of fun with it.
He did 7 episodes of Game of Thrones, but that was like
Okay.
later. Well, that was from 2011 to 2017. So
Okay, yeah. So Agents of Shield.
I mean,
overall, I'd say it was high meh to low good.
all right,
I'll
but
The
go
who
problem
was
with
the
Agents of
though?
Shield is if you really don't like Joss Whedon style, you are gonna hate Agents of Shield. From what I remember,
Really?
Who's seen it? Who's seen it?
I've
So-
seen
Me.
parts of
I've
it,
seen
and
the
it's
first 4 seasons.
I've seen
I only
parts
saw
like
the
the
first
early
season.
seasons, and I'm not gonna say it's bad. It's just
Who cares?
yeah, exactly. I'm kind of like in the
Perfect.
Okay, so-
who cares
All right,
category.
so I'm gonna.
High
Just
meh.
Just put it at the bottom. Put it at the bottom.
Nah, I could say it's. I would say it's like meh.
I'll put bottom meh, and that's mostly because like Gumby's seen 4 seasons, everyone else only seen 1, and that barely hits like people have seen it because it's a show with a lot of. With, how many seasons are there?
6, I believe.
Yeah, that's
So
I'll
I've
just put it
seen
in
2/3 of it.
that's low. I'll put it low meh just for the sake of trying to be fair.
I will say
Alright.
they were actually planning on doing a Ghost Rider spinoff starring Gabriel Luna. It was going to be on Hulu, and it was going to be a very hard R-rated Ghost Rider spinoff, and it got canceled.
And
And
then
I will
Disney
never
bought it.
forgive anyone for that.
Oh man.
I am angry
All right,
because
now
he was
we have.
so good in the role.
All right, now we have Captain America.
Great.
So
I would
Winter
put
Soldier,
that in great.
masterpiece.
Wait,
That's a
which one?
He's a
masterpiece, in my
masterpiece of
opinion.
great.
Oh, Winter
I would
Soldier.
actually
That's
put it
definitely
masterpiece.
masterpiece.
Captain America: The Winter Soldier.
Masterpiece.
It is the least MCU movie, and I even put it like it's less of an MCU movie than, well, not quite less of an MCU movie than Iron Man 1 was, but it's like up there because it was a freaking political thriller, and like it took itself so seriously, which was amazing.
You know what? You know what I like most about this one?
What's that?
Because a lot of those movies in that time, like, felt like setup. This was the only one that didn't feel like setup. It was
Yeah, it
telling
didn't. Yeah,
itself
it wasn't
story.
setting up anything.
There was a little bit of
Blatantly.
setup, like at the end, where you were thinking, like, "Oh, Bucky kind of remembers," but honestly, that was more of just like a subtext thing. Like everything that they started in that movie generally got resolved, except for like the Bucky thing.
Hell, I'm surprised that they even brought back Hydra. I was not expecting that.
I mean, was that around Secret Empire time?
I don't know.
No, Secret Empire didn't start until like 2018. I want to say.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sweet. Okay, so
So
never
this
mind. I
is
was about
like
to say
4 years ahead.
Okay, so yeah, I was about to say because
They didn't do Nazi Cap yet.
yeah, because I don't think
I
Hydra
did not
returned
see
in the
that's
comics
coming.
until then. I don't think Hydra ever really returned in the comics until then. But I
Well, no,
don't
they
know.
were in Civil War.
Hydra was
Yeah, they sure-
huge in the comics.
Hydra was
I
in
thought.
Civil War
I don't know if they were like that. Oh, actually, no. Let me rephrase that.
because
They
Red
weren't, like-
Skull was definitely in Civil War.
but they weren't like infected into Shield. That's what I'm.
I don't think that. No, that wasn't.
Yeah, I
there
think
in
that's
Civil
original
War.
to that movie.
I don't. I think it is, or at least
As
if
far
it-
as I know, there's probably some other obscure story where it's
Yeah.
like, oh, there's a few Hydra agents infiltrated blank.
Plus,
Um,
it has my favorite line in the film. Anything that's working, air conditioning. But when Nick Fury's running away from the undercover
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
agents, and he's asking his car, is there anything that works in this damn thing? Yeah,
Honestly,
the AC
like,
works.
that scene of him versus like the Hydra agents in the car is actually pretty fucking solid.
Yeah, that
That
was.
awesome.
Yeah. It even had like the rawest Nick Fury line in the entire MCU that they ruined in Captain Marvel, which was last time I trusted someone, I lost an eye.
I know that was
Yeah,
awesome.
they did. Fuck
Was
that
it
up.
because he lost his eye to the
Yeah, the
cat?
fucking
Yeah,
Yeah,
cat
later
monster,
they showed that he lost it to the damn cat.
Yeah,
which
Cat's
just
like-
made that line so.
And I know people are like, some people say like, well, Nick Fury is like this super spy master. Like
he wouldn't want
why-
anybody like learning that. Yeah, no.
Yeah, but it's like,
That's-
why would
No,
you-
but it's like you took a badass line and made it stupid.
Yeah, but I said
that
like
doesn't make it
that's,
any less stupid. Yeah.
that's just bad storytelling where you have to set up for this really cool story of how he lost his eye, and then you just drop it with, oh, it's just a cat.
An alien cat butt.
And then not even an alien. It'd be cool if it was like transformed into an alien and cut him. That'd be kind of
Yeah, didn't it just
No.
claw him
Yeah.
normally?
Yeah, just
Yep.
clawed him in the eye.
That's so stupid.
And he's blind in that eye, and he just casually is like, "It's fine." Like in the movie Captain Marvel, when he gets cut in the eye, like you see his eye later. It's like he can't see out of that eye, but he's just like, oh, it's just a scratch. Like, oh, come on.
Come the fuck on.
That was horse crap.
We'll
Yeah,
get
that
to
was
that.
bullshit.
We'll get to that when the time comes. But now we have Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Oh boy,
That's a
that is
I'll put-
mad.
I'm gonna put it in bad because
That's
it's like
bad. Yeah, like
Well,
It's
not a
either
no.
bad or bad.
because here's
not
something about
quite a
this one.
no, but
It's
it's
too
a
much
bad.
setup for me.
It is. It is.
They tried to set up an entire MCU in a single movie.
They were gonna do like a Sinister Six thing, which I'm not gonna lie, that actually sounds kind of interesting.
Dude,
Like,
imagine
they literally
a
Like
had,
a like an
entire-
anti-Avengers thing,
Yeah,
where it's like
like,
the
that would've
villains
been
teaming
amazing.
up.
He had like Vulture's wings.
Doc
You had
Ock
Doc
tentacles,
Ock tentacles.
Teeth at the end of the movie.
Rhino as freaking.
Well, Rhino
Paul-
shows up at the end
Paul
as like
Giamatti.
they're about to
Finish
fight.
the fight.
Paul
about to fight.
Giamatti as Rhino was freaking inspired.
And he's a giant
I-
mech. It's a giant mech suit too. It's not even like unique. It's just
Dude, I don't even care. Like
The
a
thing
lot
that
of people
pissed me
hate that,
off with
but
that,
I hate it because it's not interesting. It's just robot.
the thing
suit.
that pissed me off with that was in the trailers they show the mech suits so much that you're thinking, oh, this is gonna be like
Rhino's
a
gonna
big
be a
ass
main
fight with
character.
them.
No.
And then it's like, no, it cuts right when that fight's about to start.
Here's another thing that really annoys me. This movie is so hell bent on setup. They introduce a character who's like, he's sort of a villain. He's one of a.
You
he's
talking about
like
the guy in the shadows that doesn't have a name? I don't think.
No. So
No, you're
there's
talking
this-
about Alistair Smythe.
Yes, Alistair Smythe. Because I didn't
Oh
want to
yeah,
say
Smythe.
it.
Yes, I forgot they introduced Smythe in that
They
movie.
introduced him, and I was like, wait a minute. Is that?
That is Alistair Smythe,
I was like, who is
the
that? And
son
like,
of Spencer Smythe, and he is the one who runs the Spider Slayers.
yeah, and I was like, wait a minute. Why is he here? What is the point of him? And it's like, oh, you're trying to set up fucking Spider Slayer or some shit like that. Like, why is he even here? It'd be different if he was like in one scene as like a little Easter. You know, he like shows up like a couple of times, and it's like, why the fuck is he here? Like, are you really trying to set up fucking Spider Slayer? Like, of all the villains you could set up, Spider Slayer.
Well, Spider Slayer didn't become a single villain until like later in the. I think it wasn't even until Superior Spider-Man that it became one dude. Like it was literally just a group of robots.
Wasn't there in the '90s show where like Alistair got turned into that?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, he became.
Yeah, he was like
the
super
ultimate
weird looking
Slayer.
too. Like, he had those
Yeah.
things coming out of his back and stuff. He was like super strong or something.
Yeah,
It was just like one of those where-
Like
me, it
Kingpin
kinda-
was using him to fight Spider-Man, I think.
Yeah, it just goes to the whole like, Amazing Spider-Man 2 is just too much setup, and it like.
Don't forget, they had Felicia Hardy show up at like one scene with
Yeah, like,
Harry
like,
Osborn. He's like, "What is your
Harry's
name?"
like
And she goes, Felicia.
Felicity Jones, which was perfect casting. That was wasted.
I don't know about perfect casting, but it's like.
Because I mean, she didn't do anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, almost, it's one of those where it's like she does so little, anyone could have played that role, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
Well, no,
That,
no,
I'm just saying,
like
role.
Felicity Jones as Black Cat. Like if you imagine like her in the role of Black Cat, she would do great.
Oh
but
no,
she
I gotta
in
see
this,
how big
she-
her booty is first.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Listen,
you're not wrong. That
she
is
got to
lit.
pass. She got to
That
pass
is
the
Black
ass
Cat,
test, guys.
Before anyone tries to say sexist, I'm the same way. It's like when Steve
That's
Rogers
Black
was holding
Cat.
up that helicopter with his biceps. I was like, yep, that's the right man for Cap.
We weren't
Yeah.
gonna get like what's that dude? The guy from Predator, even though he did bulk up for that movie, Adrian Brody. We're not gonna get Adrian Brody doing
Oh
that
God.
shit.
Like, I feel bad for him because it's like he did a decent. Oh God, no, I'm not going into that side tangent Predator, but
I'm
We'll
just
move
saying
on.
though, but Adrian Brody's not like you could not believe him doing that shit.
yeah.
Mm.
All right, so X-Men: Days of Future Past. Which
That was
Great.
great.
I
Great.
put that in either great or masterpiece, honestly, because I thought
I'll
that
put
was-
it in great because it's like I feel like this.
I
is
put
one
it
of the-
behind Guardians.
Yeah, that's fair.
Behind
I put it-
Guardians.
Mhm.
But yeah, that
'cause
was
one thing that
pretty
kind of
great.
annoys me about this movie, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm not trying to rag on it, but it's like I kind of don't like. I guess in a meta sense, I understand what it's trying to do. Of like, oh, we kind of butchered this film series, so let's kind of
let's
fix it.
redo it. Yeah.
Even
Mhm.
without that context, I think it's solid enough of a film.
The one thing The one thing I will say is I've never seen the Rogue cut, because apparently Rogue was originally in the movie and they cut her whole character out.
I've seen it. It's not worth it. It's
not worth it.
I don't even like Anna Paquin as Rogue, so like I don't care.
I actually like her.
What it does is essentially just add Rogue into the film. That's all it does.
Oh, that's it. It doesn't add any like extra.
So basically,
plot points
what
or anything.
happens is, so Kitty sends Logan back in time, and
Right.
basically like, I can't remember why. I can't remember if she got cut and like if she got cut.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Wolverine.
she got cut.
Something
But I
happened
can't-
in the
I
past,
can't-
and Wolverine's claws came out and stabbed her. In the
I think it's
leg.
because I think Wolverine saw Stryker or something, and it made him.
But
snap.
I can't remember if that was the reason. But basically, Kitty cannot contain. She can't maintain the whole mind link. So then they get Rogue, so she can absorb some of Kitty's ability.
So she can keep
kinda-
doing it.
Which is
Shit up.
stupid because they never explained. Like, I guess they're just saying the cure was temporary.
Yeah, they
established that in 3, remember? Because
Yeah.
at the end, Magneto starts moving the piece with his mind. Even though he got
Right.
hit
Yeah,
with the
yeah,
full.
yeah.
He got hit with multiple doses too, because Beast shoved the entire cartridge in his chest. So he got like triple dose. He got triple.
I'm gonna be
that.
honest though. I always just assumed that was because Magneto's a gangster and doesn't care what is or isn't possible.
Magneto told his cells like stop that shit.
Yeah, Magneto's like, stop that shit.
he went to his DNA into his cells and he was like, listen, M genes work. Do it.
He went on that Sigma male grind, says like, stop that shit.
Now I will say this,
Magneto is my 4th favorite Marvel character.
I love the dynamic between old Charles and old Xavier where they finally just have that reconcile between each other of like
Young
listen,
Charles and
we're
old
facing,
Charles.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Old Magneto, young Professor. Yeah, God, I'm getting myself confused here.
The young,
Old
the
Charles-
young
Charles,
squad.
yes.
No, I'm saying specifically old Professor X, old
And young
Magneto.
Professor
I
X.
like how. No, I like that too.
No,
But I'm saying like I
no.
love how the old guys actually are like they reconcile with each other. It's
Yeah,
like,
they're friends.
spent
at
so
this
many
point
years
again.
fighting with each other when we could have saved mutant kind by now.
Oh,
Like,
I
like
will
that.
say this though: Storm got did dirty in that movie.
They all got done dirty. 'Cause,
He
Yeah.
like,
got
I
done
hate-
dirty though.
I
They
hate the
existed to die.
Sentinels. I hate the Sentinels in that movie. Like, I'm not a fan of the slender, like.
I actually
Mystique look.
I like the
Yeah.
I like the 70s Sentinels that they.
I like
had.
that they
I don't
gave
really like
you
those
both.
either, but those are better.
I like that they
those
gave
either.
you both. Because it's
Yeah,
like, okay,
I
yeah, they would
appreciate
be
them both.
upgraded. It would be weird if they looked the same in the 70s and in the present.
Mhm.
So,
Like, all right.
and the extra lore that they were upgraded with Mystique, it kind of makes sense that they would have like more Mystique-like characteristics. I
Because
guess.
like in the comics, those things are like massive, and
Yeah,
that's
they
supposed
are.
to be how they defeat mutants. Is like they're just too powerful for any mutant to really handle.
They're
I
just
do
great.
kind of wish what was it? What's the Sentinel leader thing? Master or something?
Master Mold,
Master Mold.
I wish Master
aka
Mold was.
Nimrod, aka Bastion.
Also, I can't get over fucking Peter Dinklage just playing Trask for no reason.
I know.
I love it.
Like,
Peter Dinklage
like-
is great.
Because it's funny because in X-Men 3, they had him as a black dude.
yeah,
Like,
like
normal
that's
height
what
black
gets
dude,
me,
and then he
'cause
got
it's like,
changed again.
I think they kind of like took advantage of like, oh, we're fixing the timeline, so let's just have fun with some of this cast.
To be fair, he was good as Trask.
Oh yeah, he
Oh,
was
yeah.
good. I just think it's funny how like they clearly like it's even with Stryker, it's like that's like the third guy to play him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like the young version, but still.
I think the Striker in X-Men 2 was the best one.
Oh yeah. All right, so now we have Avengers: Age of Ultron, which this I don't know if this is a hot take, but I think this is better than the first Avengers.
That actually is okay. I'll say this: even though Ultron acts nothing like how he does in the fucking comic books,
Yeah,
Like, he
acting too
felt
much like
more-
Tony.
he felt more of a threat to me than Loki ever did.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
I also
And-
like. So here's the thing about Ultron.
James
I love
Spader is also charismatic as
Yeah,
hell.
James Spader's.
Oh,
I
yeah.
actually have a funny story about that. I learned. I'll tell you after Sauron finishes.
Hold on a second. But okay, there we go. Basically, like the thing with like Ultron, I love Ultron. Ultron's like one of my favorite comic book characters of all time.
Mhm.
The problem I have with this movie, obviously, it's like there's no Hank Pym, so therefore it's like it's already not Ultron. However, they do somewhat keep the element of like because Ultron is essentially like comic Ultron is essentially Hank Pym, but worse. Like it's like all of Hank Pym's worst aspects brought to life. And they kind of still do that with this Ultron, where it's like it's Tony's worst bits personified. However, granted, that's still not necessarily Ultron. Like, he felt too human in this, where because even comic Ultron, he has moments.
He's
where
kind
it's
of like a Terminator.
Yeah.
well, because like comic Ultron, it's like he has human moments, but it's more like he's in denial of them.
Mhm.
Like
And he's like, I'm better than you. I don't have these, these human
he's like,
emotions
I'm better
and
than
shit.
you.
Age of Ultron was very emotional.
He
Yeah,
was,
like-
which was probably the one thing I didn't like about him. I liked the part where he was kind of, when he was like manipulating Wanda, and then I thought him being charismatic then made sense, but then every other time it was just kind of like,
One thing I will say that I like is that, like, first of all, it's Wanda's one of the reasons I hate telepaths, because it's like she read his mind without his consent, and it's like the entire. Like, I get it, like, yeah, he had a crazy genocidal plan, but still, it's an invasion of privacy right there, lady. And then,
I might be trying to wipe out humanity, but at least I'm not rude.
yeah,
at least I don't violate consent laws.
but yeah, I know it
And
sounds.
see,
Ultron's all
you
about
notice that
consent.
became kind of a recurring theme with her.
It legitimately bothered me, where it's like, why are you reading his mind without his permission?
Also,
Like,
to be fair, just because he thought about the genocidal thing doesn't mean he was actually going to do it.
Yeah, no, I mean,
but
I've thought about
He
committing
does
genocide before.
admit it right afterwards. Like,
He
yeah,
does admit it right afterwards, but
Hasn't
initially,
occasionally
Like, yeah.
considered violating the Geneva Convention just for
I
fun.
just want to say that, like, Wanda went from reading. So in Age of Ultron, she read a guy's mind without permission. In Civil War,
WandaVision, she
in
enslaves
Civil
an
War,
entire
she
town.
accidentally like blows up a medical facility. In WandaVision, she enslaves an entire town. In Doctor Strange 2,
She murders a multiverse of people.
no,
Mhm.
she actually doesn't. Like, she objectively, she doesn't actually kill that many people.
I'm being hyperbolic, but she does murder a bunch of people.
She murders about half of Camertage. She kills a bunch of Ultron drones because Ultron was in Doctor Strange 2. Like, not as Ultron, but like a bunch of his drones were what the Illuminati uses for muscle. So she killed a lot of those. But the thing is, she like mind controlled a multiversal version of herself from across like the multiverse in order to hunt down Strange in an alternate reality.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, because
like-
I remember she like straight up was threatening to kill Sue Storm or something.
No, so what happened was like when Reed Richards like confronted her, he's standing there and he's like it's so the Illuminati is Reed Richards, Monica Rambeau, Xavier, Peggy Carter, Baron Mordo, and Black Bolt. So
That
Baron
whole scene
Mordo,
had so many issues, but go on.
yeah. So like Richards is looking at her, he's like, "You don't want to do this." She's like, "Are you?" He's like, "I have children of my own." She's like, "Is their mother still alive?" And he says, "Yes." And she's like, "Good. There'll still be someone to raise them." And it's
Am I
honestly
supposed to like this character?
Wanda. No,
After this,
no. Wanda dies at the end.
Good.
kills
Okay,
herself.
good.
She
Okay,
kills
good.
herself.
All right, so
Um,
but
Good.
just to get back on track, because we still got a lot more to go through.
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
My biggest
I'm
problem with
actually
Age of
gonna-
Ultron. I'm sorry, I'll let him.
I was gonna say I'm gonna head out. I should probably be getting ready to go to bed. I gotta get up early tomorrow.
all right,
All right,
you
then.
have a good night.
It was
Good
fun.
seeing you, Emily.
Don't
I'm
let
sorry,
the
I wish-
partiers bring you down.
I wish I could stay longer, but
You can always
See y'all
watch the
later.
rest of the stream later.
No, you
Yeah,
don't. You
yeah,
hate
the
us.
VOD will be here,
She's
hopefully.
like, I'm sick of these fools.
I'm sick of this
I'm
nerd
I'm
talk.
sick of these mortals and the mundanity of their lives.
all right.
I feel like
I'll
that should
see
be
y'all
your
later.
line.
I'll probably still be on Discord or
That's
something,
Dr.
but I'm
Manhattan.
probably just like
Ugh.
I
Don't
lose
talk
track
about
of time
Watchmen.
Like
Nah.
on
We'll
stream,
watch it.
so see y'all later.
All right,
See ya.
later.
Okay,
All
one
right.
last thing I will say about Ultron. The thing that drags this movie down is the fact that, and this is a rant I have about villains. Villains need to actually be like a threat, and Ultron never has a moment where he just beats the shit out of one of the Avengers.
Yeah, he does. He beats the shit out of Thor.
But it's kind of like almost like Thor isn't really fighting back. Because Thor is like, I'm running out of things to say. It never felt like Thor was actually like.
Nah,
This
I
is
kinda
definitely
fuck with
where like the
Like,
Whedon
it's too
humor
jokey
was,
for it to
like-
feel like is Thor actually
I
in
mean,
that
I
much
feel like-
danger right
I feel
now?
like that's more of the Whedon dialogue than it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Whedon. It's Whedonism.
I will say this
Yeah,
one
I
thing
do
I
wanna-
find kind of funny about Ultron is that, like, when Wanda and Pietro figure out his plan, I love how casual he is about it. Like, he legitimately does not understand
what the fuck
why
do you think
they
we
are
were?
upset. Yeah, he legitimately.
He's like,
doesn't
how could I
understand
what?
why-
Like, what are you talking about?
like,
What?
why are you upset that I'm going to genocide the entire planet? Like, why does that bother you? Like, what's the issue?
Why do you feel that way?
Didn't you sell the idea of they should be on your side by saying, "Oh yeah, Stark genocided your town"?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna do that again, but better.
I will say I do like that element of Ultron where it's like
The thing that was
he
interesting
legitimately
was
thinks what he's doing is the best path, because that is something from the comic book where he legitimately thinks like killing all humanity is the best thing for them, but not in the sense like, oh, they're going to evolve. It's more like, no, they need to die because they're doomed anyways.
the thing that was interesting
Better
was
for-
when he
for
actually,
humanely.
even when Wanda betrays him at the end, he flat out says, "If you stay here, you die." And even though he knows that she wants to kill
Yeah,
him,
like
that
he
kind
does-
of was like interesting. Like, wait a minute, you still kind of care?
yeah. That I do say that bit is a bit interesting, which is why
I
I
don't-
say it's better.
I
Than
think
Avengers.
probably my favorite moment from him is actually the first moment, like when he comes out wearing that messed up Stark drone, and he actually has the actual Ultron face with that,
Yeah.
and he just felt menacing. You felt that sense of
Oh, yeah, it
dread.
was a
Like,
nice
they looked at
introduction
him
to
and
the
they were like,
character.
"We
The
have no
problem
idea
is
what this
he's
thing
just
is."
not menacing for the rest of the movie because
Yeah,
he
no, the
never,
rest of it is just like
there's
kinda
never
there.
just a "don't fuck with this dude" moment in the movie.
All right, so what do you
Although
want
I
to
did
rank,
like his line, "I can't virtually throw up in my mouth." I mean, come on, that part was funny.
That was funny, but the thing is, like, he's not menacing though.
Yeah, like that's funny. But
I
it's
know.
Like Ultron, well, I won't say Ultron doesn't quit, but it's like he more has like dry humor in the sense where like he says something that's kind of funny, but you know he didn't necessarily mean it to be
His
funny.
funniest line is when Iron asks what's the vibranium for, and he goes, "I'm so glad you asked that because this is the part where I tell you my evil plan," and then he just blasts him. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, that was good.
So where we want to rank Age of Ultron?
I would say low good.
Low good, yeah.
I put it at a
Okay.
high meh.
I'll put it low good, but I'm putting it above Avengers 1.
That's valid.
Oh.
I can
Okay,
understand
okay.
that.
There was
That's
one other
valid.
thing I wanted to mention. Apparently, David Spader was so intense that
James
uh,
Spader.
James Spader. Why do I call him
Not
David?
David Spade.
Spader. David
James
Spade.
David Spade as Ultron.
David Spade is Ultron. Oh my god, that'd be fucking cringe as hell.
Okay,
It'd be
listen.
hilarious.
If David Spade was Ultron, I put it right here.
Yeah,
Y'all,
yeah, I agree
so
with that.
complete, like very, very unrelated. But I was actually having a conversation with Wayward today about like ideas, like if they remade like Willy Wonka, who would play him, and I offered David Spade as like kind of a half joke. But I'm thinking about it, it's like that actually might not be awful. That'd be like the best possible kind of bad.
But going back real quick to this funny, because it's actually funny, and I found this out recently. Because of his performance, the voice act Wanda, the actress for her, kept staring at the wrong part of Ultron because she was staring at
Oh yeah, because they gave
at
him,
the
like,
actor
a
instead of the
little
pose
acting
that's coming
role.
out of his head where Ultron's eyes should be. So it kept looking like she was staring at his crotch, which is funny. But apparently,
Well,
his
that
performance was
would be.
intense that
I'm
she
just
couldn't
gonna
help
say
but look
that
at
would
him.
be in
Considering-
character for her. That would
I'm
be
gonna
in
say,
character.
considering
for her.
what comes later with Vision,
She
it
likes
makes
It would be
Metal
in
Dick.
character. She has a mech. She has a robot fetish.
Yep.
Technophile, I think that's called.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Yeah.
next we have
Ooh.
Ant-Man 1, which I think it's solid, but
I'm gonna
It's
put that one
really
under. I put that under meh.
Meh.
All right,
High
I'm gonna have a controversial opinion, and it's fine if you put it in meh, but I honestly think that it's at least good, possibly great. And here's the reason why. I like how different it is compared to the other Marvel movies.
It's a heist movie,
Yeah, it's a heist movie, and it's
and somehow they actually made you feel sad when an ant died.
see, my
Yeah.
thing for that, like
They didn't undercut.
it
that.
is a heist movie. I do like that, but to me, it's like it doesn't really do anything unique with the heist setting other than the setting itself. Aside from the ant, obviously.
The
I
other
think they
thing,
did it well enough.
the other thing, and this is gonna be a hot take for me. Sauron's probably gonna mute me. I just can't. I just don't find Ant-Man that interesting. Honestly, like it's like he shrinks. Okay.
I'm sorry. So
Why would that
first you
bother
don't
me?
like Captain America, and now you don't like Ant-Man.
Yeah,
Why
I'm
would that
gonna be
bother
real.
me?
Like there's Marvel characters I just do not care for, and those are two of them.
But why would that bother me? I don't understand.
I don't know. I didn't know if you liked Ant-Man like that.
No, the thing about me with Ant-Man is that like I'm just tired of Hank Pym always getting shit on it throughout Marvel.
Yeah, they do shit on Hank Pym
Like,
constantly.
oh, he slapped his wife once. and
One
it's like,
time.
first of all, okay, let me just preface this. I'm speaking solely from a comic
She deserved it.
storytelling perspective. I'm not speaking like, oh, you slapped your wife once, perfectly fine, go ahead. No, I'm talking like in the context of the comic book. First of all, the meta story behind it was that it's a misunderstanding between writer and artist. Second, it was
Wasn't he
later
being
revealed-
mind controlled?
Yes, it was later revealed that he was his mind was being messed with by Ultron. And the thing is, like ever since then, Marvel has never let that go.
Yeah, they
have
kind of paint
never-
him as like this abusive husband. It's like he was literally mind controlled, though.
Yeah, it's like, what's even crazier is that like even if you wanted to paint him as the abusive husband and father, they have done like redemption arcs for like literal murderers in Marvel.
They did a temporary redemption arc for Carnage.
Yeah, but
Which is
heaven
beyond fucking
forbid,
weird.
heaven forbid they have a moment
To
where
be
Hank
fair, I mean
Pym
that
is,
was
like,
Axis, so like nothing made sense.
I mean,
But not even
Oh,
just,
Axis,
think
that's
of
right.
think of
I
like
forgot about that
Venom, for example. Like Venom was straight up the lethal protector. Like, yeah, he was killing bad guys, but he was still killing people in a pretty brutal way.
Yeah.
And he did try to murder Spider-Man's family.
Multiple times.
He's since been pretty much redeemed. Hank
Yeah.
Pym has never had anything to that level.
Hell, even in the Age of Ultron comic book, I remember Wolverine's like, we just gotta go back in time and kill Hank. It's like, you're not even gonna try to explain to him that making Ultron is a bad idea. You're just gonna go, no, we just kill him.
Yeah.
We just kill him. And Sue Storm is kind of like, yo, Logan, chill.
I just want to
Yeah.
say Sue Storm would be the person to try to defend Hank.
mhm.
Like she is just wholesome, and she's like probably has the highest capacity for forgiveness out of like.
Until
But
Namor's
even she
involved.
even she agrees with Wolverine at the end. Was like, yeah, kill him.
Until Namor's involved.
She likes that fish stick.
No, fuck that. I hate that dynamic. I hate it so much. Let them be a family.
No, yeah, no,
Like,
I entirely agree.
Yeah,
Like, I don't
they keep
I don't
making
hate
Sue
Namor.
and
Like, I don't hate Namor. I just hate the dynamic between that they keep shoehorning him as like, oh, that temptation is there. Fuck off. Let them just be married. Let them just have
Yeah.
the happy family. Like, this is
Yeah.
not like the interesting dynamic.
They
But you
need
gotta
to
remember,
have
it's
the
comic book
most
creators.
stable.
Do you know any that have a happy
relationship.
family except for maybe a handful?
Man, I will say this though. One thing. No, I'm not gonna say it because this is going to a side tangent. Let's move on.
Yeah,
X-Men.
let's go. X-Men. First,
I'd
is
put it
this-
in. I'd put it
Is
in
it the first or second X-Men?
the
This is
first
the
one.
first one.
First one.
I put it good. I put it
yeah, mid good. Not as
Mid.
I actually
I
will
would
say
put it
this.
high
It's
good.
not as
I would
good.
say I put
as,
high good.
I do.
It's not as good as like First Class or Days of Future Past.
Oh no, it's not. But
I would put it in high good.
Yeah,
I'll put it above Spider-Man 3.
yeah, I'll
Yeah,
agree with that.
fine.
Yeah, that works.
It's more
Because,
consistent than Spider-Man 3.
Yeah. I've never seen Agent Carter.
I have never seen.
I
it.
have only just
I
the
have
first
not
season.
seen it.
All right, so that sounds like. Wait, Jay.
I've seen it. I never finished it though. It was
All right.
it was okay.
We'll just put it. We'll just put it.
Yeah,
Have
just
not
put it
seen.
there. That's fine.
Yeah, three of us haven't
I
seen it.
think this is Punish. I think.
No,
No,
that's
that's
Daredevil.
Daredevil.
Season.
Daredevil,
I think it's. I
great.
was like,
Yeah,
I'm not
great.
sure.
Have not seen it.
I'm just making sure they haven't separated by like seasons. So yeah,
No, yeah, this is the entire series. Daredevil Netflix series. It is. That's in my top 3 favorite TV series of all time.
I like it. I thought it was really good.
It's a
I
freaking
do,
masterpiece as far as I'm concerned.
I do think it's funny how like, especially back in those time, I know it was kind of questionable if this was supposed to be actually tied to the MCU, and I don't mean in the sense that like it wasn't written that way. I mean like Kevin Feige was always like, no. He was always like, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's not tied to the MCU. But I kind of like it as its own thing. I don't need the context of the MCU to enjoy it.
Yeah, no, like honestly, it's we're actually getting a continuation, which I'm super angry about because it's gonna suck. It's like Disney's gonna freaking.
I think they
MCU
saw that it was
vibe.
too popular to not
Yeah,
continue. And I kind of hate it. Again, I'm speaking on the meta, but it's like I
I'm
know
sorry.
that Disney
Ethereal
only
says
did that
Netflix
because-
Daredevil is meh, and I feel like we should ban him from speaking ever again because
Who said it?
that's Ethereal.
Ethereal did.
Ethereal dragon.
That is
Yep.
that is offensive to me on a personal level.
Is that supposed to be a personal attack there, dragon?
Yeah, actually, you know what? Okay, so this is back to the Hank Pym thing, just for a brief moment, but like Pumpkin mentions like everyone's fine with Bucky despite his past as like
Yeah.
where like yeah, he was brainwashed, but he was like again he
So was
was
Hank.
brainwashed. So was God, oh no. Okay, we gotta move on because that's gonna
Yeah,
Yeah, we
this
might
is
want
going
to
to be
move
the thing.
on.
Yeah,
Right, Jessica
Daredevil's a
Jones.
masterpiece. Jessica
Yeah.
Jones.
I've never
is-
seen Jessica Jones.
It's actually
I've
really
only
good.
seen, like
Season.
one. Actually, no, I don't think I've seen an entire episode of it.
So
I thought it was. I don't have a strong opinion of it because I haven't
I
seen
think
much of it.
so. I think it looks like it's going to be mostly not have seen, but I have seen the entire
Nice.
thing. It's really good. It's not like Daredevil levels of good, but it's almost there. I will say though, the second and third seasons are not as good as the first season, which that's probably why it's not as good because Daredevil is genuinely good all 3 seasons.
Right.
Jessica Jones, I would personally put at like mid to high good, but if most of us haven't seen it, then we haven't seen it.
All right, now we have Deadpool 1.
Deadpool 1
I would say
is
Great. It's great.
I would say either great or high
yeah,
good.
it's high good or great. Yeah, it's
Great.
I'll put it low great because I do think like
Its
I-
biggest flaw is just like really, I think it's just budget. Because
Which
you can tell they
honestly,
wanted to do more.
I think it
but they
works. I
couldn't.
think it's one of those cases where it's like they work with what they got and they make it.
Yeah, they
work.
did.
Mhm.
Because I actually like it a lot more than the sequel.
Yeah, same.
Because I like how. Because one thing that always annoys me about Deadpool is that like he has his serious moments,
Mhm.
and his comedy and jokiness is basically like a shield to that.
Yeah, it's a coping
Like-
mechanism.
Yeah, it's
So-
straight up like a coping mechanism,
I
and
will-
like I feel like a lot of iterations, not just the movies, but like comic wise, they always ignore that. And to me, this movie feels like it's addressing
It's
that,
his,
where it's
it's
like,
his cope. It's his
So-
Yeah.
copium.
One of my favorite Deadpool moments, and this is from a comic I read in high school, was I can't remember the entire circumstances, but some villain had like kidnapped a bunch of kids and like was actually going to just start executing these kids, and he had Deadpool like suspended up, like tied up by like his arms, and like so he had no way of like actually getting out, and he was still making jokes, but then he started realizing like he's actually not going to be able to get out and save these kids. And so the villain is out there, he's about to start killing, and then I got some in my mouth. Okay. And then he hears something and he turns around. Deadpool has chewed through his mask and then chewed his own arm off to escape. And he walked over to the guy and said, "I am tired of jokes. Just fucking die." And just killed the dude. And I'm
it
like,
reminds me of
that is such a raw moment. Like, because Deadpool was just
it reminds me of what was it? Actually, oh shit. Actually, you know what, guys? Talk for a second. I'll be right back.
okay.
The one thing, that reminds me, there was a Deadpool comic. It was like Deadpool versus Carnage. The thing that made it good was the ending, because Deadpool basically just mind breaks Carnage to the point where Carnage just sits there and waits for the cops to arrest him. He's in full symbiote mode, just sitting in a prison cell, just waiting for them to come arrest him. He's like, "Yeah, I'm just done." The cops like, he's just there, like, did you arrest him? It's like, no, he's just sitting there in the cell. He hasn't tried to kill us or nothing. And the cops are kind of confused. They're like, what the fuck?
Honestly, Deadpool is really underutilized as a character because he's always, at this point, like, he's always used for comic relief and he's always just kind of the funny guy, like, and it's just overdone. But he is so versatile as a character because he has like so much depth to him that people just don't use.
Oh, and I forgot one of the funnier parts. So at one point, Carnage manages to rip Deadpool apart, like all his limbs. And then for some reason, I forgot why, but there's a bunch of other symbiotes that are like in this area, and they all fuse with Deadpool. He has like 5 symbiotes, like
Damn.
one for each limb or something that gives him different powers, and he's able to control them all, which is the crazy part. And it's like understated. It's like you were able to host multiple symbiotes at the same time.
Well, canonically, he had the Venom symbiote before Peter did, and he's actually the reason it was so insane.
And is that still canon, or did they retcon that? Because I kind of hate
They
that.
probably retconned that.
I
but
kind of hate that.
I thought that was kind of hilarious. One thing. where was I going with this? Yeah, no, okay, so this is going back to like the whole Axis thing. Like around that time, I didn't read the comics like leading up to it, but around that time, like there was sort of like a kid apocalypse with the X-Men or something, and like Deadpool like took it as kind of like his personal responsibility to make sure that kid was okay and was like staying on the good path, and that's why he had him with the X-Men.
Mhm.
And during the Axis events, both the Kid Apocalypse and Deadpool got caught up on that. So that's when Deadpool became Zenpool. He turned vegan, started wearing gray, and had like freaking Buddhist monk beads on his as part of his costume. It was pretty freaking hilarious. And he started like a tofu garden or some shit. I don't know.
Okay.
And yeah, like in the middle of Manhattan too. He like rented out an apartment and had it growing on the sidewalk. And then like the Kid Apocalypse became like just full on apocalypse, and so Deadpool had to like try to talk him down. I want to say he was the main villain of that bit, and that's why Carnage had to like sacrifice, because that was the Carnage redemption arc I was talking about. It was like Carnage ended up like wrapping himself around this nuke, and like he was gonna sacrifice himself for the city. He turns to Spider-Man and he's just like, I want you to like remember what I'm doing here. Like I want a freaking gold statue with the Confederate flag draped around it, and just be blasting Freebird by Leonard Skinner 24/7. And Spider-Man's like, I'm gonna make that happen for you, Cletus.
Oh.
Fuck.
And that's when I actually made the connection that, you know, his name's freaking Cletus. And because for some reason I never thought of him as a redneck, but he absolutely is a redneck.
You know, I think it's because like most of the time when they do his voice, he doesn't have like a southern accent at all.
He just sounds freaking insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. Carnage is just a cool character to me. Like there's like no depth to him whatsoever.
That's why I
He's
like him. Like
fun.
they don't try to give him a sympathetic backstory to try and point. No, he's just chaos.
A psychopath. Yeah.
He just likes killing people. It's like I like simple villains like that sometimes.
I like being bad. It makes me feel good.
Carnage could pull that line off, honestly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he could. He could.
Carnage could just be like, I just like killing people. Like someone seriously like tries to have a hard time. Like, why are you doing this? He goes, I just like killing people.
Why are you doing this? Why aren't you?
Like he's like, it's fun, and then he just reaches in and pulls their guts out like it's Mortal Kombat or something.
Peter,
Dude,
why are you naked in my house? Why aren't you?
An
You're all
R-rated,
right, Griffin.
like an M-rated Marvel fighting game. Like, imagine if NetherRealm made like a freaking Thunderbolts fighting game or something.
Man, I don't even want just M-rated. I just want a good Marvel fighting game. We haven't had one since like Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Infinite
Ultimate
was
was
fun,
pretty
but
good.
it wasn't very good.
Infinite was like, it's such a.
I almost bought Infinite, but then I just saw like the roster is what killed it.
Oh, I bought
Yeah.
it.
The
Roster
roster
was on
was-
sale, and I was
It
like,
was
oh,
way
I might
too
look at it.
MCU. But
Yeah, the
honestly,
roster is what killed it.
What's stupid though is like, they didn't even use all the MCU characters.
No.
Like, oh god.
Well, not only that, but didn't they go from like 3 tags to 2 again?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
did. They went back to
Yeah,
2.
they went back to 2.
And I think that was because the roster was so small.
Yeah.
Like, and because it's like,
Which
Nah,
I'm
I'm
gonna
not
be
gonna-
honest, like after Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and 3 having such huge rosters, and then going to Infinite, and they had like just a
That
relatively
tiny
distinct-
ass
like,
roster.
It wasn't
with
even
the
that
DLC.
tiny. It's just it's pretty standard for a fighting game, but we're just
it's
so used
it's
to
mattered
massive
until you take
rosters.
into account the team aspect.
Yeah,
Like, if it was just one-on-one fights, it's a decent roster.
yeah,
The fact that you have teams shows how little there is, because it's like, oh, what combination do I want to use? I'll pick this, and then, oh, well, I mean, not really much else to choose from.
Yeah.
I will say I was like legitimately annoyed by the fact that like the amount of like the DLC was just imbalanced. There was some like 4 or 5 Marvel characters.
Yeah, there was more
One-
Marvel characters
one or
than Capcom
2
characters.
Capcom characters for DLC. That's it. The DLC Marvel characters were really good. It was Black Panther, Venom, Black Widow, and Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
I have a
All of-
hot take. I played Marvel's Capcom 3 more so for the Capcom characters than the Marvel characters.
Yeah, the Capcom characters were really good.
And Marvel's Capcom 3 was like, I like 2. Don't get me wrong. 2 is
2
probably
was
like
the first
best.
video game I ever played, actually.
Oh wow, you were spoiled then.
I was, yeah. It was that and Twisted Metal too. But
It was all
mostly-
downhill after that. Kidding. No,
Honestly,
peak,
kinda, yeah.
probably peak gaming. Everything else is just.
I also love the fact that Marvel vs. Capcom 2 had, like, on the Capcom side, had a bunch of original characters to that game that have never appeared in anything else.
Well, because it's funny, it's like the final boss for 2 is like Onslaught, which is like when you really consider where Onslaught comes from, like that's super fucking obscure of a character.
Onslaught's
freaking love
design is
Onslaught.
really cool.
Yeah,
Onslaught is like a legitimately cool character to me. Like, they really should use him more. Imagine him being a villain in, like, the next X-Men movie.
Actually, that would be that would have been cool, especially to like if they had done like, because I know in Apocalypse, it's like the movie where they try to like. Actually, which one did they establish like young Charles, young Magneto were finally starting to be friendly again?
I think that was Apocalypse.
Yeah, because in like the
Yeah.
very next one, they're at each other's throats again. And it's like Onslaught could have been like the definitive into that, where it's like this is literally the worst aspects of both of you, and they get that chance of self-reflection on both of them, where it's like maybe we could do things a bit differently. But come
Anyway,
on.
let's
move
keep
on.
it going.
Yeah. Civil War. Now I'm gonna be real with you. I
Disappointing.
like it. I think it's overrated.
So Civil
Meh.
War, to me, it was a piss poor adaptation of Civil War, and so for a while I was really like, I thought it was kind of a trash movie, but then I started like looking at it objectively as like, okay, don't look at it as compared to Civil War. Look at it as itself as a movie. And while it doesn't hold up to like the Winter Soldier standards, I think it's actually like good. It's in the low good for me.
See, the problem I have when it comes to that aspect with the adaptation thing is like, because you're kind of right, because Civil War, the comic series, there's no way that was ever going to get properly
Yeah, they
adapted,
couldn't do that.
because it's too massive of an event. Like,
Especially because the main character of that was arguably Spider-Man, and you can't
yeah,
do
and
that
they didn't even
in
have
a
the
movie
mutants.
when...
Like,
Yeah, and so here's the version of Civil War that I am most familiar with is the novelization, actually.
oh, really?
There's a
Yeah,
novel of Civil War.
There is a novelization.
Yeah, there's
it is
multiple
actually
novels.
really, really good. It alternates between 4 perspectives. Obviously, it's Captain America and Iron Man, but it also has Spider-Man's perspective and Invisible Woman's perspective. And so you actually get a little bit of that dynamic between Sue and Namor, where she fucking hates him. And you also, in the introduction, you get it from Speedball's perspective. And it's very much different from the comics, I will say, because Speedball dies. He dies like immediately. Captain America.
Oh, no, not Speedball.
Captain
Everyone's
America almost beats Punisher to death. Punisher straight up kills Jack-O-Lantern and like a couple other villains.
I think he did kill Jack-O-Lantern in
Did he?
the comic.
I don't know. I'm not.
There's a
super
part in
familiar.
the comic where Punisher sees that Captain America's working with the villains, and he just straight up kills 2 of them, and then Captain America starts beating him up, but Punisher doesn't fight back at all because Punisher respects him.
That's the one that I was saying, and like Spider-Man makes a comment to I can't remember who he's talking to. I want to say it was like Luke Cage, and he says something about like the reason Punisher wasn't fighting back is because he respects Cap too much. He's like, he sees like Cap must have been like an idol for him growing up. Like he's
Yeah.
they're the same soldier fighting a different war.
But
And
yeah, 'cause
Cap
he was
fucking
green.
almost kills Spider-Man for that.
No, he
like-
almost kills Punisher.
Yeah.
I know, but he turns around and he has murder in his eyes when he looks at Spider-Man after Spider-Man said that. He's like,
Alright,
no,
but
Punisher
but
is-
back to the movie though. It's like, for me, it's like they shouldn't have called it Civil War,
Yeah,
Like,
it really
because
wasn't.
it's like it's like, yeah, the title does fit with the story it's telling, but it's like they knew what they were doing by calling it Civil War
yeah.
in terms of like knowing the comic book context.
Also, it felt like there really wasn't that really like lasting consequences of that.
Oh no, it's not.
No.
Like, to me, it's like,
Yeah, the Avengers were divided during Infinity War, but that really didn't
That was more like.
I didn't feel like it had
hey,
that big of an impact though.
Yeah, that
on
was
what
more like we
happened.
need to get the
It was
band
just
back
a
together
it was just a
kind of thing.
convenient excuse to have them spread out across different locations.
Exactly. That's really all it.
But
the
I will
other
say,
thing, the thing
it
that
had-
ruined it. Oh, sorry, Buck.
Everything's
it had-
better than BVS, so that's not really a high bar.
Yeah,
to
BVS
cross.
is such a low fucking bar. Like you could.
I'm not even gonna give my opinion on BBS.
Iron Man.
I'm awful.
No, I was
know.
gonna say Iron Man 3 is better than BVS. No, that's too low.
Civil War. It has one of the greatest villains in the MCU,
Mhm.
Daniel Brühl's Zemo. And also, it was the best portrayal of Black Panther in live action.
Yeah, I
You know,
will say
was just
that.
about to say that. That's something that really annoys me. Is that
He was way
despite my-
cooler in Civil War.
just
Oh,
not even
yeah.
just
Yep.
not even just Black Panther.
He
Like,
was competent.
despite me thinking it's a little bit overrated, the introductions it does for Black Panther and Spider-Man,
Oh yeah,
just in that context alone, is fine.
it did it really
Yeah.
well.
Like just that alone, like Black Panther was a badass. Like,
And that is one thing.
and
Like
Peter
about
had just
Spider-Man,
Peter
he
just
was-
had just enough of a setup to where you could
he was
still
quippy.
have. Well, I mean, not in the quippiness. I'm saying like it had just enough of a setup to where it could still be like you. I could still buy that like the regular like the real Spider-Man was still just roaming around. The only catch is he didn't have like a proper suit. But you know,
Yeah.
like it felt like this was a good introduction to those characters. But you know, obviously that didn't really pan out to as time went on for each.
But
one.
that's not the fault of this movie.
No, but I'm saying like I'm not faulting the movie for that. I'm just saying it's like the movie has a good introduction to those characters,
Yeah, so I'd personally put it in high
despite
good.
them, like not being anywhere mentioned in those movies at all.
Here's
I'll
my
put it-
problem with Civil War as a movie. And this might be a hot take too. I know somebody just said Zemo was best. Zemo really, honestly, felt he was just kind of there for me, honestly. I get his plan of the whole, I'm gonna pit these people against each other thing.
Mhm.
But his plan felt like it was like so much hinged on so many things happening at certain times. It's like, dude, no fucking way you planned this shit.
Yeah,
Like it's mostly like, dude, no fucking way.
like his
He blew the
motivation
Also,
is fine,
the
but,
blue
like,
ball with the whole
plans,
super
like,
soldier thing was just like, he's like, oh no, I led you here these super soldiers, but I killed them already. It's like, okay, why you even have these things in the damn movie?
I think it's more like to be a red herring for that final twist.
Yeah, I guess, but it was
Yeah.
kind of like, okay, why even have
But
that
what's funny is
part?
like Captain America: Winter Soldier already like in terms of like if you're watching all these movies, it already ruined the twist in the sense that like they pretty much tell you that Bucky killed Tony's dad.
dad.
yeah,
They kind of already tell you that. Like this movie kind of sets it up and shows it, but like that movie pretty much alluded to it, where it's like,
I think it's less about the twist wasn't really about us finding out. It was about Tony finding out.
I know.
yeah, I get it. And the fight at the end was good, but the problem was the fight at the airport, you know, where all the heroes are fighting. For one, the music they use is wrong because the music's kind of like upbeat, heroic. It's like, no, these are friends fighting each other, right?
Well,
And then
Yeah.
Black Widow and fucking
We
Hawkeye
don't-
ruined it with the joke.
Actually,
Yeah,
The
I
whole,
will-
we're still friends, right?
We're still
Depends on how
friends,
Jimmy. It's like,
yeah.
no, this is not Civil War. This is not how this is supposed
So-
to be.
They
I will say
the
the music is
music they
actually a very-
used was this was they used
Guess I was saying.
Death Star Run when they should have used Battle of the Heroes.
Well, 'cause,
Yeah,
like,
that's a good way to explain it.
Well, because like there is. So the thing about the soundtrack for that scene is that like it has a little bit of those elements to it, like because I've listened to it and it's like it's not bad because it has moments where it does sound like it sounds heroic, but there's like a moment where it like kind of dips down where it sounds a bit kind of tragic, but it's like because to me the Marvel MCU music just got worse over time.
It is the most generic
it-
fucking
it's
shit
less-
at the time,
yeah, and it's
outside
like-
of the licensed music.
They don't emphasize that enough, and I think like I don't know who did the soundtrack for that, but it just feels like
I think it's probably Alexander
Stop halfway.
Sylvester. It's probably him.
Alan Silvestri.
Alan Silvestri.
Alexander Sylvester. That's
All
Alright,
right,
so-
you know who the fuck I'm talking about.
I'm
so I
gonna
put-
use that name as like a composer.
all right. So
in
I
my
put
fictional
Civil War
universe.
in good. I put it kind of high good, but
Yeah, that's
It's
valid.
good.
fine.
I will, like I said, the part with Captain America and Iron Man fighting is really well done, and the whole thing with that Black Panther, like Gumby said, is way better in this movie than he is in his own fucking movie. And I would say
Yeah.
Spider-Man is too.
All right, so X-Men Apocalypse.
Nope.
No. Nah.
So
I would put bad. I wouldn't put.
It's bad.
Yeah.
it's not.
I wanted to
no.
like it, but it's bad.
Mm-hmm.
Objectively, it's bad. I think it had some really, really cool moments, and I think overall, like I really enjoyed it overall. But yeah, it's just.
We know you enjoyed it. Like any bad movie, I'm just gonna assume you enjoyed it.
You know what?
That's
What?
probably accurate.
It's probably accurate given the pattern we've been seeing thus far.
I did not enjoy Fantastic Four.
Fan Four Stick.
2015.
Fan Four Stick.
Fan Four Stick.
Please,
Yeah,
please,
I did not.
please call it by its actual name.
Fan
Four
Four
Stick.
Stick, yeah.
They
It's
should have
called
that four
Fan
in
Four
there.
Stick.
Fan Four Stick. I did not enjoy Fan Four Stick.
They didn't want me to say it like that. They shouldn't have put that four there.
I
I
did
know.
not enjoy Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
I would say with X-Men Apocalypse, it's like I appreciate them doing something different. With Apocalypse is like, you know, I don't think
He should have been big.
He should have been massive. He's shorter than all of his horsemen.
He is.
Like
They
it's-
did him dirty.
and they did Oscar Isaac dirty because he's a good actor.
Oscar Isaac, actually, his acting as Apocalypse was fine. It was just,
Oh,
know.
speaking of which, he is actually, he said that Apocalypse is his favorite character, and he even said that it was
I mean,
just a waste for what they did.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Say
And
that,
like
but it's
the
you said-
writing for him was fantastic, and Oscar Isaac played that fantastically. I just think, like, really, the problem with Apocalypse himself was just the visuals.
and the
I
fact
love
that he
how
really
they
doesn't
gave-
do all that much.
I love how they gave Professor X his bald-headed origin story.
That was
He couldn't,
Yeah.
he couldn't, he couldn't have just
They
went
gave the
bald.
bald-headed origins. That's right, they did.
He couldn't have just went bald. No, he
Yeah,
had to
that
have
was-
an origin story where
that was stupid.
Apocalypse brain fucked him.
And you know what's the funny part? We were talking about how Apocalypse was short and everyone. They could have made Apocalypse talk, because you remember when he's fighting Xavier in his mind, he gets like
Mhm.
ridiculously huge. Like, why didn't you just do that the whole movie?
Because that's
Mhm.
technically one of his powers, but like I was like when I saw that, it's like, is he growing because they're in his mind, or is he growing because that's one of his powers?
Also,
I'm
correct me if
just
I'm wrong,
going
but
to
isn't one of
assume.
Apocalypse's powers that he can turn like his body into any weapon he wants, basically?
That was canonically his only power for a while, and
Well,
then
'cause,
they
like,
just like gave him more.
So, because from like, this is more from the '90s cartoon, if I remember correctly, because it's like he's basically the first mutant, but he
Yeah.
bolstered his strength by using alien technology.
His
Mhm.
his birth name literally translates to the first one. His name is
Yeah.
Esteban Mera.
Yeah,
Really?
like
Yeah.
he's essentially the god of mutants. Like that's like that's like his like thing. That's like his title, the god of mutants, essentially.
Yeah.
Apocalypse is so cool, man. Like,
Yeah, like basically the movie
He
wastes
deserves
such a cool character.
They did.
and going back to Marvel vs. Capcom, he was playable in 2.
He was,
Oh, yeah,
yeah, he
that's
was.
All right,
Man,
so
I wanna
Doctor
play
Strange
two again.
1.
Doctor Strange
Yeah.
1,
I think
good.
this is a
I'd
bad
say it's
High mad, low good.
I'd say it's at least. I'd say it's like low good. It's
Well,
not
good.
I don't have any I actually trying to remember if I had really any issues with it.
There's no
The only-
issues with it. It's
The only
just
thing I will say, he kind of feels like a discount Iron Man a little bit. The fact that he kind of has that whole he's like, oh, I'm arrogant.
He's kind
thing,
of
and
worse
then
than
he gets-
Iron Man in my
it's always
opinion.
kind of
because
been
it's like,
his
I
portrayal.
know. I'm just saying that's the only like really, if I really wanted to find something
Yeah.
to
I see
negative against
Sauron's
it.
point though. He's kind of worse than Iron Man because at least Tony had the benefit of ignorance.
Yeah.
Tony was just more of like he didn't care, as opposed to Strange, who was just an asshole.
Yeah, Strange's all about his ego and like
Yeah.
making sure
To
he
me,
looks
so
good.
Doctor Strange to me has some of the same problems that the Dark World had to a far greater scale, in that it's just a little bit forgettable.
See, that's why I
is.
say it's
Um,
bad, because it's like I don't hate it, but I don't remember anything that really made me go like, oh.
The
yes.
Mirror World stuff was probably the best part of the movie, and also
Oh, the
Tilda's
entire
weapon.
movie was just visually stunning. Like that's,
Yeah, but see, to me,
that
like
really
a lot of these
brings
movies
that.
have really cool visual moments too. But like,
Yeah.
Like honestly, Tilda Swinton as the Ancient One was also good too. I
I was
remember her.
that was surprisingly good because I would have picked like freaking Ken Watanabe.
Well, they didn't want to pick an Asian actor because they didn't want to be seen as racist, even though then
Well,
people
no,
got
'cause it's
mad
like-
for Tilda
no,
Swinton.
because it's like the original Ancient One. I think it's like
Was from Taiwan.
Yep.
yeah, like they're
You
from
couldn't have
Taiwan.
that.
And like,
Oh no, you couldn't have that because you know
big no.
there's a certain country that doesn't recognize Taiwan as an actual place.
if you want your movie to show there, guess what? You can't. You better not. You better not play with that idea. No, no, no.
Don't trust China. China is asshole.
China is asshole.
No, my shitty chicken.
Shitty chicken.
Okay, for the sake of it, I'll put it high good. But I do
No,
think
you know what? You know they should have got for the
Logan.
ancient one, Chow Yun Fat, because he fucking hates Chinese government.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
I hear.
yeah.
Get Chow Yun
Alright.
Fat to do it.
All right, next we have Luke Cage.
Luke Cage is a high meh for me.
I've not
I've
seen it.
It's all right. I like Luke Cage, like character wise, like in general, like comic character wise. But it's like the show. I don't know. It's just like,
The characterization of Luke himself was a little bit inconsistent, especially in season 2.
I never saw season 2. I honestly like.
So season 2, he started getting like a lot of anger issues, and Claire actually left that entire canon because she
Didn't?
left him after
Angry black man.
He punched a
Angry
hole in
black
her
man.
wall.
Yeah, angry black man.
Yeah,
I
he
was gonna
became
say,
an angry
didn't Luke
black man.
Cage kind of have that in the comics at one point? Like he was kind of like
I
the
don't know
guy
enough
you don't
about
fuck with
I
for
mean,
a while.
he's basically invincible.
Yeah.
No, I meant it as in like he like had a temper.
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know enough about that.
I will say, so second season, after Claire left and like his anger issues kind of cleared up, it actually got really good again. But at the very end, like Mariah ended up getting killed, and she put in her will that she left basically her entire empire to Luke. So Luke ended the show by essentially becoming a crime lord.
Oh, wow.
But here's the he was talking to Misty, and he's like, "Hey, so I know."
All right, wait. Before we go into the whole tangent, who's seen it?
Me.
Me.
I've only seen
just the first
like,
season.
one or two.
How many
episodes
seasons
of
are
the
there?
first Season.
There's two
Two.
seasons.
Mm.
So we got me and Edgy have
It's
seen it,
it's like-
and then
Because I haven't
Megatron
seen. I
saw
don't think
the
I've seen
first
all of
season.
season 1.
I haven't seen it. Sorry.
I haven't seen all of season 1. I've literally only seen like maybe one or
Oh.
two episodes.
You know what?
at the
I'm gonna
most.
put it in meh for the sake of just trying to be fair.
yeah.
I'll put
Fair
it.
enough.
So
I'll
before
put
we
it
move
mid
on, I
meh,
want
'cause I don't know.
yeah,
I don't know
mid-meh.
anything about it. I'll put it mid meh.
to put it underneath the Dark World.
There you go.
There we go.
All right.
So
I have no
what
idea
I
what
was-
this is.
what I
What
just
is that one?
Never heard of it.
I don't. What the fuck is that?
What
I've
the
never
fuck
heard of
is-
this.
Have not seen. Fuck that. I don't know.
What is
that
it?
That's Slingshot.
Slingshot.
Never heard
Never
of
heard
it.
of it.
Yeah, I do want to say, before we move on from Luke Cage, is that when he becomes the crime lord, he's talking to Misty, and he's talking to Misty Knight because she's a major character in there, and he's telling her, I know what I'm getting into. You don't have to worry about me, but I want you involved because I know I can trust you to basically take me down if you need to, if I start going too far, which I really
Right.
respected.
Now we have Logan, which
Masterpiece.
I
I keep telling myself I need to actually watch this one. I still haven't watched it.
I'd say Logan, objectively, it's not a masterpiece, but
Yeah, but I don't-
subjectively, it's
I love
one of
it,
my
but I don't
favorite
think-
movies of all time.
yeah, I love. I don't think it's a masterpiece because it's like, oh god, I don't know how to describe
I'd
it.
say,
It's like,
from an objective standpoint, it's a high good.
Yeah.
I would put it great.
Sorry.
I
My
would
thoughts
put it
on it
great.
is, I feel that it actually is a masterpiece, but I
I
never want to
personally
see it
think-
again.
I personally
once I see
think
it,
it's a
I'm like,
masterpiece.
So I can't put it in masterpiece because you couldn't pay me to see it again because it was just
Really?
so depressing.
You just want to put it in good and call it a day?
Yeah, let's go with
Put,
that.
put it high good. Yeah,
I'm gonna put it high good. I'm not putting it over. I'll put it over Blade.
yeah, it was good, dude.
Yeah.
I kind of
I'll give them credit for actually going R-rated.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, he needed that.
Because I mean,
Honestly, I
Wolverine's
think-
claws
I
is like,
think-
yeah, that's gonna be R-rated.
I think
Like,
more superhero
realistically,
movies should just go R-rated as long as they're adapting characters.
I'm
that
actually
need to be R-rated.
surprised that we haven't gotten more since. Not even counting Blade in them, but I'm saying more recently you had Deadpool.
I'm about to say
Well,
because Deadpool did
and Logan.
really fucking well.
Like,
Well, here's
all
the
three of
thing,
those
though,
movies did well.
Now that Disney owns freaking everything, Marvel, we're never going to get more R-rated.
Yeah, you
Marvel.
won't.
I say Disney will never make an R-rated movie. If anything, it's
Except
gonna be
for
like a
Deadpool.
side. No, it's
Like,
gonna be like a
Even
Supposedly.
then, I don't even know if they're
No,
really gonna even make a Deadpool movie.
What it's gonna be is gonna be some kind of side thing where it's it won't have the Disney brand on it. It'll have some other side company on it. Because Disney does not
Which-
want to associate themselves with rated R because that conflicts with their family friendly branding.
But
Is that
How
kinda
is something
makes me
supposed to
question
groom
why
the
they
kids?
bothered buying all the IP
Yeah.
from Fox.
But apparently, killing children
money.
and enslaving the Uyghurs is perfectly fine for them.
Well, they're not the ones enslaving, but they're just working with people that did.
Yeah, but which again, apparently
Like,
that's okay for their brand.
I love how Edgy said this. I don't know why they would bother. It's like, because money, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Plus, Marvel's been trying to get those properties back on.
Yeah, I know they're trying to get the Marvel
years.
properties, but I was just
They're
saying.
still
it
trying to
seems
get
weird.
Spider-Man, and they still haven't gotten him. Not really.
This is kind of. I kind of hope
kinda
they
hope
never
they
do.
don't.
Honestly.
I'll be honest, like after No Way Home, they have a perfect opportunity for them to basically just not involve Spider-Man in the MCU ever again, and I hope they take that.
I really don't. Even though I don't like Sony for a lot of things they do, I really don't want Marvel getting. At least don't buy Sony. You know, you can get Spider-Man back.
It's not even
from
a
them.
lesser two evils. It's just the sake of I don't want Disney owning everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't use labor from Chinese contract. I don't know if they actually used labor, but they filmed in the province where it happened, and then they thanked the Chinese government for it.
They did not use the labor, but they might as well have.
All right, now
next we got Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Which
now I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you right now. This is personal bias. I love this movie.
I like this one.
Me too. Like I
love it.
legitimately think it is just as good as the first one.
People who say it's not as good, or like I just don't see it. I love this movie.
I don't understand
I love the story.
like what they're saying when they say it's not as good.
I love the story.
They never give a reason.
I do get that like it is more of a Star-Lord story as opposed to like the first one where it's like everyone's story. However, I still
But
think
sometimes that
the Star-Lord
happens
story
though
is
when you have like
good.
teams of characters. Sometimes you have to give one of them.
I mean, and to be fair, Star-Lord is the main character of that first movie. And even in that.
It was just slightly less balanced, I guess.
Yeah, I can see
but
that.
at the same time,
That's
like
legitimate criticism, though.
you know, this is yet another example of James Gunn taking the Marvel formula and actually knowing what to do with it. Like, you know, that whole thing, like at the very end of it is, you know, so
not even just that, because I want to talk about that, but one thing I want to mention is that like I love the dynamic between Star-Lord and his dad, where he's you can tell it's like he's that kid who's like, you know, he never had a dad. So the minute he meets him, he's instantly like in love with not even just Bob, but, like,
it's hero worship.
Yeah, and I love how like the minute he finds out that he killed his mom,
he's like, "Oh no, you didn't."
Yeah, it's over. Like the illusion is gone.
It's pretty much the equivalent of Sauron saying, "So you have chosen death."
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I do want to talk about, you know, with the whole, you know, the Marvel formula, you know, when Peter's looking up at Yondu, and you can just kind of see in his eyes, like he's realizing, you know, this man is my father, and
Also,
like, you know, they sort of undercut it with that joke, because like you look like Mary Poppins, but if anything, they undercut the joke itself with a serious moments by him
saying, like,
looking at him, and he's like, hell yeah, he's cool. Like, because it's like there's just that genuine love from there, and then that ending with the, you know, the not only the he may be your father boy, but he wasn't your daddy, and then the Yondu's funeral, like that makes me cry.
That's
every
the thing
time.
I was gonna say is that one thing that gets me about Yondu's death is that it is probably like the best death we've had in the MCU.
Oh god, I remember I actually cried in the fucking theater when that happened.
I put it higher than Iron Man's death.
Oh yeah,
because it's like, not to say they don't. It's not like they don't let the death of Iron Man marinate, but and there is that context of like, you know, you've been following Iron Man since the very first movie, but I don't know. I think it's like,
I think it's because Endgame's just such a fucking mess that I just was kind of done.
That's really it. Like Endgame
like,
wasn't a movie; it was a bunch of fan service for 3 hours.
It feels
and
so
then a death that we're
personal
supposed to
too.
feel
Like
emotional about.
It feels so personal. Yondu's death, like it feels very personal, as opposed to like Iron Man, where it's like, I don't know, maybe it's the meta, like my outside perspective knowing, but it's like you knew Robert Downey Jr. wasn't doing any more of these movies.
Yeah, like you already knew this was.
So you
coming,
knew
honestly.
Technically he had to die at some point. Like there was even the controversy behind Iron Man 3, where like for a while that was his last Iron Man movie.
Yeah.
And I think that's partly the reason why they have him take out the damn
the shrapnel and the arc reactor.
Yeah, so they could set up for him to not have to be Iron Man again. And I know there's that one rumor where that kid he was mentoring, he met.
Yeah, I think they
Holly.
they set that up that like the kid was going to become the next.
Yeah,
Iron
he was
Man or
supposed to be the
something.
next Iron Man or something like that.
Which that almost would have been cool if it had been somebody that like was actually like from the comics or something. I don't know. Like it's.
I don't mind.
Even if
mind,
it wasn't somebody from the comics, I actually think that would have been fine.
like
Yeah.
to me, it's like
Harley.
because I'll say like it's fine for adaptations to make their own characters, like because I actually kind of prefer that. I'd rather them make a new character than take an established character and turn them into something that they're not.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I feel like that would have been the great setup for that kid, just in the sense that you know who he is, and he technically shows up at Endgame too.
He does. Yeah.
Yeah, at the funeral.
All right, but back to Guardians. So personally,
Guardians is a
I would put it in great.
masterpiece.
I would put it in
I-
great.
It's great.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
say
As much
great.
as I love
Oh
it,
yeah,
it
I
in
would
great.
put that like right next to like the actual Guardians. Or the
Yeah.
I'll
first
put it right
Guardians.
below Guardians 1.
Yeah.
I'll put it below.
I wouldn't even do that. I would put it like right up there with him.
No, I put it right in front of Guardians.
Yeah, maybe behind.
I'll say
Either way, it's
this:
gotta be touching Guardians.
if it's which one, if I go by which one I've watched the most, it's probably the first Guardians.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
wouldn't put it above Guardians 1.
I actually watch Guardians 2 more often, but that's just my
I mean,
personal
yeah,
preference.
it's me. Like, my personal preference is 2, but it's like I don't know if that's like.
Put it behind Days of Future Past.
I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah,
here's the thing. Like, none of us are being completely objective. All of this
I
is
am.
our subjective. Objectivity is measured by Sauron's opinion. But I mean, all of this is colored by our own opinions and our own biases. So it's not really fair to ourselves to say to like try to say something different than we actually feel just for the sake of objectivity.
yeah. I'm
that's
still
why
putting
I
think-
pointed out that even that while I'm not saying this isn't a dig at Guardians 2, but out of the 2 Guardians movies, I will say I watched the first one more.
Yeah.
I've watched the first one more. I haven't watched it in either one of these in years.
I think it's
Winter
fine.
Soldier
where
is
it
Kino.
now.
Shut up.
Who?
Someone in chat was saying that
We got to drop
Winter
Winter Soldier.
Soldier got
No,
plot
we
armor
do
or something.
Who said that? Who said it?
Chat.
Chapman 2001.
Chapman, the Nazgul are on their way. They're not gonna kill you. They're gonna
They're
I
gonna
don't know
stab
what
your pillows a whole bunch.
They're just gonna show up. They're just gonna stand outside your house menacing
They're
you for a
going
few
to-
hours.
They're going to tear off your fingernails. They're just gonna take like some pliers and just pop.
he
Oh, that's
apologized.
that's
He
brutal.
apologized.
Nah, it's too late now. They're on their way.
Okay, what's next on the list?
Next we
I think
got
it's-
Spider-Man
I feel
Homecoming.
bad if he gets like a knock at his door all of a sudden. All right, Spider-Man Homecoming. Now I'm gonna be real with you.
Spider-Man Homecoming was.
I actually would put that in
Yeah.
bad.
I would put it.
It wasn't bad. It was just kind of meh. I didn't feel.
I
much
walked out of the
it.
theater so bored after
It was
that movie.
a high school drama movie that happened to have connection to Spider-Man. Michael Keaton's Vulture was the only thing of any worth in that.
That's literally
Yeah, I
the only
agree.
part that was good. Everything
Can
else was
I-
just meh.
I need to say
in some
this
ways, I
about the
guess-
film.
Yeah,
sorry.
I mean, I guess in some ways it did go with the whole idea that whenever Peter Parker does the Spider-Man thing, it seems like his personal life always gets punished. But in this movie, it seemed like it just kept on really hitting it on the head. It's like, yeah, we get it. Yeah,
And there never
yeah,
was there really didn't feel like there was that big of a consequence either. Like, you know, like in Spider-Man 2, like he had a falling out with all of his friends over shit Spider-Man related. Like Harry hated him because Harry is like, why are you protecting this guy who killed my dad?
Yeah,
Mary
like
Jane
everything.
hated him because it's like you just being flaky, dude.
Mhm.
And you keep playing with my emotions.
And that is a major complaint about, you know, Peter's character in the MCU up until No Way Home. He doesn't really have a whole lot of consequences for anything he does. Like the worst thing he goes through is losing Tony, and that has nothing to do with him.
I'm
Yeah,
about to
'cause
say that
one thing
literally
I
was
always
not
say
his
is,
fault
like,
either.
Like,
One
and
thing I
so
always
and
say
he
about,
doesn't even
like-
blame himself for it. Like it's just something he's like, oh, it sucks that I've lost this person.
Yeah.
And one thing that
And
always annoys
it-
me about Homecoming is that, like, I know I had this discussion before where it's like
I'm
they
sorry, this
allude-
man says Homecoming is objectively the
Objectively,
best Spider-Man
no.
film.
That Homecoming was
No.
I actually wouldn't go as
Then
far
not
as call
cool.
it ass,
I'm gonna
honestly.
put it this way: of the two, okay, so I haven't seen No Way Home, so I can't comment on that. Of Far From Home and Homecoming, which isn't really a high bar, Homecoming is the better of the two.
Yeah.
But that's not saying much.
Were you,
I haven't seen
were
Far
you
From-
planning on
I'm that far.
watching No
I
Way
haven't seen-
Home last night?
I was, but my computer crapped out on me. That was when I was working on that.
Oh, right.
thumbnail. Like it literally
We
shut
should-
down. I was like, I'm done.
We should hold a watch party for that at some point because, like,
I'm gonna be
legit-
honest. I don't think I'd want to participate in that because I'm probably just gonna lay into that movie.
I mean, that's fine.
I legitimately love.
Like if it's your first time
movie.
watching it, I
But back
would
to
not want to be
Homecoming
in
real
on
quick,
that.
just to talk about it before, because we got a few more. And we're almost.
Yeah.
Basically, the thing for me with Homecoming is like, I know I got into this with somebody before, where it's like, Uncle Ben is not a character in that movie.
Yeah, he does not fucking
Like,
exist, pretty much.
and
Uncle Ben does not exist in the MCU. That is confirmed.
Here's the thing, and this is what really annoys me, is that like, the reason why I say that is obviously from the context, but it's like, so in the movies they allude to something bad happening to Aunt May and / Peter, right?
Mhm.
However, they never tell you what that is.
Yeah.
Now, the average person, knowing what they know about Spider-Man, is going to assume that they're referring to Uncle Ben, which is fair, because
But it's
Peter
never
Spider-Man-
explicitly stated.
yeah, like that's fair because that's like common knowledge at this point when it comes to like even like the average person, like the origin of Spider-Man, bit by a radioactive spider, uncle got shot, became Spider-Man. However, I think the movie does that on purpose. Like they purposely allude to something happening. They never tell you what it is because they want you to fill in the gap of Uncle Ben.
And even then, it's
But-
only really that one line where he says, "I can't do that to her after what she's been through."
Yeah, and I'm like,
yeah.
because I remember I got into it with somebody where it's like, of course it's Uncle Ben. It's like, point to me where they explicitly either tell you or show you something that tells you it was Uncle Ben. And they like show me like a thing of a briefcase. I was like, oh, a briefcase that says BP. That could mean anything. That could literally be a briefcase marketed by British Petroleum. That doesn't mean that's not anything.
Like I didn't
Spider-Man
even
definitely
see that it had
does
BP
control.
on it, so like that
Yeah.
was
I
fine if
don't
you-
even know if that's true. That's what they told me, and I'm just like I don't even. But like again, like this is an internet. To be fair, this is an internet. This
Also,
no, not even internet. This is a Twitter argument
Pumpkin,
from I think years ago.
What If is not canon, so I'm not comparing.
Yeah, but
like,
say what if isn't even.
What If is not
canon.
canon? Like his initials on the luggage bag in Far From Home, that could be explained away as a sort of hint. We can't.
But the fact that
compare
there's
it- we
never
can't
a scene
compare
where
it
they
to
explicitly
comic
talk about Uncle
Spider-Man.
Ben.
Yes,
Like,
we
that's-
absolutely
that's-
can. If
But
you are
here's
adapting
the
a
thing that
character
annoys
from
me.
source
We-
material,
I hate
you
the- I
compare
hate
the
that
character
fucking
to
argument.
that source material. That is a fucking stupid argument.
I hate that fucking argument. Oh, we can't compare it to the comic books. Like, yes, we can because they're basing it off that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, when
Yeah.
it comes to adaptations, it's
Not
like,
only can you compare it to the comic, you
You
are
should.
almost
No,
obligated.
no. Let me put it this way. Let me put this way. Regardless of whether you should or you shouldn't, the comparison will always be made because that is literally where it comes from. Like it's like adapting a book. It's
Yeah,
like
you have to get the characters.
you don't. Let me rephrase it. You don't have to. You don't have to do anything. You can do whatever.
Yeah.
You don't, but you
There's
should.
no obligation to do anything, but
The
like you're
standard
going to
has
catch
been
hell if you
set.
don't.
Yeah.
The standard has been set. So it's like you can't really escape from it. Not really. You can ignore it if you want. You can not address it if you want, or you could completely like just say we're not going to do that. However, that comparison will always be there because it is an adaptation. Now, if they were to
It's like with
say,
the. It's like with the. And this is gonna be on a tangent. The people who defend, because there are people who defend the shitty Halo TV system. Well, it's its own canon, so they can do whatever they want. It's like, yes, but I'm going to compare it to the source material because the source material is objectively better than whatever bullshit.
Well, let's
These
be honest.
hack writers
Though,
came up with.
As far as the Halo show goes, even if you're not comparing it to the source material, it's
okay,
still
so
garbage.
listen, Pumpkin, I'm gonna be real with you, but see, that's what I'm talking about. You're piecing it together for them.
Yeah, they haven't explicitly stated anything
Because
with
what
Uncle
if
Ben.
it's
We don't know
literally like
shit.
a multiversal thing? Like, okay, so again, I'm gonna rephrase this. I'm gonna be fair with this. I haven't seen all of What If. I've only seen like a couple episodes, so I'm gonna give you that context. However, What If traditionally has been like literally What If. It's been like Elseworld kind of stories from Marvel, where it's like, what if Peter became the Punisher? What if Tony Stark didn't go into that cave, like stuff.
What
like
if
that.
Tony Stark became the
always-
Sorcerer Supreme? I think that
Yeah,
was
it's
one
always
of them.
been like
I think it was
outside of
Peter
the
who
main
became the
continuity.
sorcerer.
It takes like the base level of like that universe. However, it's like even then it's not explicitly the same. It's more like it's taking your base understanding of the character and playing with that. Now,
Yeah.
And we're not saying it's bad just because it isn't like the comics.
And let me
We're
put it this
like
way.
we're
You
simply
could be
saying
right.
it isn't like the comics, and that's a part of what it is, and we're giving other reasons why it's bad.
Yeah.
and here's another thing, Pumpkin, you could be right. That could exactly be Uncle Ben's like briefcase and explicitly his. However,
And if
my
we're being
issue
honest,
is
it
that
probably is.
the movie doesn't really address it. It leaves it ambiguous, and I don't like that. I don't like that it's ambiguous. Why is it?
Ultimately, it is a lazy decision because they
it's
are
like-
relying on the fact that this is a character that has been done so many times before that pretty much everybody knows. So
Yeah.
they're like, yeah, we don't have to put that work in.
You know what? You know what'd be fine for me, and this is just me personally. If there was like a picture, like not a shrine, but like a little memorial where it's like a picture of Uncle Ben, and it's just like in memory of, like that's it.
Yeah.
Or just a
I
scene
think
of Peter
it's fine.
standing over his grave or something like,
You don't even need
like
that.
a
You
low
don't
point
even
of
need
the
that.
movie.
That was a missed opportunity right there.
You don't even need that. Like I'm just
Yeah,
I
like in
what
No
you're
Way,
saying.
they could have had a scene with that in No Way Home because there's like, spoilers for those who haven't seen No Way Home yet, but Aunt May dies and there's a scene with Peter.
They also
standing
give
over her
Aunt
grave.
May the great responsibility line. which
Yeah,
I was like,
she
oh,
gives
come
him the
fuck
with
on.
great power comes great. Which I will say, I'm glad they actually gave him that line, and they gave him actual stakes since he lost his aunt, and that was his responsibility. He
Let me put it
directly
this way about the
influenced
MCU Spider-Man. This is the last thing we'll say about it because I don't want to start like a whole triad about that because I'm not trying to shame anybody for liking anything.
Yeah,
except
for the record, if you like it, it's fine.
except
but
for the
I'm gonna-
movies in no. If it's in no and you like it, we gotta talk. But ultimately, it's like if you like MCU Spider-Man, that's fine. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. There's nothing bad about that. However, just for me, it's just something I can't
get behind.
I just can't. I don't say I can't. I just don't share the same love for it.
I'll,
And I kind of wish I could, but I just don't.
I'll take it a step further. I find Tom Holland fucking annoying. The Spider-Man when he's not around when he's not part of the ensemble, I find him fucking annoying. And
He's. I feel like I feel like it's what Gummy said earlier, where it's like. I feel like he wasn't given the best material.
and that's why
I'm not hating on Tom
like-
Holland as an actor. I'm just saying like the character is fucking annoying to me.
And that's why I like No Way Home so much better is because like
I'm gonna be honest, he annoys the shit out of me in No Way Home too. Like I did
And
not
that's
like him.
understandable.
Let's not go into a whole tirade about Spider-Man though. But
yeah,
yeah.
we'll
we'll
get
just
to
move
it.
You know, I home a little later.
I'm not trying to start a whole discussion about like.
Yeah, we do got to move on though.
So,
It
alright, so-
doesn't.
alright,
Nothing. I was just
so-
going to say, it doesn't help that Homecoming pretty much stole everything that Sam Raimi wanted to do for his first Spider-Man if he ever got the green light.
Oh, you're talking because he wanted Vulture in it?
I mean, that's one thing. You can't say he stole everything because
Yeah.
like there's no way that's
Well, because
exactly
even
what
like
Sam Raimi
Amazing
would've done.
Spider-Man had like Lizard.
Yeah, which he wanted
Raimi
Lizard
films
to be
did
the
set
villain
up.
in the fourth movie.
No, he wanted Bolter to be the villain in the fourth movie, but they had Kurt Connors there,
Yeah.
so that setup was technically there. So you know,
I think he had. I don't remember if he had a missing arm though.
He
No,
did.
He did.
Oh, he
Yep.
did. Okay, I
Mhm.
haven't seen it.
The thing about that is like, all right, this is the last thing I'll say about Spider-Man. It's like, the thing about that is like, yeah, you could say he took it. They took it from Raimi, but it's like, what did Raimi get it from? The comics. So it's like,
No, Chapman. It was actually already confirmed that like the leaked scripts that Sam Raimi actually had completed had John Malkovich as the
But yeah,
Vulture, as the
Spider-Man
main
Yeah.
was ready to go. It just
The
didn't
Bruce
get-
Campbell Mysterio thing was more of like a fan theory than anything else, if I remember correctly.
Well, it was more like a thing he wanted to do, but Mysterio wasn't necessarily supposed to be the villain.
He was meant to be like a throwaway villain.
Yeah, it was supposed
Yeah,
to
it's
be
supposed to
like,
be kind of like a joke type of
Like-
oh,
thing.
you know what? You are right. There have been storyboards for that. But
Yeah, it was
yeah,
supposed to
no,
open
like
it.
the main villain of 4 was going to be Vulture, and I
Vulture.
believe
Black
Felicia
Cat,
Hardy
I
was going to
think.
be in it.
Yeah, I think it was supposed to be both of them.
oh, the Black Cat was in that. Oh boy. Oh, Black Cat. All right, so back to the topic at hand. Like again, you guys like we'll just drop the Spider-Man thing. Let's just leave it at that.
Okay, yep.
yeah.
So Thor Ragnarok.
Now, I'm gonna be real with you. We
Bad.
talked about this a bit earlier. I don't like this movie. I really
Bad.
don't.
You know, initially I didn't dislike it, but then the more I looked at it, I was like, yeah, this is bad.
I loved it when it first came out, and then like the more I watched it and the more I started actually like evaluating it objectively instead of just being like, because I'll be honest, when I was like in high school and like middle school, because I was like just about to graduate high school when this came out. I was very much, you know, a consumer. Consumer. Yeah. Like I mean, I just love these movies, and I'm just like, yeah, this is Marvel. It's so cool. And Chapman has the take we can agree with. Hell yeah, man.
I just had to put that on there.
Jeff Goldblum is the best part. Absolutely. Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Was just so. So here's the thing. It's not really a bad movie to me necessarily. Like it has some severe problems, but it's not a bad movie in and of itself. But we are looking at it as a Thor movie, and I just think it's really bad.
I did like Kate Blanchett as the villain. I did
Kate
think
Blanchett.
I liked her, except
I think her casting was good. It's just she really didn't have that much to do.
Clancy Brown as Surtur was fantastic.
She was overpowered from the beginning, and it's like,
well, she was kind of meant to be.
I get that, but it's like, I don't know. It just felt like, I don't know. It just felt like
she really just didn't. She was just sitting there on the throne the whole time. Wasn't really doing much to drive the plot outside of that.
I think that's what it was. It was like she was so overpowered that it's like I think they realized they couldn't have her do too much because then it'd be like, well, they're not going to win.
Yeah.
It had to be
I will say though, one thing I will say for Ragnarok is it actually had some really solid development for Thor as a character. And unfortunately,
she kind of bad.
They just immediately like undid all of it.
Yeah.
Like they set him up to be like, okay, he doesn't even need the hammer anymore because all of this power is his own. And I'm like, okay, that's cool, sweet. They made him lose his eye to like actually there's some consequences there. I actually would have preferred it if he had like had the eye patch throughout the entirety of everything else.
Yeah, honestly, I would have liked that too.
Instead of Rocket literally pulling an eye out of his ass and giving it to Thor, because that is canon what he did. And I don't know, like overall decent movie, bad Thor movie, and the freaking like the development for Thor himself was great, but they really just kind of undid all of it. So
it's one of those where it's like, this is where the Marvel formula really started to show. Like you could see the elements of it in earlier movies and stuff, but to me, this was like,
this is where it got really bad.
This is like, probably the worst.
They played it, and you know what's the biggest offense to me in this movie? Now, this is completely subjective. Now, Beta Ray Bill.
The fucking reference, the helmet.
Point.
They have a goddamn statue of him, but he's nowhere to be found. And now we're getting fucking Fem Thor before we ever got Beta Ray Bill.
Fun fact:
he was actually supposed to be in
before they got permission to use Hulk. He was actually gonna be in Hulk's role,
which I think would have been better because Hulk really doesn't.
I imagine Beta Ray Bill would have worked really well if they had kept the movie with the tone that they had set with that original teaser of the title, where it was all like dark and
because that's the thing though, it's Ragnarok and you make it funny and like overly funny.
Yeah, because Ragnarok's literally the end of the Norse gods.
And like, what's his name? Surtur.
Yeah,
Surtur is treated as a fucking joke, and it's like you realize Surtur is like one of the primordials in Norse mythology. Like this guy is not
basically Norse Satan.
Yeah, like you do not make Surtur being a joke and being dispatched in the opening scene. And granted, using Immigration Song by Led Zeppelin was kind of awesome, but it's like that was pretty awesome. Credit's due, but it's like this character.
But ultimately, I think like even as cool as the Immigrant Song was, it really just serves to accentuate how much Taika Waititi just wants to do what James Gunn did.
Substance.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't do it as well. Like he tries to do with James Gunn, but just doesn't.
Okay, so for the sake of this, Jay, you want to say something?
I just want to say one thing. I was okay with Thor. I was okay with Loki. I was disappointed.
Valkyrie. I did not like Valkyrie either.
Yeah, and it's something that's kind of bugging the crap out of me. It's like she basically ditched frick, I can't remember what the place was called. Thor's old homeland.
Asgard.
Asgard, thank you. She ditched Asgard for what, hundreds of years, thousands of years, and now she
loses one
basically does
battle.
good for like maybe 5 years, and now she's king. Good lord!
Loses one battle and just abandons her entire people.
And now she
lets her whole squad die too. Like,
Well, to be fair, she didn't let her whole squad die.
Well, not let,
she just
you know,
happens
she
to be
just
the
left.
only survivor.
Nah,
Okay,
she let them die. That's how it happens. If you're a
it,
sole
feel, it
survivor,
feels to me. I just remember it kind of almost like, did she let these people die? Basically,
Nah, no. But I just don't like how I don't like how she just
She's got that
Kinda
vibe
just
of the
shows up.
bitchy female character that everybody has to love anyway.
she just shows
Yeah.
up out of nowhere and it's like, who is this chick? Like, who is she? Why should I care?
Yeah,
Well, the
exactly.
actress
Why the
has-
fuck do I care about you?
Well, the actress herself actually does have that bitchy attitude
She
in real
does
life.
in real life, which makes it even
Like, they
worse.
should have just
Fucking hate
had
Tessa
what's her
Thompson.
name
I'm
from
sorry.
what's her name? I don't Sif.
Yeah, no, Sif
Yeah,
would
why
have been
wasn't
awesome.
Sif in the damn movie?
Like, that should have been Sif.
Jamie
Like,
Alexander had like scheduling conflicts with another movie. That's
Okay.
the
No,
only
she
reason
was doing a
wasn't there.
TV series.
Was it a TV series? Okay, well, it was another.
Yeah,
Either
'cause
way,
she
it was
was
a
in Agents of
scheduling
S.H.I.E.L.D., I know
conflict.
that
she
too.
picked a TV over. Well, I say that, but like they be in contract, so they can't really choose. All right, so where we're gonna put Ragnarok?
meh.
Bad.
Oh,
Bad.
okay.
No, don't even put it meh. It's bad.
I would.
I put it in.
Low bad or high
That's
bad?
the thing, though, because meh is for stuff that we don't really have strong feelings one way or another. Bad, we put bad in bad
I-
stuff
I-
that we can still
we
kind of
got
enjoy,
some. Okay,
but
fair
enough.
ultimately bad
Yeah.
is still bad.
I'll put it high bad. How about that?
You're putting that above Spirit of Vengeance.
Spirit
Yeah.
of Vengeance is pretty bad.
Spirit of
Listen,
Vengeance is a
let me
fun
put something
kind of
like
bad.
this. Let me put it this way: Spirit of Vengeance, it being low as bad is actually as stable because it's so bad that it's good.
Yeah,
But
that's fair.
I
Okay,
don't
you know
have
what?
the heart to
agree with
just
that.
put it any higher. How about that?
Yeah. All right, next is Legion, which,
Now,
as
I
Pumpkin
haven't seen
said,
it.
is
I've never
apparently
seen
really
Legion.
good. I have never seen it.
Never saw it.
It was on my list for a while, and then I lost access to Hulu.
It's one of those where I wanted to see, but it's like I never had streaming services to watch it. I can.
But
pirate
It's funny
it.
because I have Hulu and I just never felt like watching it.
I have heard it's like really, really good.
All right, so for the sake of
None of us have
being
watched it. So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll put it
Just-
in haven't seen, but
yeah.
I'll put it at the top because I do kind of want to see it. Iron Fist.
Iron
I
Fist.
haven't
Okay,
seen it.
so
Actually, no, that's
I've
not
never
true.
seen
I've seen like the first episode, and I was not
season
interested.
1 is boring as hell.
Actually, you know what?
Season
Wait.
2 is actually a lot
let's,
better.
Let's kind of speed this up just a bit. Who's seen Iron Fist? Like, all of
I
it?
have.
I haven't
Me.
seen all of it. I've only
One,
seen like the first
two.
episode.
Haven't seen enough to have an opinion.
All
Okay,
right,
so
I'm
only
gonna put-
two of us. So let's
I'm gonna put it.
not seen
No.
it. Yeah.
Defenders.
Defenders.
Seen it. Didn't care
I've seen
for
it. It was
Two.
disappointing, but it was fun. So
All right.
Haven't
no one else
seen
I
it.
know?
saw like 3 episodes. It was meh.
All right.
Yeah.
No.
that's nearly half the
Inhumans?
series. No, but
No.
nobody,
say that.
nobody cares about Inhumans.
I'm gonna put it there. The Gifted.
And humans.
Nobody cares
Nope.
about Gifted.
Definitely not.
I forgot that existed.
Punisher. I'm pretty sure this
The
is
only-
the Netflix.
Oh,
one.
wait.
Yes.
Punisher
which
is
Punisher?
fantastic.
I've
At
only
least the first
seen
season.
one fight scene. I haven't seen the show.
So
Haven't seen it.
I would actively recommend watching the show. Like it's not
wow.
perfect, but for me it is the most human version of Frank Castle.
Okay, so
that we've
who's seen it
gotten.
though? Who's seen it?
Me.
Gumby.
Megatron.
Gumby and
who else?
Megatron.
I
think
think
the
I
rest-
haven't seen it. So
I think
What
it's
about
kind of a
the-
universal thing where like Sauron,
Alright.
J-Step, and Edgy have only seen like a few episodes at most.
All right, so
like,
to,
Yeah.
to be fair, I'll put it in. Have not seen, but I'll put it up with Legion, where it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My
Fair
my
enough.
favorite thing about the series is honestly just because you can really feel Frank's pain.
All right, I'm
throughout it.
gonna kind of speed through the ones where I'm pretty sure no one's seen.
Nobody's seen Runaways.
Cloak and Dagger.
Nope.
Yeah,
Nope.
I've
Nope.
seen.
Nope.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Cloak and Dagger.
Runaways,
definitely
I've
not.
seen some of it,
Nope.
and
I've seen parts of it. Nope. Just.
I'm
it
just gonna
seems
put
kinda
it as
bad.
someone who read Runaways when he was a kid. I'm gonna put it in no, because
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna go into a rant about it, but there's like certain depictions it does where it's like I read the book. This isn't like it's not even just like a bat. It's not even just like certain. It's like, oh god, I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. But
That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
Let me guess.
Yeah,
it's
it's like-
really current year, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the vibe I got.
Yeah,
and it
I hate
came
saying
off
that,
as
but yeah,
Tumblr.
it's
Sorry,
a bit
guys.
kind of like. So let me put it this way, like just because I really don't like the show. Basically, there's a couple little things here and there, but the premise is like you have a bunch of kids who every year their families get together for some kind of like meeting, and it turns out that the kids' parents are all like super villains.
Oh no.
So
That sounds what
basically-
family dinners.
Yeah, so basically they try to like rebel against their parents and stuff, and like it is essentially like teen YA book, but like that initial arc is actually pretty good in the sense where it's like they're trying to basically figure out what their parents are doing and try to stop it because they have no idea what they're doing. They just know they're like villains. One thing that kind of annoys me is like some of the depictions of the characters where it's like in the early run of the book, there's a couple of things that the characterizations have, but it's not really like it's kind of surface level. But later, as the book went on, they kind of went hard into that without proper real development. And the show kind of takes those later depictions and uses that as like the intro to these characters. And it's like that's not who they were, though. Like that's not who these characters were. This is what they became. And it's like it's not even like a proper lead up to. Oh wait, I want to see what he has to say. Oh, Ang Lee. Okay, we'll jump to that one. I like this movie.
So I remember really liking it as a kid. I haven't seen it since like 2006. So
I was a kid when I saw it,
really
so I can't
can't,
can't even say how I feel about
I
it.
would put it good, but I would put it low good because I don't mean it's like it's not good. I think it's like an acquired taste kind of good.
What is behind Doctor Strange?
I know it did
Ang
really.
Lee was trying to go for something great, but
I know
then
it did
kinda
really
fumbled.
well with dealing with like Bruce's mental health.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. One thing I like is that, and this is something the movie does, like kind of interesting, where it's kind of goofy at the time, but it's still kind of interesting. Where like the scene transitions is literally him jumping from one panel to another.
Yeah, the comic
was
panel
pretty sick.
like it's
transition
really it's silly, but it's kind of cool. I'll put it in good, and I'm gonna put it above Avengers just because that's personal preference. I'm just gonna do that. All right, you guys chat for a minute. I gotta go take care of one thing. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Wait.
Huh?
Wait, he put the Ang Lee one above Avengers?
Yeah,
The
Oh,
first
wow.
one or the second one?
First one.
first one. I'm totally being biased with that. Like I'm doing that as host of this stream. I'm doing that because I can.
I don't even
Alright.
care. I hate Mark Ruffalo as Hulk, so I'm. You know what?
I
Same.
didn't hate him until like in the first Avengers movie he was fine, but I was like, I wish they got Edward Norton to play this character.
So okay, you know what? You're right there. Edward Norton was so much better. Like Mark Ruffalo did fine in the role in Avengers and Avengers: Age of Ultron. I think the Hulk was done pretty great in both of those. That said, Edward Norton was so much better in the role, in my opinion, that like those two, they just kind of felt less than. And then his portrayals then later on in Ragnarok and Infinity War, and then Hulk has never been in anything else.
Yeah.
I like in Endgame, Hulk is dead.
Yeah,
They
that's
straight-
not Hulk. That's just terrible.
They said in Endgame, they're like, "Oh yeah, me and Hulk, we talked and we found a compromise." No, that's
Show that on the fucking screen, guys.
like that is what we have now. That's not Hulk. That is Bruce with Hulk's body.
What they
And it's
wanted
not
to do
even
was they
Hulk's
wanted to
full
do the
body.
Professor Hulk thing because in the actual Infinity Gauntlet storyline,
It was Professor
Hulk
Hulk.
and they were fused together.
Yeah, well, so here's the thing. Bruce Banner essentially has a dissociative identity disorder, and that is from his mind getting fractured from the abuse of his father as a kid.
Yeah,
And the way that manifests is
the anger that Hulk
in
demonstrates.
the Hulks. And that's why
But
there's
Hulk
so many
actually
different
isn't like
Hulks.
that when they're separated.
Well, no, like I mean, that's why there's so many different Hulks. There's the Savage Hulk, which is kind of the most like traditional Hulk, and he's the one that's like the Rage Monster. There's the World Breaker Hulk, which is actually a different person. There's like Joe Fixit is a different person. The Gray Hulk and Joe Fixit are actually different personalities. But like one of my favorite personalities is actually the Devil Hulk, which is. That's the one that took over in the Immortal Hulk storyline. He is just freaking pure evil. He's very intelligent or not like very intelligent, but he's like intelligent enough. and he's just malicious, and he hates Bruce, he hates all the other Hulks, and he's probably one of the strongest, and that's why Immortal Hulk was so freaking strong.
Was
But,
he the Hulk that kind of told off Ugly She-Hulk?
Maybe. I think that was happening at around the same time. Was that the one where he was like, that Hulk was like just basically invincible?
That was the one. I'm trying to remember where exactly it was. It was a panel I saw where.
Was it after Hawkeye killed Hulk?
Yeah, it was definitely.
Then
well
that was Devil Hulk, because Devil Hulk basically completely took over there for a while.
Yeah, well.
Okay,
Chapman
said
Devil Hulk did one good thing. Basically, showed that She-Hulk is just as bad, if not worse, than the regular one. Of course, Jason Aaron didn't take that to heart, and then, well, we ended up getting Ugly She-Hulk for about 2-3 years until they realized, this is a dumb idea.
Well, I can guarantee you the reason that they were saying like this is a dumb idea is because they were getting ready to make the She-Hulk series. And
they knew damn well no one was going to be down for that.
Yeah, nobody was going to want to watch this.
I'm not going to watch it regardless, but you know.
I'm going to watch it because that's my girl. I have to,
dude, even then, I'm just
I'll be honest.
The trailer looked so fucking bad.
I watched the trailer. It didn't look that awful. Like the CGI for, Jen herself looked a little bit off. But honestly, I've never been one to be turned off from something just because of bad CGI.
It's not the CGI, the personality is what's just like, and the whole tone was just, I'm done.
I don't know. Like She-Hulk has always been like kind of a comedic character.
Yeah, but she comes off as like the annoying comedic type in this, where it's just like, I just kind of want you to shut up.
Yeah,
if I knew you in real life, like if we were talking in real life, going through my head would just be, just shut up, please.
I am kind of afraid of that, but I am gonna watch it just to see, and we'll see.
It's
how
like
it
that
goes.
person who thinks they're funny, but it's like you're really not funny. I'm sorry. Like,
I gotta be
trying,
honest,
but you think you're funny, but it's like nothing about you is funny. To me, it just kind of comes around. You're getting on my nerves now.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to this She-Hulk, I think that this is the best that they could have done, and they couldn't have done any better. Because, I mean, again, as you all said, if they went for the ugly She-Hulk that Jason Aaron did, I don't think anyone would have actually watched it.
It could have been worse.
Tries to tell you, but they couldn't go full John Byrne because it's John Byrne, and heaven help if certain characters look too good. So they went the best that they could. I think that the way that she looks is because of budget issues. I mean, because and that's one of the things that kind of is disappointing about current year is the fact that about 10 years ago, and this is something that was told to me by a special effect professional. He was telling us that, telling people that the way that things used to be done is, okay, how can we do this? And at the time, price wasn't as big of a concern. And now, I think starting since, maybe 5 years ago, they started saying, okay, how can we do this the cheapest?
Yeah, that's not good.
And that's basically where we are right now. But as I said, I mean,
Sauron's back.
Okay. So,
as you said that,
off,
I just want to say something. You talk about like art stuff. It's like one thing I always say is like, true creativity isn't shown by having absolute freedom. It shows when you have a box and you're able to work within that box. Because it's like, because to me, that's where your true creativity shines, because now you're forced with limitations. So a really good creative is going to find a way to make their thing great while working within that confines, because that shows how creative they can be.
I can kind of see that, but I can also see the reverse, where if you give somebody, some people, it depends on the person. Some people can work better with limitations. People are better without.
I think it depends
sometimes,
on
because like a limitation can also, it depends on what the limitations are too.
Yeah, I think it depends. I think it's circumstance. All right, so let's move on.
Yeah, next is Spider-Man 1.
Masterpiece.
Masterpiece.
One thing I will say about this movie in terms of masterpiece, I'll put it below Winter Soldier, because it's like, I think some of it does have a lot of campiness to it.
I actually would,
however,
put it higher than Winter Soldier personally.
Because here's the thing, it's like, to me, it's a bit like the Ang Lee, where it's like, not that like it's Ang Lee in this one are like exactly the same, or like even just as good as bad as the other, but it's like the campiness of this first movie, I think it's more of an acquired taste. I do think that campiness makes it more timeless as opposed to like something more realistic or more like serious. However, I like that. I like how like he's fighting regular street criminals, and then when Goblin shows up, like this is one of the best introductions to a villain with Green Goblin, where he shows up and Spider-Man throws a punch. Goblin catches the punch. The camera shakes just briefly, so you get the hint that the punch was tough, powerful. Goblin catches it. He's just like, impressive, and then just kicks him across.
Through like 20 feet away.
Like in that entire sequence, you were established like Goblin is just as capable as Spider-Man. Spider-Man is powerful comparatively to him, and he doesn't necessarily. And you get the hint that like. You get the hint that he's like wants Spider-Man to join him already from that get-go.
Yeah.
And I love that introduction where it's so comical too. It's like impressive, kicks him across the fucking
Yeah, that was some anime shit. Let's be real.
And let's not forget the Green Goblin old lady scare.
Oh yeah, Sam Raimi letting his horror.
Sam Raimi reminded you, it's like, hey, I used to do horror movies.
Hey, Evil Dead, bam. And also like what's that one thing called? I just love Goblin's like lines throughout that movie. Ouch, am I? Throws a bomb at them.
My favorite one is still, no one says no to me.
No to me.
Oh no, what's that one?
Are you in or are you out?
Oh yeah, when they vote him out, it's like, yeah, how much I sacrificed.
You can't do this to me.
I'm gonna be honest, like do you know how much I sacrificed line? That was legit. That was the first thing that made me start thinking about. A while back on Twitter, I did a sort of a what if Sam Raimi had made his Spider-Man trilogy, but using actors that are like as they are now, and so I sort of recast the entire thing, and I picked Michael Shannon to play Norman Osborn.
Fucking Sod.
Yeah.
That could work. That could work.
All right. So we have a whole stream for that Raimi film. Let's move on.
All right. So
Black
next
Panther.
is Black Panther. No.
I'm gonna
Don't
put it
care
in
for
no.
I'm gonna put it in no.
I actually will go as far as say I fucking hate this movie, and I hate it because of everybody who, like all of the shit surrounding it, makes me hate it even more.
I hate it because I wanted it to be good so badly. It's the same reason for Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It's like it deserved so much better.
The thing is, when this movie came out, I actually kind of liked it. I didn't think it was that good. I liked it. The problem was,
I didn't even like it. I thought it was stupid.
I was never a fan of the whole, and I remember I saw a lot of this where it's like
the Wakanda Forever bullshit.
Not even just that, because I don't care about that. That's just fans embracing something they like, whatever. What I didn't like was that if you said anything negative about this, anything less than racist, it wasn't even negative, anything less than positive, you were labeled as racist, and I hate that. I hate that with a burning passion. And
Chapman, I agree with you. Killmonger is fucking trash.
He is. He's overrated as fuck.
Fucking trash.
He is a terrible villain.
This guy has a good point. I'm sorry. I'm not even going to get into that. I'm not even getting into that.
Honestly, the entire movie just felt like absolute character assassination on the part of T'Challa.
T'Challa's a fucking idiot. He has no personality in his own movie.
Like,
also, I love how like the super.
He went from this cool, collected, like almost assassin type in freaking Civil War, who was like the coolest character in that entire movie. I don't care.
Yeah,
he was certainly intimidating in that one.
Panther, he's like Cap's asking him, so what's with the like get up, and he's just like, I don't know what he says exactly, but he basically is just like.
Well, so what happened is like Sam was actually asking about his suit, and Steve kind of like tells Sam to like calm down, and Sam's like, "What? You, like guy comes after you with a cat suit, and you're not curious?" Like there was some funny stuff in there. And no, Chapman has a great point there. His new suit looks like
his new
garbage.
Suit in the Black Panther movie looked terrible. I hated it.
He looked like the Pink Panther.
Yeah.
He went from looking like freaking the Black Panther, and then he's just the Pink Panther but black. Like it's the most garbage thing. And I don't even think I would hate it that much if it had like the opaque eyes.
And the thing about like Killmonger is that like they introduce him like they give him enough of a backstory to where you can understand. I'm not going to say understand, but you can see where he's coming from. However,
Killmonger's
it's like
the most superficial villain.
Yeah, he is.
When you,
He's
when
most
you get to
just-
when you
Like,
get to
he's
like the
cool if you don't look at him deeply at all.
yeah, when you like really start thinking critically of him and his plans, it's like you're first of all, he's a hypocrite. Second of all, he's like trying to wage war on the entire world. First of all, that's dumb. They're gonna lose. Like, I don't care how advanced
They
their
deserve to lose at
technology
that
is.
point.
Yeah, they're just gonna
They're
nuke
gonna
you.
lose because it's like, think about this: Wakanda versus the entire world. Who the hell do you think is gonna be on the side of the rest of the world? The fucking Avengers.
Yeah.
Like, his plan. It's like they were never gonna win that war. They were just gonna cause a lot of death and destruction, but they were never gonna win that. And anyone who says they were gonna win, it's like the idea he even thinks that's gonna win is more towards how ridiculous his character is and how like short-sighted. he was.
Also, can we just talk about his whole plan hinged on T'Challa being a fucking idiot and accepting his challenge when he had no reason to?
Yeah, 'cause
Uh-huh.
no one knew he was the heir to his. He was his uncle's kid.
Yeah.
No
It was,
one knew.
yeah, it was.
Even
it
if
was
he
literally
did,
just a
like
real
they,
pride
it's
thing.
it's still
I mean, he
implied
had
that
to-
T'Challa could have just been like, "Nah, I will not accept that challenge."
Yeah, it's like, and even when he has the tattoo, it's like,
Okay. and,
first of all, the super advanced.
Where did he get the tattoo? Did they ever
super
explain that?
advanced, No,
his
I don't-
dad put it on his lips when he was like.
Oh,
a
okay, the
kid.
dad did.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, well, but it's like super advanced civilization, and yet
And
they
yet
have
they still
probably-
use spears.
yeah, no, they have probably the most primitive way of
Way of
picking
choosing
a
a
leader.
leader. Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, okay, so does he have to fight everybody who challenges him at the, like what? It's like a Congo line of, okay, it's your turn to fight me. Is like, how does this
Yeah,
work?
because it's like what
They're
happened.
really
Excellent.
lucky
like,
that not many people even want to be king.
I know, because it's like all you have to do is just get like 5 or 6 people to challenge him, then you just wait to be the last one in line. When
Because
he's
like, even in
tired.
like Civil War, like the context was like his dad was king, but he was like the acting Black Panther.
Okay, so one thing I will say is, like, Chapman says, why didn't T'Chaka just adopt Killmonger? It's pretty implied that T'Chaka didn't even know Killmonger was, like, Eric was there. Like, because Eric, his mom was obviously an American. Like, so he was obviously born, and like conceived and born when, his dad was out in the world. So, like, T'Chaka not adopting him, kind of a stupid decision. Like, you'd think he would have looked
Yeah.
into it a little bit more, but at the same time, like, I can understand why he didn't. It was
One thing that
stupid,
gets
but I
me,
get it.
like, one thing
I
that
was
gets
like,
me
say,
is, like,
remember when the black guys made the gorilla noises? That was an interesting choice. Yeah, that was.
Well, 'cause what's
That
funny
did kind
is
of make me a little uncomfortable. It's like, why is he making gorilla noises?
Well, what's funny is that okay, so
Well,
his
that was
character in the comic
he's
is
the man-ape. He's the gorilla.
I know in the comics is a thing, but I was just thinking that it was just kind of like a. What are you trying to say there, Disney?
But here's the funny thing.
Wanted
I,
to
was
be,
like,
but I'm shit posting right now. I'm not.
I would
seriously.
say like they should have went hard with that. They should have just let him be the man ape.
His character made no sense because he goes from I want to be king and T'Challa's weak to, T'Challa's weak right now, but I'm gonna actually help him become king again for some reason, even though I have no reason to.
I'm gonna be
'cause at
honest.
first
Like,
he saves his
M'Baku's
life 'cause,
whole
oh,
thing-
he spared my life, but it's like after that, it's like you don't even know Killmonger. He might be down for your plans or whatever. It's like I guess you could say it's like, oh, it's better to work with the devil you know, I guess.
Yeah,
but I
that's
don't
But
know.
kinda
if he
what
one thing, if he just flat out said that it's like I don't trust Killmonger.
Like, honestly, the way I was thinking of is like, I don't necessarily like T'Challa, but man, fuck that Killmonger guy.
All
If
right, so
if there was like a scene where he talked to Killmonger was disrespecting him or something, or he didn't trust the guy, and it was established that he didn't trust the guy, he turned around and said, you know what?
Yeah, no,
Nah,
M'Baku-
we're gonna
M'Baku
wake
is the
T'Challa
character.
up.
all right, so let's move on because we only got a few
Chapman,
more
like,
left.
M'Baku is
Yeah.
the character. He's
All right.
a Black
Infinity
Panther.
War.
No one called him Man-Ape.
Great,
Infinity War.
great.
Infinity War, yeah, that's actually
Infinity
the
War's
second
great.
best MCU movie in my
Yeah, I
opinion.
think it's actually really good.
Yeah, I'd
I'll
say
put
still
it-
pretty good. Though the only criticism I have is Thanos' motivation is stupid.
Somehow they managed to make Black Panther cool again.
I'm putting it below Blade 2, and that's bias.
That's fine.
Although it's kind of
X-Men
weird that they
too.
reference the Phantom Menace in Infinity War.
What?
Did they? What did they do that?
Think about it. Think about it. The whole raise the shields around Wakanda, And
I don't
then
know.
once
Oh,
when
it's so
I
you're
don't know
saying
if
it's just
that's
a
a
visual
reference.
similarity, not a.
Yeah, I don't.
I know,
think
You
that's
I
a
said
know,
good
but-
reference.
reference.
I thought that you were saying like.
I thought you told me they
I
made
know,
a
but it's
deliberate
like for the
reference.
people who said that they hate the prequels or whatever, it's like for the people that say they don't like the prequels and all that stuff, you kind of reference that shit more often than you realize.
Hey, sit down. I don't know. I feel.
I don't know.
like-
That doesn't really seem like it's an intentional reference.
Yeah, that's not a reference. That's just it happens to be visually similar.
Yeah.
Anyway, Deadpool 2.
Hate
I don't
it.
like this movie. I don't like this movie at all.
Let's go, man.
I actually
say-
would
It
put
has
it
some funny
in.
moments and jokes, but I don't like it as a whole.
If you get
I'd
rid
say
of
it's a high meh or a low good, and that is entirely because of Josh Brolin's Cable.
That is
I would
true.
put it in low good.
Because it's like they took Deadpool 1 and just they made it funnier and
Yeah,
like,
that is-
got some of the heart.
That is one thing. I don't know. Like I feel like a lot of there was a good bit of heart to it, especially
It
with
did have
Deadpool
some
being,
heart in it
like
in points.
very focused.
Yeah, but to me it's
on-
like it started hitting like kind of MCU levels where it was like it's not letting
everything
the
had to
heart-
be undercut with the joke. At the
Yeah.
very least,
Yeah.
to me though, Deadpool that kind of makes sense for him. Like he does.
Yeah,
do
he
that
has
a
a
lot.
little bit more leeway.
And you have to sort of
But-
like understand, like, you know, even though he undercuts everything with the joke, he still does have that heart.
But that's what I'm saying though. To me, it's like it was the wrong balance of it. Because to me, Deadpool 1, yeah, it had the jokes, but to me, like the heart was still like the main thing.
Oh yeah, no,
And then,
I
like, this
will
one, it's
agree
like-
with you there. Like it's not as
The one joke I hated was when he was dying and they kept the joke that he wasn't dying going on so goddamn long. I was like, you really should have cut this.
Also, can I just say, like,
And
This
the
might
domino
sound-
race swap thing was.
I don't
just
like the
why.
domino race swap. Before anyone
Just
says,
why?
I just want to emphasize, I am black. Not that that changes anything. That
Yeah, I'd
doesn't
say
matter.
it really should.
I'm just gonna put
matter.
that there, but that was such an unnecessary change to her.
Like you
Mhm.
honestly could have told me that wasn't Domino, and I would have believed you because it
And-
took me a while to realize that was supposed to be Domino.
And what kind of annoys me
like
more
no
is
hate
that
to
like
Daisy Beats because she played the role really well.
Yeah, no, I think the
Like,
actress did the good job with, but it's just she does not look like the
I-
character.
we just do not like race swaps.
Yeah,
it was.
I think that's perfectly reasonable.
Yeah.
And what gets me is that like, not only
and someone might bring up that we gave Kingpin a pass. We was about we liked.
Okay, this is a
about
hot
Duncan
take.
as
This is a hot take. I don't give Kingpin a pass. I don't. I
Yeah,
like
me neither.
Michael Clark Duncan. I get what they were going for in the sense of like he's just so massive, and Kingpin is also a
And
massive.
he can actually act too.
Well,
However,
here's the thing: like we
However,
can love a
that is
portrayal and still not think it was a good idea.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
it comes down to this: someone else could have played that role who looked more like the character.
Yeah,
Like-
exactly.
One good example for me is Jamie Foxx's Electro. He was fucking fantastic, even in the
But
Amazing Spider-Man 2. Like he was really probably the best part of that movie. Still, I don't like the fact that it was a race swap.
Actually, I don't like him because I don't hate Jamie Foxx, but that's not Electro. Like him acting so goofy in the beginning, and then like he basically kind of loses his personality once he becomes Electro.
Yeah, he kind of
Like-
did. Yeah.
Like it's not even just that he became a different person; he just lost it, and I really don't like that. It could have been. I can kind. First of all, the goofiness was so comical,
it
like,
was.
ridiculously comical.
Mhm.
However, it's like,
At least there was kind of a personality there.
yeah, at least there was
Mhm.
something there. And then when he becomes Electro, it kind of just dies. Like not even like a change. It's just he's just kind of brooding and like
Yeah, I
The
think
biggest
he-
problem
he
I
sort of
have with
becomes
him
numb.
is he goes from I'm a Spider-Man fanboy to I hate Spider-Man with like in 2 seconds.
It's Iron Man 3 again.
Yeah.
yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and
Anyway,
finish
next
this last
is
round.
Ant-Man and the Wasp.
I
think
think
it
it's
was
I
a
liked
meh.
it.
It was
Meh.
a meh. It was a significant downgrade from the first Ant-Man, and again, we got a gender and race swap on Ghost. As great as the character was, still
Mhm.
don't.
I don't even think it was.
I don't
great.
even
think it was
remember.
more
I
meh.
barely even remember Ant-Man.
Even
2,
the
to be
character
honest
was
with you.
mad because it's like the entire story feels like a misunderstanding between people.
It is.
Yeah, it really
Yeah.
is. Like if they had just sat down to talk about stuff, like, and even that they end up resolving it by having a conversation that they could have had like 2 hours earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
I'm
was
gonna put it-
you know, Chapman has a good point. It was fun as hell, but I still hold that it wasn't a very good movie.
You know what?
So
You know what it is?
meh.
It plays it too safe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
therefore it's
gonna
meh.
put it the most mid of the meh because
Yeah,
it's
Yeah,
like,
that is
meh.
mid.
it doesn't do
meh.
anything terrible, but it doesn't do anything really memorable either.
Yeah.
Like the most
Venom.
memorable thing it does is nothing. I got nothing.
You can't remember.
Giant Man. No, because even Ant-Man or Civil War did that.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Civil War did that.
All right. Okay.
Civil War
So
did it better.
Venom. I'm gonna be
Venom-
perfectly honest with you.
I have not seen this movie, and I
I've
honestly,
seen it. I'm a huge Venom fan. Huge.
I honestly don't even want to see it.
Let me put it this way. You guys know Salem, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So me and Salem, we're kind of on the same wavelength that we're both super hardcore Venom fans. He loves this movie. I like it, but I don't think it's a good adaptation of Venom at all.
It's not a
Same.
good adaptation of Venom, but I think it's a good movie.
I put it good.
It's decent. It's I think its main problem is it doesn't really know what it wants to be. Like, it has some horror elements, it has an action elements, but like it tries to be too much of a comedy.
It was
Not
all
even
over.
like
From what I
it really was
gathered,
all
it
over the
all
place. It's a
Yeah.
good movie, and I think it's worth a watch. It was, but I'd say it's like low tier good.
You know what? I'm gonna put it. I would argue that it's bad, but it's kind of like Spirit of Vengeance kind of thing, where it's like it's bad, but there's still enjoyment to be had in it.
I actually wouldn't. I would disagree with that. I'd say it's low tier good, whereas its sequel, Let There Be Carnage, that is definitely it is so bad it's good.
Oh boy, Salem for some reason really liked that movie, and it's like that
Don't
looked
you
like
dare.
ass.
Don't you dare bring up like.
That looked like absolute ass.
No,
the only
no,
thing
no,
I
no.
liked was the visual
We'll get
effects.
to it when we get to it, but I'm just saying, like, I refuse that notion for that one. But like, for this one, I'll put it low good just to kind of compromise it.
Okay.
Because to me, like, the story is a mess. Like,
Mhm.
Riot as the villain, really?
the movie
I
is
mean,
a fucking mess.
it's solid as a villain. Riot's solid as a villain for like that. It's like a solo Venom story
He's-
that's also a
he's-
Devil's on the origin story. If you're
No, I gotta stop because my Venom fanboy's coming out because it's like,
About to say, me and Sauron have had this conversation, so I know he's gonna bounce if you don't move
who the
on.
fuck picks Riot? Who the fuck read that comic and was like, you know who'd be the perfect villain? Riot. This
This
nigga
random
who was in the
background
panel
guy.
for one page. He was in like he wasn't even a page. He was in like 2 panels in the entire fucking arc. Hey, he will make a great villain. Who the fuck is this nigga?
Also, his design looks so too similar to Venom to the point where I saw a clip of the fight scene online. I was like, I can't tell who's who.
Hey, you know what's another thing that annoys me?
And then I
the
can't tell which
scene
one
works
is
well
which.
because like he's very much like a bright silver as compared to Venom being black.
What gets me about like the movie is that this is a small detail, but it ruins the whole movie for me. And I'm not saying like the movie's bad because of this. I'm just saying like this makes it hard for me to like say anything too positive about it. So in the movie, the symbiote's name is already Venom.
Yes,
Yeah,
oh my
that's
God.
weird. That's
Oh my
fucking
God,
weird.
that is something that bothered me so
In the
much.
context of the comic, you guys probably know, but I'm just gonna say this.
They are Venom together.
Like
Yeah.
the symbiote has a name. It's a plot point that they don't know its actual name, but that's whatever. That's a later thing. But the symbiote technically has its own name.
Yeah.
However, on its own, it has that one name.
Mhm.
Eddie Brock has his own name. However, when they come together,
That's when they're
That
Venom.
is Venom.
that's when Venom is born.
That's why they say
Because-
we are Venom.
Yeah.
And to me, it's like the fact that because this is the thing I noticed in the movie, it always felt like the symbiote was doing everything. Like, I get that, like, oh, it can't do anything without Eddie, but I never really got sold on that idea. Like, to me, it was never really sold that, like, only Eddie could unlock the potential of the symbiote. And
Nah, the
as much
symbiote
as-
was just used. I always got the vibe the symbiote was
It's
just
not
using
really.
him.
Yeah, no, it's not
And-
really that he can unlock the potential of the symbiote. It's that these symbiotes have like perfect hosts.
But that's
and
what I'm saying, though.
once they find that perfect host, that's the only way that they can both survive long term. And at that point, the symbiote just kind of like does its thing. It's like you said, the
No,
symbiote
but
was
I'm
doing
speaking from, like, the comic book sense, where it's like, because in the comic book, almost anyone can wear a symbiote. However,
Mm-hmm.
it's like that union between symbiote and host is where the true character is born. Like when Spider-Man wore it, he was just black suited Spider-Man.
Yeah, he
He
wasn't
didn't-
called Venom or anything.
He didn't like he didn't really recognize the symbiote as having its own personality, its own entity, and stuff like that. However, when Eddie gets it, that's when its personality starts to melt, and that's when Venom is born. It's also one of the reasons I don't like Flash Thompson with the symbiote, because he should call himself something else besides just Venom. Because it's like the union between symbiote and host is what makes the personality, not simply new host, same symbiote.
Yeah.
But that's whatever. Moving on, because I don't want to.
New host, who dis?
Captain Marvel, no.
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 I haven't even seen it, but
Yes,
no.
we're going
Just
no.
no.
I'm gonna put it below Iron Man 3. No,
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it above Iron Man 3. No,
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it above Iron Man 3.
No.
The twist
Next.
of Iron Man 3 is so offensive. Like Captain Marvel, it's like
She
It
punched an old lady.
Wasn't the
She
old lady
did
a
not
troll,
respect
though?
her
there's
elders.
context.
It
there,
is
there's
true.
context.
She
I'm
did
just-
not respect her elders.
I don't like it because I don't like how Marvel has constantly trying to shoehorn this character as if I'm supposed to love her.
Yeah,
When
no
it-
one likes Captain Marvel. Let's be
But she
real.
was better as Miss Marvel, honestly.
Because at least at Miss Marvel, she had flaws that she sort of accepted.
And you know what? Really
Captain
Also,
Marvel
at least they
actually
didn't keep
did
drawing
flaws.
her to make her look like a fucking dude.
No,
Yeah,
you know what annoys
yeah.
me the most about this movie, and this might be a small nitpick, but to me, it's one of the most insulting things this movie did. Was so in the context of the comics, Captain Marvel is not even the first Captain Marvel. She's
No.
technically
Yeah,
the
she's
third
not.
because
There's
Marvel.
Marvel.
There was Marvel, and then there was Monica Rambeau.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. Not only does this movie just skip to her, and first of all, they completely changed Marvel to a whole different person.
Isn't he like straight up a villain in this movie too?
No.
it's
it's
like
a
some
woman.
AI. It's some AI construct of a woman or something like that.
Who
Like,
gets
it
killed off like immediately.
completely nothing to do with the original Marvel. But what bothers me is that they have Monica Rambeau. She's a fucking kid who looks up to this Captain Marvel. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? The original Captain Marvel is now some kid who looks up to this one, who in context it should be the one that came after her.
Yeah.
Like, to me,
That's weird.
it's kind of insulting.
That is one
Especially
thing, though.
when Disney
In-
talk about that whole diversity and all that bullshit.
In
and it's like,
Doctor
yeah, okay.
Strange Multiverse of Madness, Monica Rambeau is fully fledged Captain Marvel.
That's
And how long did she last?
but I don't even
She
care.
lasts the longest out of any of them. She's the
She was
she got
leader of the
full-on-
Avengers for a while. Not
yeah,
for
she's
too
got,
long.
she's
but
got
she
the
was
full on
briefly.
black and white suit and everything. She actually looks really good. She lasts the longest against Wanda.
Against Psycho Wanda.
It's so, like, I don't want to get too into Captain Marvel, but it's just no.
Mhm.
I don't like. I don't feel like trying to justify why I don't like it. And you know what's another one? I'm not gonna put in no, not yet, because I want to hear everyone's opinion. But I'm willing to put Endgame in no as well.
I'd say
same.
Endgame
I actually
is
would agree,
like
same.
a low
Same.
bad or a high no.
I would say Endgame is no. I was actually at one point looking, and I'm ashamed that I did this. I actually started looking at my phone partway through the movie because I was so just
Like-
checked out.
Endgame really ages like milk for me.
Yeah.
At first
me-
it was
Go ahead.
good, then it just went downgrade.
For me, when it comes to Endgame, it's like it starts off alright enough, but as it goes on, the minute it introduces Fat Thor, I was done.
Yeah, Fat Thor
Like-
was when I just.
And here's the thing that really annoys me. This is more of a personal thing. I'm very serious when it comes to like mental health stuff. And for me personally, it's not a huge turn off for me, but it annoys me when movies have like quote unquote tackle mental health and it's a fucking joke.
Yeah,
This
they
was
never
probably
do
one
it.
of the-
They never do it right.
This was probably one of the most egregious examples I've ever seen. Where, because in Iron Man 3, they tackle Tony's PTSD, but they kind of just drop it.
Yeah.
However, in this one, Thor is literally suffered more than almost any other character, and they play it all as a fucking joke throughout the whole.
Yeah, Thor is like manic is like seriously depressed, and
He's a
and it's joke.
god who got
He-
fat. Do you understand how much
At the-
alcohol you would have to
Yeah.
consume to do that?
Barrels.
How much
Yeah.
alcohol?
At
how
the end
much-
of the movie, like he is begging them to let him, do the snap, to let him be worth something because he needs that, and they're just like, nah,
No.
you like we could cut
Do
you
know
and
what's coursing
lard.
through my veins? Cheese
Lard.
whiz? It's like, shut the fuck
Shut
up.
the fuck up.
yeah. no,
I can
shut the
see
fuck
if they
up, Brody.
simply said that
You're a
Hulk is
cripple.
the only one who can tank the radiation.
That's
Mhm.
such bullshit because
It's
Thor
bullshit, but I can at least be like, all right, fine.
It'd be really fucked up if they said no, because if you die, then we'll see. Like, it's like if Hulk dies, he's not doing anything in this movie anyway. So if he dies,
It's like Hulk wasn't doing shit
Hulk is
anyway.
already
being
dead.
annoying. He was dabbing.
Hulk is already dead.
Hulk died the minute Incredible Hulk ended the movie.
Yeah.
No, okay, no. Hulk was in Avengers and Avengers Age of Ultron.
It didn't really, well, he kind of did something, but it was all downhill from there. How about that?
It was all downhill from there. Even Ragnarok, he was there, but like he was. I think he was okay in Ragnarok, but he was played off as a joke too much. And
He
then
also
after that,
got. He also felt kind of
it's just
nerfed
green.
compared to.
He literally had his biggest character development off screen, where he comes back as Professor Hulk.
Well, that's not Professor Hulk. That is Green Bruce Banner.
You know what I mean.
I
You
know,
what I
but
mean.
it's stupid.
You know what I mean. But yeah, it's like I'm saying it as I'm saying it as an insult, like Professor Hulk. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Also, can we talk about?
Yeah,
Can we
I
talk about how
know.
weird it is that Captain America goes back in time to be a Peggy when they established that he had a thing with the other agent chick that was like related to Peggy?
Yeah, her niece or
Yeah.
like her.
Yeah, I was like, I
They
forgot what her-
literally undid all of his
Great
character
niece.
development.
Yeah. And then I like how the director's like, oh no, there were always two Captain Americas existing at the same time. Like, no, they weren't.
Total
I
cop.
call bullshit on
Stop
that.
fucking. I was like,
You're-
stop fucking lying.
All right.
Yeah.
So now we have.
He has moved on.
We have Phoenix, which I think we can all agree is just bad.
I haven't
saw
seen
I
it, but it's
actually
probably a
never
no.
saw it.
Oh, you never saw it? Okay, well, we'll put it. Never seen it then.
Oh, we should. Okay.
I the only thing I really know about it is.
Well, who's seen it?
Yo, it's just not
One.
good.
Okay, I'll just put it in never seen it. And
Yeah,
bottom
like
of
the only thing I really know about Dark Phoenix is that A, it was trash, and B, there's a line in there where Mystique says with a straight face that women are the only
Ex-women,
ones
yeah.
that are
Like,
do
the term-
anything, and they should just change the team to X-women.
Like the term X-Men was already gender neutral. That was like the kind of the point of it.
Yeah.
Also, even though I think this is just I don't know if this is in the comics, they say that the X gene is passed down by the male parent.
Yeah.
And like they actually say this in X-Men too when Bobby is showing his parents his powers. And I think one of the mom asks, how does this happen? He goes, well, we found out that the X gene is passed down from the male parent. So
Yeah, like it's like
and they kind of look at the dads. I was like, I got it from you.
yeah, like I think that's a thing in the comics too, where it's like
Yeah.
the males pass on the X gene.
Anyway,
so calling it the X-Men
and I
makes
think
sense on two levels.
I think it all stems from Apocalypse too, where it's
yeah,
like-
because Apocalypse that actually checks out.
okay, so we'll move on because we're almost at the end here.
Far From Home, it's not quite a no, but it's bad for me.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Haven't seen it.
I thought it was pretty good. But,
I'd say
but-
it is worth one watch, and that is entirely because of Jake Gyllenhaal's performance as Mysterio.
No, fuck that. Motherfucker
Fuck
was
that,
an Iron
brother.
Man villain. Had nothing to do with Peter until like
No. That's nothing. That I'm not talking about the writing of the character. I'm just saying purely because of Jake Gyllenhaal's performance as the character.
I mean, even that gets to the
It's
point
worth
where
one watch and then never look back at it again.
I don't know,
Honestly, it did not. The trailers were not enough to motivate me to go see
Could we-
that. So I was
okay,
like, nah, I'm
fine.
out.
To play the sake of fair, I'll put it in.
Bad.
Low bad.
Bad.
You mean
Low
high
bad.
bad?
High bad. Sure. Whatever.
I bet's
Fine.
good.
Whichever one is worse, because it's literally the worst thing on the bad
Just
list.
put it on there.
As
Yeah,
long
I'll
as
put
as long as it's not in anything good.
Yep.
All right, Daredevil.
Daredevil. I have never seen the entire thing.
Wait, is this the Ben Affleck one?
Yeah, Ben Affleck.
Yeah.
Daredevil.
Ben
I've
Affleck.
seen it. It's the only good thing in it is Michael Clark Duncan is Punisher, and maybe Colin Farrell is
Kingpin,
Bullseye.
you mean?
Yeah,
Kingpin.
it's one of those so bad,
Also,
but it's
John Favreau
entertaining.
was Foggy.
I'll put it in bad. I'll put it next to like.
Also,
Okay.
the scene of Elektra training to bring me to life is fucking hilarious.
Also,
I don't think it
also
was meant to be.
That sounds like cringe.
Remember, she got into a
incarnate.
fight with
It
a
is.
blind man. Like she didn't know he could fight until after.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind. She
To be
picked
fair,
the
he
wrong-
provoked. To be fair, he provoked her into
a
doing that.
blind
Too.
man.
The blind man was kind of like provoking
Like,
her into it, if I
But
remember
still,
correctly.
it's like he's blind. What are you doing? Just
Yeah.
walk away. You don't know he can fight. Why are you fighting?
All right, so New Mutants.
I've never
I haven't
seen it.
seen it.
Never
I
saw
haven't
it.
seen it. All I heard is that they made Danny Moonstar and Wolfsbane a lesbian couple.
Oh yeah, I heard about that, but I haven't seen
Didn't
it.
even
Didn't
hear
see
about
it.
that.
I
So-
don't
Haven't seen.
haven't seen.
Haven't seen.
Haven't seen
All
it.
I know
seen.
about this movie is it took them forever.
It
to
took
release
them. It was supposed
Yeah.
to release back in like 2017. and it didn't release until like 2020.
All right, I've never even heard of this Hellstorm.
Hellstrom. It's
Never heard of it.
It's an
What the
adaptation
hell?
of Damon Hellstrom.
Wait,
the
I've
son
actually
of the-
seen this
The
show.
son of the devil, and apparently it was actually really good. It was like very hard R, like
Well, I'll put it at the top of having.
It's on Hulu. It's actually, from what I recall, I didn't even know it was Marvel related. It's actually not bad.
yeah, it was supposed to be like part of that lineup of like sort of R-rated Marvel Hulu shows, which Ghost Rider was supposed to be a part of, and then that got canceled, and I'm still angry about that. And I have not seen Shang-Chi yet.
I'm not gonna watch that.
I haven't seen
Not seen it.
I will say, out of all of like the Phase 4 movies that I haven't seen, Shang-Chi is like the one that I am actually kind of interested in seeing, if only for the
I don't want to see it.
It looked fucking boring.
Asshole.
Also
It
because
looked
Tim
fucking
Roth.
boring.
Because he's one of those guys where it's like you say anything negative about the movie,
He makes it about race all the time.
racist. I was like, bitch, I eat Chinese food every day.
He's like, shut the fuck up.
Steven
But,
Leo can like look at me in the face and be like, "Oh, you're racist." I'm like, "Yeah, what about it?"
Yeah, so
I'd be like, I'll be like, and your movie
No,
sucks.
you got
I
you
will
got
straight up call him the N-word.
you got to respond with the ultimate rebuttal. It's like you're racist, okay, nigga, and all right.
He's
now,
not even one of those.
now, okay, this is one I know someone was talking about earlier. Now, I got.
Oh, God,
this
this
was the
one.
one I was gonna watch it before the stream, so I can actually give my opinion on it. However, again, my computer crashed, and I just lost all interest in doing anything on the computer that night. So,
All because of
I
supposedly me.
all because of
it was your
Megatron.
fault.
It was the ghost of Megatron.
Yeah.
But basically, like,
Galvatron.
that Galvatron's a whole new guy.
And-
Well, sort of. I don't know.
yeah,
Depends
no
on-
way
I
home.
am probably
but
going to piss
I-
people off with this.
No.
What I'm
So
going to say on
here's
this.
the thing. We've already gotten to it with MCU Spider-Man alone. I'm going to simply put it in have not seen, and we're just going to leave it at that. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, fair enough.
That's good.
Now,
Fair enough.
I think this is
Sauron-
X2.
Let me know when you watch it because I do want to be there.
I'll let you know. I'll probably do a watch party of it.
I'll agree with
X-Men
Kevin.
too. Great.
The first act of No Way Home was kind of bad. But,
I'll
like,
be
the rest
on.
of it was good.
No. We're not gonna.
We're not
Yeah,
gonna.
okay, yeah.
Restraint.
X-
Restraint.
X2.
Now,
Restraint.
X2. I think this is the best of the X-Men movies.
I
I
agree.
think it should be
X-Men
at
2,
least
I put
great.
it in great.
I would put it in great.
X2. I wouldn't say the best of the X-Men movies, but it's like on par.
Out of the original, the original trilogy before the pre.
Oh, yeah.
the prequel
Yeah,
shit,
absolutely.
yeah,
Absolutely
it's the best one.
Yeah.
All right. I'll put it in.
Personally, my favorite X-Men movie has got to be like First Class, though. So
I do wish Deathstrike
about-
got more to do.
Honestly, you know what?
she
I'm
was
gonna put it.
actually Lady Deathstrike.
You know what? I'm gonna put
Yeah.
it.
Lady Deathstrike
I'm
that
gonna
time,
put it above
really.
Blade 2.
At least she got a good fight
And-
scene.
The
She
reason
did get a
why
good fight scene.
the reason why I say that is because
And Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler's my boy.
Nightcrawler was awesome too.
yeah, the
Mhm.
Nightcrawler
I think
is.
this is just more of a solid film than a lot of others. Like it's more
Yeah, it is.
consistently good. Like there's very little that I can think of where it's like this wasn't that good.
I actually got a bit emotional when Jean like died. I'm putting air quotes.
Oh
Died.
no,
at
I
the
never
end.
I never got emotional. I never liked Jean Grey.
Jean Grey is mid. Jean Grey she is
I-
one of my least favorite.
I don't
Marvel
even like Jean as a character, but I just the death
If
scene with
mutants
that
were
was just
real,
kinda like
Here's
If mutants were real, I would be bigoted towards the telepaths.
Here's so okay. Y'all may judge me for this, but I like Maggot more than I like Jean Grey.
Who?
Oh wow.
And yeah, most people don't even know who Maggot is. Maggot is a South African mutant whose mutant power turns his skin blue, and he has no digestive system. He has just these two giant maggot creatures that live in his stomach and can like just come in and out at will, and that's his digestive system. That's his
what
mutant
the
power.
fuck?
What?
What were the
mean-
writers smoking?
I
when
like
they
some
came up with that
I
one?
like some obscure comic stuff too, but what?
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, I just like him. He just seems really cool to me.
Where,
I mean,
Like, it's
that's
the
fair.
stupidest thing.
isn't there like a mutant whose power is like they make like tattoos that actually give you powers or something? I've never seen an article about that.
Oh yeah, no, that's Tattoo. Like he's one of like the students.
Like his whole power is if he draws a tattoo on you, it gives you some kind of power or something.
Something
All
like
right.
that. Yeah.
All right. We'll just leave it at that because I do think this movie, as much as I prefer Blade 2, I think this movie is just more consistently good. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, I just think it's more of a solid of a film. All right, next we have the OG Punisher movie, or I say OG, but I'm pretty sure it's like one of the first. Punisher.
I think it's like the second
is it
Punisher.
It's the
movie.
second.
There was a Dolph Lundgren Punisher movie before it, but he didn't even have the skull, and it was just very, very loosely Punisher.
Okay, this one I've seen it when I was a kid, but I have not seen it recently.
I
It
seen
really
parts
hasn't
of it. I
aged
can't
super
remember.
well.
I don't remember it.
It's a good movie. My main issue with it is that you don't really feel a lot of pain from, because Punisher is a character that carries a lot of pain with him. You don't feel a lot of that pain with Thomas Jane version. That said, like, I mean, you feel it at first, like when everything like happens, but then like he's carried off to be healed, and when he comes back, there's just like this cold rage, which is really cool. And there's like a really cool fight scene between like him and this Russian in an apartment complex, and it's probably one of the better fight scenes in like classic Marvel stuff. Or maybe if it's not better, it's at the very least iconic. But I think it is dragged down a little bit by John fucking Travolta being the main villain.
Oh,
Really?
John Travolta's the villain?
John Travolta is the main villain. It's freaking
All right,
hilarious.
you know what? I'm just gonna put it in. I don't know what to put it because it's been so long since I've seen it.
Meh.
So
Meh,
good,
it's
high
Put it
meh.
in meh.
I'll put it in
That's a
high
good
meh because
choice.
like I remember seeing it as a kid, and I don't remember hating it. But again, it's like that was a kid, so you know,
Yeah.
kids like almost anything. Now
And then
I say this.
Oh,
I deliberately
Lord.
moved this for last. Now I just want
I
to
can't
say
see
something.
this one.
I need to say something, and this might be one I don't really care what anyone has to say, but I'm gonna try to be fair. I love Carnage. Carnage is my favorite villain in all of Marvel. I won't say all comics, but definitely all Marvel.
I'm so
This-
sorry, dude.
This movie is such a
Oof.
fucking atrocious
It is. I
interpretation of his
did not
character.
know
I've never seen
it was possible to fuck up a character this bad. So
Yeah, how do you fuck up Carnage?
here's the thing.
Character.
Here's the thing. Carnage. So you know how all of the symbiotes, where they always say, "We are Venom. We are."
Yeah, Carnage
Riot,"
is the
whatever.
only one who says
Carnage is
I.
the only one who says "I," and that is because he and the symbiote are so in sync that they ceased to be two separate beings.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
one.
are Carnage.
This movie, Venom wins because he exploits the fact that they got that fucking wrong. Carnage and Cletus are constantly butting heads because they cannot agree on a single fucking thing.
That is.
They
how
are
do you
stupid.
fuck up that badly?
They're such separate
And then,
characters
like,
that in the entire movie, it's not even. It doesn't. It. Oh my god! It is so bad.
and what
is
makes it
so bad?
different to me is like
It's.
Didn't
Extra
they
is
give
right.
him like
It's
tornado
fucking silly
powers
as
too,
hell.
or some shit?
Well,
like
no.
that?
He doesn't have tornado powers, really. He just spins around really fast
no,
and creates
no,
like a tornado of.
no. I just want to say, Burning. No, we're not playing that game. This movie's not worth the watch. I don't care what anybody says. I think, yes, this is bias talking right now. This is total bias. I've read Carnage books for years. This is total bias. No, don't watch this, especially if you are not familiar. Actually, you know what? If you're not familiar with the character, don't watch this movie because this is a terrible first impression.
Yeah, no,
If
it's,
you
it's
are
Yeah,
familiar
no,
with this
I-
character,
Mhm.
you're gonna hate it. And if you do like it, listen, I'm not saying
you're
you're
wrong and you're stupid.
I seek psychiatric help. That's all I'm gonna say.
You need to
Chapman,
be. You need to
like,
be
no, like-
institutionalized, like Cletus should be right now.
Yeah,
Like,
Chap-
it's
and
so
it
weird
sucks
because
I
it's
was
like
so excited.
it's
I
not
was
even like
so excited for it.
it's like it's not
When
even
they
just
showed
simply
renders
a,
of
like,
what Carnage looked like, I was like, oh, I might actually have to see this, even though I
Like,
didn't
Oh,
want to
he
see it
looks
first.
so good. That's
What
the
gets
thing.
me
Like
is,
the
like,
visual
it's so
of him.
blatantly not Carnage. Like the fact that like, oh, how are we gonna stop him? I was like, oh, they don't have a true symbiosis. It's like, excuse me?
Yeah,
Like, the most
that's-
defining
You
like,
what,
one of
mate?
the most defining things about Carnage, you're just like, oh no, that's how we beat him, is because they're not actually a good matchup. Like, excuse me?
Yeah.
You
no,
didn't
it
think
was-
to try fire or sound or
Which is funny because it's like now Carnage is immune to fire, but on the OG, no, he is still weak to fire. However,
because all the symbiotes were vulnerable to fire.
yeah,
and
however,
Oh my god, no. Yeah, Exeter has a good point. That one is. It's like a modern Batman and Robin.
each
how bad it is.
I don't know because I enjoy Batman and Robin.
I still haven't seen it actually.
Batman and Robin is hilarious. It's bad, but it is fucking hilarious.
I have
The
not
thing-
seen
the thing
Batman
about, like,
Forever
the
or
symbiote-
Batman.
It's definitely so good it's bad.
Yeah, it is like the
It's
so
so
bad,
bad
is
it's
good of
good, I mean.
Batman movies.
The thing about the symbiotes is that like each symbiote that is born is like basically an improvement on the previous one.
It's something like 50
Like-
times as powerful as it's
It
Parent?
kind of varies, but basically the general sense is that like
They get more powerful
they
with
get
each
they get
generation.
stronger with each one. And Carnage is again like, especially in like the context of like Marvel, like Carnage, Venom was already kind of pretty prominent because he had like fused with Spider-Man, and he fused with Eddie, who kind of brought out that hatred. And then when Carnage was born, you know, it's an improvement upon that. And so like they have this whole thing where it's like, oh, that's a red one, that's like a super dangerous one. It's like, no, you don't need to add that context. Just show that he's dangerous through action. Don't tell me he's dangerous. Just have him literally like show up and just kick Venom's ass. Like, I'd be fine with that. And then
Batman, I haven't seen Moon Knight, and I really don't care to.
I've seen all the episodes except for the last one. It's decent. It needed to be darker than it is, but
yeah, it's not even on here anyways, because like this is like January list. But basically, it's like this movie.
It's
Go to
bad.
bed, dude. It's 5 a.m. Jesus.
5 a.m.
Yeah, dude, what the hell?
What
This
the hell?
guy's an Englishman.
Oh, that explains it. But it's like
Moon Knight is the best of the Disney Plus Marvel shows, and it's sad that that's true.
It's just like this movie, because like
That's
the first
sad.
Venom movie, I don't think it's necessarily good, but I do see the enjoyment in it. This one, it's like it's
an atrocity.
dumb.
And I'm not talking about the cool atrocity that was in Spider-Man: Edge of Time. This is not that.
It's so dumb, and it's like again, this is probably biased talking, but I just can't accept it. I can't, and it pains me that this is like the first live-action Carnage ever. This is probably the only one we're ever gonna get.
And it's sad because Woody Harrelson is actually a pretty solid choice for the character.
Yeah, because it's like, and I also don't like how he's gigantic.
Yeah, no, that was stupid. Like he's bulkier than Venom is.
Because one thing that really annoys me,
he's like, imagine if Hulk got the Carnage symbiote. That's what he looks like.
Like it annoys me because like one thing,
Like,
Hollywood always does
he
this.
looks good. It's just he's too bulky.
Hollywood does this all the time where they have a monster, and so when they want to establish a new monster, it's like, how do we convince the audience?
Just make it bigger.
Yeah, just make it bigger. They did it. They did it in The Predator, where like the Super Predator is literally just this giant.
Yeah, the
thing.
upgraded Predator is just a giant
Even
one that
in,
doesn't
like-
even have weapons.
Even in Aliens, to a degree, where it's like, how do we make the alien more dangerous? The Queen, where it's just a giant bug, which they do it better in that one, but you get what I mean. It's like Hollywood's answer to scarier monster is bigger. And it's like, the minute I saw how massive Carnage, and this is like, in the trailer, he doesn't really seem that much bigger. But when you actually watch the movie, you actually see the size. I was like, oh no.
It's atrocious.
No, especially
Yeah,
'cause
Carnage was supposed to be like the leaner one out of the two.
Yeah, that
like-
was supposed to be the thing, because like Cletus Cassidy's a scrawny little motherfucker, but it's like, oh, he's more powerful, he's stronger than Venom.
Yeah, and Cletus'
So-
whole thing was he would turn the symbiote into weapons and stuff, like blades and shit.
Yeah,
Can I say like one thing that is slightly, and this is like probably the only positive thing about this movie?
Oh god.
When Cletus transforms into Carnage, it looks perfect.
No. The only reason why I say that is because it's like, to me, like, I get what you're saying. It's not bad, but it's no, I'm not even saying, because it's biased talking at that point.
To me, it looked like how it should look if they were like one being.
because like technically, it's like for Cletus, his symbiote lives in his blood. His blood
Yeah.
is basically the symbiote. Me, I would have loved it if like, now this is just this interpretation version of it, where like his symbiote is formed literally by like, it just like, he doesn't cut himself, but it's like veins and arteries on his body just kind of explode and they just wrap around him. I think that would have been a lot cooler, but that's just me.
They were held back by the movie being PG-13.
That's the other thing too. Like,
Yeah, they made it
Carnage-
PG-13 at the
Carnage
last
of
fucking
all
second.
people, and you have to fucking censor him. No. Let him
Yeah.
slaughter. Let him kill. Also, and this is another thing. This is no, I'm gonna say it is a knock against the film for me. Fucking Shriek. Just like
Fuck Shriek.
she's
Shriek
literally
was stupid.
Domino in terms of appearance, where she's like, she's not even white, she's just pale. Like she's super fucking pale, and it's like
And they did the same thing they would do the Domino.
They did the same thing
with
with
the
the
black chick with
Domino.
dreads.
And it was funny.
Yeah.
She could still play the character. I just make her look pale, because in context of Domino, in the context of Shriek, she's also a mutant. Like she's a mutant. She's not like just has powers. She's a mutant. And like, I think they were trying their best to avoid the mutant thing because obviously they don't have the rights to the mutants, to the X-Men or anything like that.
Yeah.
But it's like, also, it's really weird because I don't really like the dynamic they have with them in the movie, because it's like they already know each other and they're already in love. But like, to me, the thing where Shriek, her introduction is the Maximum Carnage story, where basically like Carnage finally meets someone who's just as insane as he is.
Yeah.
And they just click. It's like a better version of Harley Quinn and the Joker, where it's not the Joker manipulating someone to become his henchman or sidekick. It's literally, hey,
They're
babe,
both
I'm
just like,
as
let's
crazy as you.
make each other worse.
And Carnage even's like, she basically says like, hey, I want to come with you so I can kill people. And he's like,
Okay.
he's like, I'll probably kill you as well. It's like, yeah, not if I kill you first. And it's like, oh, and even Cletus like, oh damn, all right.
Yeah, he's like, it's like that. Okay. Oh yeah, come along.
It's probably one of the more sincere relationships in Marvel, which is kind of saying something.
That's kind of
a bit
saying
depressing,
something. The two
honestly.
psychos have the most sincere relationship.
They have a better relationship than Peter Parker and MJ, which is depressing.
That's
like he
depressing.
actually gets like, because I know you guys were talking about like Deadpool versus Carnage. He actually gets upset when he accidentally attacks her. Part of like Carnage.
Yeah, that's part of that. That's part of that. That
Mind
comic.
Yeah, he actually shows concern, and I'm like, wow, that's more depth than some other characters.
Which that's another thing that the movie got wrong, is like Carnage wanted to attack her half the time, and Cletus was holding him back.
Yeah, like again, it's basically like Bonnie and Clyde, where
Also, you know, one other thing that bothered me is one character that I don't really know a whole lot about, but I love as a concept, is Toxin. And like, they basically just straight up said in the movie he's gonna be like a villain in the next one. And
Toxin's like the spawn of like the Carnage's kid, right?
yeah, Carnage's kid.
okay, so like,
But here's the thing, they didn't even do that. They just had Patrick Monahan, the cop who ends up becoming Toxin. He's like a major part in the movie, and he ends up getting like killed by Carnage he gets impaled on like some construction spikes or something.
So here's the
near
thing
end of
about
the movie. And at the very end of the movie, he just opens his eyes. They're like glowing blue, and he's just like, monsters, and that's it. It's like,
So
what the fuck?
here's the thing about Toxin is that like, this is gonna be the last thing because I'm putting this in no, and I don't care what anybody says, but just to end this off, Toxin is a character. So Carnage and Venom have had other spawns of them beforehand, right? However,
Wasn't
the thing is that
Mania
like,
one of Venom's?
that's later. That was post Toxin, but like, essentially, there's like two types of spawns when it comes to symbiotes. There's, you take a piece of the symbiote and it kind of becomes its own entity, but it's not a true symbiote spawn. But then you have ones like Carnage where they are true children.
Venom
of the
gave
studio.
birth.
And Toxin is Carnage's offspring. So from the get-go, it's like he's an improved version of Carnage. However, the catch was that he got bonded with this police officer who was just a regular street cop. And when he got the symbiote, at first he didn't really want it, but then he was like, well, if I'm stuck with this thing, I might as well try to do some good with it. However, the problem is it's the offspring of Carnage. So it's actually just as insane as Carnage. Like, it wants to slaughter people. However, he tries his best to keep it in check. And one thing that was like the interesting dynamic of it was that like the suit doesn't really care how it goes about things. It wants to kill people, but it's not necessarily like it's not going to kill anyone without the host's consent. You know what I mean? And so, like, to me, that was the interesting dynamic because, like, the entire dynamic was he has this symbiote who wants to murder people, and he wants to do good with it.
He wants to be a hero.
He has to keep it in check. And also, there's even like the thing where him and his wife have a kid, and in order to keep the kid safe, because he realized like the symbiote simply existing on him is a danger to his family, so he straight up just leaves the family in like the middle of the night because he knows that like eventually this symbiote shit's gonna mess with his family at some point. Because
Didn't
Carnage,
he end up getting killed? And
yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, Venom
They have-
kills him, I think.
They have this great setup for this character, and they just kill him later on.
then and then Eddie Brock becomes Toxin for a while.
Yeah,
And
like,
is
they
like
basically
he's
get
a
rid of the
villain
host.
for Agent Venom. And
Yeah.
then like I don't know what happened to the Toxin symbiote, but I know Eddie's
It's still around.
Eddie was Venom for a while, and then now Eddie's son is Venom, right?
Yeah, Eddie's son is Venom now. But basically, it's like they have this cool setup for, and it goes back to the thing where I don't like how Marvel treats the symbiotes, where they ignore the host symbiote factor that makes the character. They just treat like, oh, here's the symbiote, put it on the different host, same character. No, it should be a different character because that dynamic is what makes them interesting. Because it's like, take Toxin, who's like a murderous symbiote, like take the Toxin suit, who's murderous, and now put it on like another serial killer. Now you have a more dangerous maniac on the loose. To where like with the original host, it's like, no, you have like a symbiote who wants to kill people attached to a guy who wants to do good. And so that's where the characterization and the interest comes, where it's like now you have the more interesting dynamic between the suit and the host, as opposed to just taking the suit and throwing it on any character and just giving them the previous characterization. And one thing I say is funny, because it's one of my favorite moments with Toxin. It's in like his debut where he stops like a bank robbery, and he like has the guys tied up, and like one of the robbers like, it's like, are you gonna take me to jail now? And it's like he goes on this whole rant where like his mask looks like Spider-Man's, but as he goes on this rant, it slowly starts turning into like this giant maw, and where he's talking about like ripping open the guy's head, eating his brain, and like eating his eyeballs and stuff like that. And the guy's like getting all freaked out, and like as he finishes the little monologue, he's like, "What?" And he just transforms back into like the normal talk. It's like, "Nah, I'm just kidding." But deep down,
That's what the symbiote wants.
Yeah, but deep down, that's what the symbiote was actually saying. He was just like, basically, that was the symbiote's personality coming out.
He was letting it out a little bit, but
and
not
he caught
enough
it
for it
back.
to do
He
something.
like brought it back in right before he actually ate him. And it's just like, no, I'm just messing with you, man. I'm not gonna do all that. And like in the back of his mind, it's like, oh, that's a close one.
He's like, oh shit, that could have got ugly.
Yeah. All right, I'm putting this in no, and I'm putting it at the bottom of no. I'm even putting it below Falcon and Winter.
Oh, you should see Exeter's comment.
What do you say?
The best description of the Venom films is there one big gay romance?
Oh,
That is legitimately what Andy
It's-
Serkis said about the second one. Is like it's a
it's
whole
such
allegory.
a weird dynamic that the comics introduce, and I hate it because it's so tone deaf.
Yeah.
Like,
do you really want the murderous symbiote
Like-
as a stand-in for homosexuality? Are we really?
You know
doing
what?
that?
I'm homophobic, so hell yeah, let's do that.
I know my buddy Rainey was here, and he knows I'm very bigoted towards everyone. So like, it's such a weird dynamic, and to me, it goes back to like comics just being tone deaf, where it's like, no, the symbiote is not necessarily a good thing to have. It's basically a curse, and you're sitting there like, oh, they're totally in a gay relationship with each other, or they have like this weird married couple banter, and it's like, no, you're adding this weird element that doesn't need to be there. You don't need to make it like a weird romance couple. Just let it be like this weird curse that's attached to Eddie, and he just slowly embraces the curse, and that's like the bad side of his character. Or you can even make it a good thing where he like embraces the curse but makes it a good thing and tries to make the symbiote a better entity.
Yeah.
And the thing that annoys me is like that banter is it's all surface level. There's nothing really there other than like, oh, their little casual banter sounds like a bickering married couple, and the joke will be like Eddie's walking down the street talking to the symbiote about like what curtains they should buy for their apartment, and it's people just looking at him like, what the hell is he talking to? Like, it's nothing more than a surface level visual joke, and it really annoys me because it's like that's all it ever is.
Lol, they gay.
And plus, it's a blob of ooze. It doesn't even
Yeah,
have
it doesn't even
gender.
technically have a.
It doesn't even have a gender. None of the symbiotes have genders. They're all amorphous blobs.
I mean, y'all know I do sort of like AU projects, and one of the ones that I had in mind, which I essentially discarded entirely, but it was the concept of, Spider-Man was very much like a Blue Beetle type, where like all his powers came from this like alien device, and so Venom ended up being like an artificial intelligence that had gotten corrupted. And by the time that that whole story arc had completed and Venom ended up being taken to S.H.I.E.L.D., they repaired it completely to its original function, and that's when Agent Venom became a thing. By that point, Venom was just straight up Cortana.
All right, let me go ahead and download this.
Yeah, because you gotta download that.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, so Burnax is saying, by the way, there's some interest in having MCU and Pirates of the Caribbean. By the way, that'd be stupid.
I will kill myself.
That'd be stupid.
Yeah, I actually would just be like, y'all dumb.
I wouldn't kill myself. I would kill others.
Well, he is
I
the
would-
Dark Lord.
I think I would just, I think I'd just get blackout drunk if that happens.
Yeah, because it's like, what is the connection? What?
Yeah, what would even be the fucking point?
All right, let me hit the stop screen share.
The most I could see is if like whenever they introduce like Kang and they do all the whole time travel thing, like maybe they have like a super brief cameo.
Yeah,
from,
where it's like
fucking
it's
Keira Knightley or something. I don't know.
I hate those ones where it's like, what do you call it? It's not really a crossover connection. It's more just like
A cameo.
a reference cameo. It'd be like the pizza truck in goddamn Finding Nemo, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's connected to Toy Stories," or it's just a reused 3D asset.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like it's one of those where it's like it's not necessarily bad, but it's just like it's unnecessary.
Such a shame.
pretty much.
Who's that? I
I
hear
think
voices.
I think that might be J-Step's wife.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry guys.
Jess,
I
your
keep-
painting is great.
I keep forgetting this is a married man here.
I know.
Man, look at him growing all up.
Aw,
Isn't Jay the oldest one of us?
I think he
I
is.
might be.
I don't know. I'm not about to confirm it here.
Yeah.
Please, then thank you.
No, I'm not going to.
We're not gonna make Jay have an existential crisis on stream.
All we know is Gumby.
Not yet, anyway.
Not yet.
We'll save the existential crisis for private. Like once we're not live.
When we all watch Spider-Man No Way Home, and it's just like
Yeah.
it's Peter, like Tobey Maguire. Peter's like, man, it's been like 20 years since I put the suit on. We're gonna be like, it's been that long.
Fun fact.
Don't you dare say he says that. I would lose it.
No. He actually, it's basically confirmed that he's been active as Spider-Man like this entire time.
Oh, well, I mean, technically, in the context of who he is, yeah, he should be like Captain America in the sense where it's like, yeah, he's old, but he's also super fit still.
Dude, like
Mhm.
honestly, I was legitimately shocked. Like I was nervous about this, but I was legitimately shocked. They do Toby and Andrew both justice.
Ranking 80s and 90s action movies. Yo, man, Predator's gonna be at the top, and I won't have any.
Yeah, I was about to say probably gonna have to
I
be somewhere. in the-
Can't say I've seen like enough 80s and 90s action.
Yeah, I don't know if
movies.
I've seen
Most-
enough of that.
That
Most of
wasn't
mine
Blockbuster
would just
I
be.
had, but it's like there's so many
Like,
of them. It's
I
like
haven't
it would be worse than this because
This
it's
one?
like there's so many. There's so many 80s.
Yeah,
and
like, I don't even know, like, where would you even cut those off?
Yeah, some of them it's like I know there's like some where it's like debatable whether they're considered like action movies or something. Like I know like even some people. Well, no, what's that one movie? I can't think of it, but I know there's like some movies where people are like, "Is this really an action movie?" I think like
Do
Terminator
people
1.
do actions?
Well, I mean by that logic, all of them are action movies.
Yeah,
All right. So
because I'll say Terminator 1. I kind of don't consider it an action movie.
That's
It's
almost
more-
horror.
Yeah, it's more of a, like, I would say it's more
Thriller.
horror, honestly.
Thriller.
it's yeah, I would say it's more of a thriller.
Yeah.
It's not
Like-
quite a horror movie. It's not quite an action.
Speaking
Yeah, I
of
think
mo-
Thriller's probably
Speaking of
more
movies
accurate.
that are put in one category when they're not, it pisses me off when people put Saw in the category of like a horror movie.
It is, though, I would say.
It's a thriller. There's nothing scary about it. It's just gory.
Yeah,
That's a subgenre of horror, though. There is like the gore.
Yeah, but
there's
no,
no
he's got a point.
fear.
I mean, the fear comes from the squeamishness, and I'm not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
and that's
disgust
just
with the-
that's just disgust though. That's not fear.
Well, horror doesn't necessarily mean it can mean make you uncomfortable, and gore can do that for some people.
It's annoying to me.
This is
frown
more
upon it.
this is more of the semantic argument of it. Not saying you guys are wrong to have it. I'm just saying it's one of those.
I'm just
like,
saying I can see why someone would
it
lump
kinda-
that into
yeah.
horror because
it kind of goes down to what do you consider scary.
Yeah.
that's like subjective. It's like the idea of being stuck in a room.
Because I consider bad
Like that
movies
would be
scary.
scary.
But, I consider
So
bad
I can
movies
see the
scary.
argument for Saw being a horror film, or at least in that genre.
All right. I think it's a good point to call it because we got to the list.
Yeah, this
It's
is
4 hours in.
4 hours, 18
holy
minutes.
moly.
Yeah, I need to get some sleep.
All right.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
past midnight.
I
I think-
still. I've just realized there's no sheets on my bed. I need to fix that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I am
Probably.
getting a
Gumby?
drink before I do that. All right, yeah.
Good night and good
what I'll
luck.
do is maybe
See you, dude.
maybe some other time we'll like make a separate ranking for like some of the MCU ones we straight up just didn't do. I don't know.
You know,
I don't know.
you discussed, you mentioned like saving this for another stream, but we could do like a stream where we spend the entire time just shilling the Raimi Spider-Man trilogy.
Well, I mean, we already did that one.
We did
Oh, you
that.
did?
I think he
Yeah,
did
we
that
did
already.
that.
I don't think I was on that one though.
I wasn't invited, man.
I'm
sad.
I was gonna say we could do one where we just talk about like the MCU Spider-Man and stuff, but considering the
Then we're all
slight
just
little
gonna get
tirade-
angry.
I was about to say, considering the slight little tirade we had on here.
Yeah, it's like we just
Yeah,
That was a solid 30 minutes of this stream anyway. Yeah.
4 hours of 4 people just being like, "Fuck this movie."
because I'm gonna be real.
And
Like
that's the thing, like me and Edgy are going to like literally butt heads the entire time because I can tell he does not like No Way Home, and I fucking love that.
yeah, I will go on record saying No Way Home is overrated as fuck.
It is.
Yo, I would love to do like
I will go on record.
I would
I'll
love to
go on
do a
record
stream
saying
where I
it's
just
one of
hit
the best
violently
MCU
list like
movies.
YouTube rant.
Well, another one that we potentially could do, and I'm sure that Gumby and I would have a very interesting debate on this: the new She-Hulk.
Oh.
Oh Lord.
I'm
I
staying
am-
out of that one because I have
I'm-
no attachment
So
to that.
I'm going to watch the entire thing. I am going in very afraid. Very afraid. But I will say I did like Moon Knight a whole lot.
Yeah, okay.
I haven't finished it. I haven't watched the final episode, but I did like it a whole lot. So maybe I'll enjoy. And I'm gonna be honest. Like even though Loki wasn't super high quality, I did actually enjoy it quite a bit.
I
As
had
long
to
as
do
they don't
one
touch
for,
Jason Aaron stuff, I think it might be okay.
And that's the
might have
thing,
to do one
actually.
for
So
Prey.
apparently, their original concept for her had her be a little bit more muscular, and Marvel kept telling them to like tone it down. And because I think they're afraid of Jason Aaron's run now,
Yeah.
and that's good. They should be.
Well, I
She,
mean,
I just hate
like-
I just hate the discourse around it where people are like, "Oh, y'all just cowards for not putting like a big buff woman." It's like, no, that's not who she is though. Like that's kind of the point. She's not
Mhm.
that huge.
No, you're cowards for not wanting her to be attractive. Let's be real.
Well, here's the thing.
Y'all
She
fear the big
can
green lady.
be attractive if she's muscular. We've seen that.
Oh, she can, but I'm
Jason
just
Aaron's
saying.
run just was not that.
As much
I'm
as I
just
don't
saying,
like,
but that's
Shows work.
really what they mean.
as
when
much
they're
as
bitching about
I'm
that.
annoyed by Fortnite's just constantly being in the spotlight, they do have like a really
They
good
have
She-Hulk
perfect
design.
character designs for like all their Marvel and DC skins.
Yeah, and they got the Predator before I ever got a good Predator game.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I've been wanting a
I
good
thought-
Predator game for years.
Wasn't Concrete
Hunted-
Jungle kind of solid?
That was like
No,
PS2 though.
No,
I
but
mean-
it's actually a bad game.
It is.
Yeah, it's like
I never
It's
played it.
okay. It's okay.
it's not
I like
fun to
elements
play,
of it.
especially in like modern day settings. It's like the camera's atrocious.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It's like it's fine for what it is, but like it's one of those games where it's like at the time it
It's
wasn't
probably
that
the best
great.
Predator game we're gonna get for a while, though. That's the sad part.
Yeah,
Personally,
the
I
best
think
solid Predator game.
There was always the mobile game adaptation to Predators.
Yeah, and it's actually somewhat decent.
I remember playing, my dad, so I was a Boy Scout as a kid, and we went to, I don't know if any of you know what Trappers is, but it was like, we went to this event where it was like scouts from like across America or like across the time zone or whatever would all camp at the same campground, and we would all bring shit to trade, and we would walk around and just do freaking bartering, like trading items for one another. I traded like a knife that my dad gave me for a copy of like the original Xbox King Kong game, which was a freaking fantastic game. But my dad traded some old sunglasses that he found in a parking lot for a working 3rd generation iPod Touch.
Which Dawn of the Dead?
What?
I'm reading the comments. Which Dawn of the Dead? Romero or Snyder? But yeah, I might have to do like a stream for the new Prey because it's like I'm not paying to see it, but
But say I'm not even gonna watch the trailer.
I saw like
I've seen exactly 2 Predator movies in my life. I saw the very first one and I saw Predators.
I would love to rag on that movie because it's like, listen, I'm not saying it's going to be bad. I'm just saying it's gonna be bad.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad.
Like, I have no.
Yeah, the
I
new
have
one.
no, I have no faith in it at all. Because you know why? It wouldn't be coming to Hulu if it was good. Like, especially now that theaters are open and Predator is like despite the bad reputation of the Predator, Predator in general is still one of those iconic movie things where like even someone who hasn't seen it has at least heard of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
The fact that it's coming to Hulu alone is like, okay, I see what this is.
Like the dude, the Predator showed up as a guest character in Mortal Kombat and Ghost Recon. So,
oh yeah, Ghost Recon Wildlands is a boss fight.
You know, I still think that the best.
He is fun as hell in Mortal Kombat X, by the way.
Yeah, he is.
He's all right. I'm not a fan of some of his fatalities. I feel like they were.
Oh no, the MKX guest character fatalities were garbage.
Yeah, they
the
were
best
pretty
one
lame.
was I'm not about
Jason
to go in
had
there.
the best
We're talking
one.
about MCU Marvel stuff. No, I'm not about to go in there. All right,
Yeah,
let's close it here. Because we're just gonna be
anyway,
ranting.
thank you guys for watching, and thank you for having me, Sauron. I hope you all have a great night.
Yes, have a good night and later.
Later.
all.